one, you have poured your grace on me. Love falls down, feeling of my life, and my heart sings out your praise.
Let the seas resound, let the oceans roar, with a song of glory for you, Lord. Let it fill the sky, saturate my life with a song of glory for you, Lord.
Mercy streams flowing through my soul, and my deep goes to your deep, oh Lord. Endless light of a thousand dreams, you have come and rescued me. Let the
Seas resound, let the oceans roar, with a song of glory for you, Lord. Let it fill the sky, saturate my life with a song of glory for you, Lord.
Let the sound of your strong melody break the chains as it rises in me.
As the heavens sing out in the chorus of love, I will lift up my voice and cry out. From my soul I will stand up and shout. Let the words of my life be the song that you hear. Let the seas resound, let the oceans roar, with a song of glory for you, Lord. Let it fill the sky, saturate my life with a song of glory for you, Lord.
With a song of glory for you, Lord. With a song of glory for you, Lord.
Okay, Pai mi open time please me. We then pray. Me sabi ask everyone please you me sabi stand up open time please me to pray. Let us pray. From the rising of the sun to the setting, your name shall be praised. Father, this morning we bless and thank you, Lord. Wonderful day. We bless we come together, Lord, house here, Lord. Lord, talk about all important issues with me, God, or development of country, Lord. We pray that may the spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to flow freely in this house today. And may peace play you is the what to the end of our program. In Jesus' name, we offer this prayer. Amen.
Test. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Mas Blokam this morning. Thank you lo time plo you where you have make you available Blokam and lo participate lo ICT test this morning. But me now give him time lo Chief Information Officer, lo me give him welcoming remarks lo this morning.
Thank you, MC. Honorable Prime Minister, Ismail Kalsakau Maukoro, Honorable Minister of Law, Finance, MP Chon Salang, Honorable Minister of Law, Trade, MP Matai, all members of the diplomatic corps, all CEOs, all ICT families, and all other members who list up inside law compound today. You want to tell one very good morning, lo. You will everyone mo one happy ICT day, lo you everyone. Deblo today ami coincide with them one of we ITU ami column World Telecommunication and Information Society Day. Ami one day we ITU ami give him lo yumi celebrate them all achievements lo ICT and also lo yumi look back lo one am now yumi sabe make him best lo sector lo ICT lo yumi sabe help all citizens lo yumi lo li sabe customer service deliveries lo government. Before me elaborate more, me want tell them say yumi tell them big thank you lo all member lo cabinet all staff, especially Prime Minister with them to all ministers with them busy schedule today. You sabi so got one very busy schedule today. After the meal, got one important meeting and then after this, we got parliament. But only find them time. Only come stop with the the morning. And me want them tell them big thank you Loyola. And me show them commitment Loyola lo how government me take them serious business by city. Lo site lo service delivery. Team lo ICT day blo I mean how blo empower them all LDCs through ICT. How now country blo me with them government blo me bali save use my ICT blo further advance them service delivery call people. Lower place where traditional infrastructure me stop traditional way blo deliver services call people you stop where place now ICT mi save come in blow and me complement them my mi save make them more and me easy more lo government more people lo save interact lo save customer services ya mi want them tell people thank you to lo organizing committee mi hope se samlo honorable members will join me today and throughout lo panel discussions today Prime Minister pamivlay discussion further. One of now country emi wotlem. One of na imi bin fisem. Full of all challenges where imi bin control them. Time lo COVID imi find out say ICT emi bin one powerful tool emi bin link him all communities together. Emi bin linking people with them government blame stop. So imi want them use them same kind avenue also menablo further imi call future. Again, thank you very much. Wishing me everyone one good for a successful ICT day and let's celebrate ICT today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Information Officer, for the welcoming remarks. Just to let everyone know that this event is live stream as well, and we have followers who are following us online. We will now have our first speech for this morning. It will be from His Excellency Ms. Heidi Budi of the High Commission of Australia. The High Commissioner. High Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you. No. Thank you too much, MC. Is that working? Okay. Honourable Prime Minister Alatoy Ishmael Kausikal Maikoro, Honourable Minister for Finance John Salong, Honourable Minister for Trade, More Tourism Matai Seremaya, Dean below Diplomatic Corps, Honourable Japanese Ambassador, more all High Commissioners, the Telecommunications, Radio Communications and Broadcasting Regulator Head, Government Chief Information Officer, Community Emergency Response Team, distinguished guests, everyone lo place today. Good morning, lo yumi everyone. Thank you to Mas, Honourable Prime Minister, more to fellow event organisers, the TRBC and OGCIO, blo invited me today. Blo come lo one important event, blo markem World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, or ICT Day. Oh, ICT Day, sorry. This event is particularly significant for Vanuatu this year. The importance of ICT was clearer than ever in the wake of tropical cyclones Judy and Kevin. From the satellite images that were tracked after the cyclones to the internet and mobile networks used to share information to government databases used to ensure supplies reached those in need. Digital connectivity was central to achieving those practical outcomes. But today is also significant because this year's theme, Empowering Least Developed Countries through ICT, is an area in which Vanuatu has led the way. Vanuatu's graduation from LDC status in 2020 was in many ways propelled by Vanuatu's use of ICT to drive development. Over many years, the Vanuatu government, driven by people in this room, invested in digital infrastructure, built new ICT capabilities and developed the policies and regulatory frameworks needed to support Vanuatu's digital transformation. This work helped drive the economic development that underpinned Vanuatu's graduation. The government network is now accessible in all 6 provinces. All major mobile operators have mobile money platforms. Remote farmers have access to weather reports and global price information. And family-run bungalows can be booked online by tourists around the world. So Australia's been pleased to support Vanuatu's digital transformation journey through the Governance for Growth program, working with OGCIO and TRBR on strategy and policy development, supporting the Ministry of Trade to develop the electronic single window to make trade quicker, cheaper and easier. Working with the IFC and Reserve Bank on development of a digital financial platform to allow banks to connect to each other electronically, and partnering with the UN on the Pacific Digital Economy Program to support development of e-commerce applications. The work to ensure every citizen, business and government agency can maximise the potential of ICT is never complete. Technology, hemi fast lelibit. Infrastructure, where you need him, hemi no stop lo every place. More too, you must educate him all citizen, blow make sure li save use him. So today's discussion on ICT accessibility and affordability, access to digital skills and improving government service delivery through digitisation will help drive this work forward. It's also great to see important discussions on digital safety, data protection and preventing harmful digital communication on today's agenda. As our reliance on ICT infrastructure has grown, so too has the requirement to protect our systems from those who profit from disrupting them. And both Australia and Vanuatu have experienced the impact of such disruptions firsthand. Australia is committed to working with Vanuatu on cyber resilience, and in our federal budget, I just wanted to mention that we handed down last week, we committed additional funding to work with Pacific partners to grow cyber capabilities. And I'm pleased that cyber experts from Australia and Vanuatu have been able to collaborate together on Vanuatu's cyber security. And on that, I wanted to take the opportunity to recognise the effort, talent and resilience of the people on the front lines protecting Vanuatu's ICT systems, that is officials at the OGCIO and CERT VU, and experts within private telecommunications providers. And one other thing I wanted to mention was that I was delighted just last week to award with the former President of Vanuatu, Kalkot Mataskelekele, the annual Hanson Mataskelekele Award for Women in Leadership to OGCIO's very own Glenys Vora Kaltapau, who is in the room. So congratulations to you, Glenys. And it was fantastic last week at that event to celebrate a woman leader in ICT, using her quiet leadership to advance Vanuatu's development goals. Because as we know, there's a significant digital gender divide with barriers and constraints that prevent women and girls from fully designing, adopting and using digital technologies. And there are also specific risks posed to women and girls through the use of ICT. Australia is supporting research into the impacts of technology on women and girls, and in fact our Deakin University will soon travel to Vanuatu to support local organisations to research the links between technology and domestic violence. And that will inform programs, public outreach and education needed to ensure that ICT is safe for everyone. So with them, I'd just like to thank the organisers of this event, OGCIO and TRBC, for organising this important event today, and I wish you all a rich discussion today in tackling the challenges that face us with ICT. Thank you, Tumas.
Thank you, Thomas, High Commissioner, for the very important speech that we hear today, and congratulations again to Glenys for being awarded the award this week. We will now have a video speech from the ITU Secretary General. So if I can ask our team to have the video. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister Kalsakau, ministers, ambassadors, High Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of World Telecommunications and Information Society Day. That same year saw the first mobile phone. And since then, digital technology has redefined what it means to connect to one another, to opportunity, to knowledge, and to the world. Today we're seeing new breakthroughs in technology that challenge us, but also present us with new possibilities. Vanuatu, like other small island developing states, faces its own unique challenges, including being on the front line of the climate crisis. Digital can help us address these challenges. The Smart Villages and Smart Islands initiative shows us what we can do when we work together in places like South Malakula. That's meaningful connectivity in action, and ITU is grateful to all of our partners in Vanuatu, as well as the government of Australia and our sister UN agencies, as well as the Asian Development Bank and the SDG Fund, for your commitment to sustainable digital transformation and for your trust. Today I call on you to enhance our efforts in making a pledge to another groundbreaking initiative. Initiative, the Partner to Connect Digital Coalition.
Together, we can make
2023 a year of unprecedented digital development
and create a truly
universally connected world where everyone everywhere shares in the benefits of digital.
Happy World
Telecommunications and Information Society Day.
Thank you very much. We will now come to our keynote address for the 2023 National ICT Day, and we will invite our Honorable Prime Minister, who is the Minister responsible for ICT and Media, Honorable Alato Ismail Kalsakau Maukoro, to deliver the keynote address this morning. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
Honourable Minister of Finance, Honourable John Salong, Honourable Minister of Trade, Climate Change, Trade and Industry, Honourable Matai Saramaya, Excellency Heidi Buru, High Commissioner of Australia, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, or Ambassador of Japan, High Commissioner belong New Zealand, belong Vanuatu, High Commissioner belong Great Britain, belong Vanuatu, and Nalvala members belong esteemed Diplomatic Corps Bluyumi, United Nations officials, present belong Vanuatu, Chief Executive Officers, all staff, belong ICT, telecommunication companies, Director Generals, Directors, Regulators, all stakeholders belong ICT long Vanuatu, man or woman, all peginini, everyone, we start following event here online. Good morning, long you me everyone. Me bid you well everyone. Happy World Telecommunication, More Information Society Day. On 17th of May, long every year, me World Telecommunication, More Information Society Day. Me celebrate them anniversary, long first signing, long first International Telegraph Convention, where it may take place long 1865. Long Vanuatu, every year, every day when you come together, long you may look back, long walk out, long you may, long sector, long ICT. Let me carry you me one distance, long you kasem, we may stop them today. Following two tropical cyclones, Judy Mukevi, Kevin, you may agree, long stop together back in, long Port Villa, by event, long Yumi, by me, also where you may be in cut, long 2022. What's a minister where me responsible long ICT, we want them expressing glad heart, long me, long office, long OGCIO, more TRBR, through long national coordination team, long make an effort, long you got event here long today. Team long today, me empowering all our least developed countries through ICTs. And we want important theme, long creating platform, long you may share them all lessons where you may got, on side long how affordable information dissemination and stop, accessibility, digital skills development, more digital transformation. Long journey long you may. Long this parliament sitting, we got 3 bills where we should go, but unfortunately we not enough consultation. We blow makem whenever Bambai makem long today, long digital transformation, long how information and we custom you mean especially where you stop long one archipelagic baseline. Our countries, believe me, all islands, believe me, is separated, and you may need long information. And we disseminate the custom, the most remotest places belong Vanuatu. Of course, we've been graduate out long early 2020, but you may face some COVID-19 more because of all restrictions, yeah. In fact, the government said one way by you may explore them all different ways. By you may communicate, and you may use them Facebook, you may use them YouTube live streaming, long all church services, or full-up meetings from government or private sector, or use them Zoom or video conferencing, long all meetings from all online. Our schools, only teach them all classes, more learning can be delivered through all online learning technologies, which is Moodle, Molnat full-up all company, all government department, will engage with them all customers through long social media, on Facebook. You may not must forget them, say, you may got all natural events, some more cyclones, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, musolota, and become up with them before. So for them experience here, in make them say, period, long graduation, long you mean, me one challenging one. We believe for some say by through long panel discussions, this morning and throughout the day, by you must have a share full of lessons where you may learn them long time here. By me give him strength, more confidence, long you mean. By me give him value, long resilience, long Vanuatu, long adapt, more adopt, more continue, long living more daily lives, long you mean. Also one society, also one nation. Time you may look back, more focus on look you mean. You may come look save. More realize them the power of long ICT. Hemi driver, long you highway, long you mean. Long make them say you may still save talk, communicate, share information, worship, meeting, more cattle family engagements. And commercially, you may engage with them customers, believe me. And you may even make them every something here, low comfort, long webless, where you may stop them and you may not need to move all about. Message from me long 2023 National ICT Day. By me one challenge long you me, all private businesses, government ministries, or departments, or NGOs, more every institutions will exist, more operate long country belong you me. We got one good full challenge for this where you may experience some COVID-19. How now? By you must have a better system, believe me, in light long two strong cyclones will just killing you me. How now by you must have a remain constantly focused long direction, long one cyclone once when we come inside Limi. How now, Bamba, you must have a deal with the issues here during time when you must stop low one difficult time. So we have a share small experience for me. Time where two tropical cyclones so the me. We even got benefit. Long we got solar power, and we even got benefit last for me. So we connect long one satellite internet. And right throughout long hurricane, we not got any interruption, nothing low all services. And we continue to connect with them all, family will start overseas. And then we place here now, you need to look at them quick time. We tell them thank you, long New Zealand government. Long we engage quick time. Long react with them climate change. Long by enable them some little facilities, more infrastructure here. But quickly, only stop long all provincial headquarters play me. Blong bamba enable them say bamba time where you me stop long all challenging times by bamba no program free flow long information communication. And all people only got services where only need him even time on normal day only got long time or something. So as Prime Minister, the Minister we're responsible long ICT, me hope say one in Bambai you undertaken today, Bambai you meaningful. Mobile got some changes, a level belong private sector, more public sector engagement, belong giving effect. Long position where you got, say you mature, where you graduate, long transformation, long Vanuatu, right throughout, long islands blame me, long digital technology, where Bamali got access level. May must happen. From today, by leaders belonging me, from private sector, or public sector, by me discuss them, we share them thing, long how we Bamba Yumi operate, long one new look, long elevate them status belonging me, what them use long digital technology. Long 2022 National ICT Day, we have been launching national e-commerce strategy, more roadmap, more national steering committee, where we must make sure the Vanuatu e-commerce and be fully implemented in Vanuatu. Thank you, Thomas, from the United Nations Capital Development Fund, where we have supporting you, Lomagam say you have got electronic police clearance certification platform, where you may have use them, long apply from police clearance, long you may. You must use them platform here and all platforms also here. Last week, we started with them Reserve Bank, long engaged, long financial inclusion, with them all people in remote areas, believe me, long transformation, or somewhere you may start talk about long today. Now you have to, all public servants, we have check them all employment details, including pay slips, long online. So only connect to the internet. You must cut full up more online platforms with them. Type approval, long all imports, long ICT equipment, and we link finish with them single window in government. Long strengthen them work, long custom officers, long Yumi long border. And long making them sure so the equipment or devices will come long country, only meet them international or standard, national standard. We urge them, all operators, long government system, where you may now, you may host long single window, you speed them up. How will you engage with the private sector, with the people of Vanuatu? Blobamba, you may facilitate them expedient dissemination long information, long making sure us work bamba and we call one manner, one be professional, one be competent. Long note here too, what's the minister responsible? I mean, important, long stress him, tighten them up, importance, long tighten them up, legal, more regulatory frameworks. So I may talk about all bills, while you work about finish today, by you will launch some strategies, some policies here, the legal framework, let me ready finish, let me traverse and process ratification. You start and finish with the International Telecommunication Union Smart Islands Program, long imi, where you may want them look roll out, long him, long lot of communities, long Vanuatu. May I able to take them digital transformation, calling all rural communities, long imi. Trainings long lift them up level, long digital skills, in all communities throughout long Vanuatu. Must happen. Thank you to much long support, long government, long Australia. Asian Development Bank, United Nations Capital Development Fund, or joint SDG Fund. Or through long program here, by in a long time, by me making groundbreaking, long first ever infrastructure sharing telecommunication tower, long Yimi long Vanuatu. Mia, by me save come, or some game changer, long UAP, where Yimi roll them out since 2014. more addressing more challenges, long coverage, more poor quality of service. So Mr. Begum Kolya, long ask him, support long every stakeholders, world development partners, long Yumi. Long cyber security, thank you Thomas. Long government of Australia, long tremendous support, will he step in, will provide him assistance, follow him cyber attack where you may face him in 2020. Government will make one decision for this, will commit him, will establish him National Cyber Security Agency, long Vanuatu, whereby him he walk close up with the National Security Council. Mia, by him he one uplift long cyber security posture long Yumi, following experience long November 2022. Long today, by him we launch him, Semitalam earlier, data protection and privacy policy, more harmful digital communication policy. You may hope, several bills here, liko quick time will establish parliament, blow bamba you may use digital space, long you may. I'm thinking here, we want to make a special call, long every users, long all online services. The time you use them all online services, also on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, will not follow one back in. Please give him respect to you, on fellow citizen to you, and give him respect to all not follow users. Respect them all elders belong community, where you live long him. Respect them all leaders belong you me. Where you may use them all online service here, long spoil and peace, with respect, long community, island, province, one nation belong you me. Last but not least, digital solutions through long ICTs. And we got one important role long play. I'm not going to say everyone, you must get the opportunity long access them services. Through long fashion where you may encourage them use long all technologies. But by having no must discriminate long side long age or ability or financial status belong you me. Before we finish, back again, we tell them special thank you. Long government of Vanuatu, you go long government of Australia, through long office long governance for growth, United Nations Capital Development Fund, Vodafone, more digital, long supporting government of Vanuatu, long you miss have got this event. Thank you too. Long management, long Melanesian Hotel, long you have make them available conference room, when by me free, long you may host them. Event here, live, long may take place. Long, thank you too. Long ignition, long set them up. One modern, more innovative stage, branding, more transformation environment on 2023 National ICT Day. We tell them thank you, long Bridge Pacific, long live streaming event here, when you stop happening now. And you tell them thank you too. Long Pacific Networks, long Megam, see we got Wi-Fi service inside the museum. Also Prime Minister, well, Minister we're responsible for long ICT, well, media, Mr. Megam declaration here, long name long every people, long Vanuatu, well, long name long High God, where me Papa long him everyone. Says 2023, National ICT Day, and we officially open. God bless him, everyone. God bless him. All people of Vanuatu, and God bless him. State of the Republic of Vanuatu. Thank you.
Thank you to Mas Honorable Prime Minister Lo. Keynote address. Thank you all kind words and thank you all challenge we give Lo me today and then we blow you me walk him now. Back again. Thank you to Mas Lo everyone who have stop today and that wraps up our formal opening ceremony. We will now ask our VIPs for a photo session with all our VIPs this morning. And there's a coffee outside the tent. And as you missed up, run out low time and state after this, we will set up the stage ready for the first session whereby you make this morning. So again, thank you everyone. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you, Minister of Finance. Thank you, Minister of Trade. Thank you, High Commissioner Australia. Thank you, High Commissioner of New Zealand. And High Commissioner, British High Commissioner, and Ambassador from the Japanese Embassy. Thank you, every CEOs, directors, and everyone who have stepped together this morning. So if I can ask the team who's organizing our group photo for the photo session. Thank you. Can I ask everyone to sit while and stand up and while the PM will leave the podium? Ikata. Thank you, Thomas. Huh? You should have been trying to put them in. Thank you so much. Yes, while they're sitting. If you want to stay with the session, that's fine. Yeah, you should come, but only day after caucus. So that's the thing. Yes. Yes. PPTC recorder, nilai kampanye itu recorder, press, that's three recorders. Yes, yes, yes. This it's live stream. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry we have to delay. That's small. Okay, thank you everyone. Again, housekeeping, there's bathroom established there, coffee and every other thing is established tent there. So go grab yourself a cup of coffee, come inside. Unfortunately, all sessions play me today, there will be no break. The break is only 5 minutes just to set up a bit of things, but like there's no lunch break, there's no morning tea break, there's nothing. You mean on all the way. Yes. So go grab yourself a cup of coffee and then come inside. And then we will have our first session. Thank you. So our first session this morning is a ministerial dialogue. We should have ministers from the public utilities, Ministry of Finance, Minister of Finance, Minister of Trade, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, this morning, you may look at Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Public Utilities, but we have a Minister from Finance and Minister of Trade, and I think they have a lot to say, so we should be good for the first session. Thank you so much. So, can we, imisabising o tema, all members of the panel, all below first session BMI, ministers, ministerial dialogue, if we can have the, test. Check. Check. True.
collective information. Wala? Yes, I'm going to say. I'm to the one, no, but you love the one. It doesn't matter.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Again, I hope you enjoyed the coffee and the small break outside. By the Glow program, we don't have the launching of the policies because we're supposed to print. They didn't come out clear. In fact, because 5 p.m. yesterday, we will wait and it didn't happen. So I think somebody didn't sleep the whole night because in the morning to print the policies. So, but anyway, here we have the policies with us. The two policies. One is on the Vanuatu National. It's a national data protection and privacy policy. Miami protect them on personal identifiable information to Yumi. So, and then the other one is on harmful digital communications, where we protect them the 10 principles for digital communication. The details in the policy, but me no tale mi komo no good me tale want something when by me outside. But we are happy to have our Prime Minister and the Minister responsible for ICT with us for the launch, and also our Minister for Finance and Trade, and our Commissioner from Australia, and our Ambassador from Japan, and other dignitaries that still here with us this morning. By me now give him time, lo Honorable Prime Minister, Lombahemi launch to the policies.
Continue to acknowledge him, esteemed guests, where you will present long this morning, and let me big fella on ablomi blo bamba me launch him two policies or strategies where me involve lo one where you me stop talk about long today. Me tell them what se Vanuatu. And me one society where culture blue you me lives blue you revolve around long culture blue you but how you me engage with them all fellow members of community blue me more society blue me at large, and whilst you me stop embracing more technological advancements will come, but you know must lose sight. You must lose sight long webless where me entrench you me as one society, more how outside wall me look you me, because him now me give him me integrity, and he know got one something, he block him lo you me protect them. You protect them how you me look one another, how you me talk when you me communicate with them one another through one framework, because you me advance along technology, long insurance you got respectability, what them integrity, whatever you me doing. Because now you look at them long social media, money swear no good to anybody. You post them or something where you should post them, and me spoil them being more integrity below one person. So I know I'm extremely important. Whilst when you start making more technological advancements of them, but I'm important. Below you me retain them respectability long or work where you make them. So two of the strategies here, all bills blame, all stop inside the parliament finish. By depend on consultation today, you go blow by you must pass them all laws here, blow protect them. Blow make them sure say you know got harmful substance come inside long communications, more blow you protect them. Information blow one person, blow one other person, but by not have a useful about. So Mia all consequences blame, all the criminal nature blame, and once legislative framework ya by me stop inside law by me passed, by you me start apply law Republic of Vanuatu, because you me stop law one environment law today, even long cyber terrorism, I'm extremely important law framework law me, and me stop in place. Law insurance you me afford you me as much protection as where you me sabe. So without further ado, me start launch them this morning. Vanuatu National Data Protection within Privacy Policy, and also the National Harmful Digital Communications Policy. Lobamba me launch them. Lobamba start apply as a policy. Lobamba me cemented. Time more legislation will be passed along legislature, believe me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, launching two policies. Audience play minimo, all free copies will list up. Suppose we want to grab one copy, please carry one copy lo please. Ikat lo French, English, mo pislama, every language will list up lo please. So once again, thank you lo time play me everyone lo small ceremony abaken. Sorry we have been stop lo program so we will look, but to sumitalan finish. Thank you lo time lo lo became same sa and thank you lo availability lo Honorable Prime Minister lo became same sa launch policy bisa se got meeting is stop wait lo by he may attend lehem. So thank you Thomas, and that wraps up the launching of the two policies. Thank you Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. All right. Thank you, Thomas, everyone. By now, co-straight law session blue law ministerial dialogue. Unfortunately, all nara ministers so by me asking to ministers. Lo tula sa vete ma seat lo front, and mi asking to moderator WME lo emi tekem seat to lo front. So session Yumi, emi stapol sa install program, ministerial dialogue, a revelation to service delivery using ICTs. And Yumi sabi se lo speech lo Honorable Prime Minister this morning, and of course lo I Commissioner Yumi, li touch lo full up areas, and Yumi want the harem lo views lo all leaders Yumi. Lo this morning Yumi klat lo kat Stevenson Liu lo VPTC. And to the minister, so by me now, give him that mic law, moderator, believe me.
Thank you, John. Mikat ona we misa vesi down below moderate one high level panel we have stop. So Honorable Minister below Trade, Commerce and Industry, have misi down the left below me, Honorable Matai Seramaya, and Honorable Minister below Finance, Honorable John Salong, have misi down low pleasure too. Me like me everyone. Welcome to Vala by show of one club. Thank you. Universal Access Policy Block Government have been drafted more published law 2013, and have give him all telecommunication operators play me until 2018 blow only cover up at least 98% blow population blow Vanuatu with them service. Long 2019, only amended bagaken, Council of Ministers semi amended bagaken, ami ko long another 2 years, 2021. January 2021, we got one com decision bagaken, ami move mi ko 2022, and then due to all situation of some cyclone and COVID-19, only making one more order bagaken, com hemi approve may move equal 2024. So by January 2024, you may expect them at least 98% the people of Vanuatu got access to telecommunication services. And so far, record hemisoem say he got 255,000 subscriber per mobile phone. And you may witness him too, he got a big change lo side lo cost lo data. Hemiko as low in 2021, hemiko as low as 0.1452 lo 1 megabit. So hemi have one big change. So I think first me ask him Honorable Minister Matai Seramaya, one em now you look concentrate hemiko and how government have usum existing service we have stop law betterment law all government services, especially to do with them trade when you look at them.
Well, thank you, moderator. I think one of the biggest achievement law government so far, the setting up law the single window, where we improve trade big one. Report where you may been haram from customs is the number of containers transiting through the ports. Biggest contribution blame the improvement how you may facilitate them all documentations all trading goods and services. ICT make a big full change, especially law one government where you make out all functions, establish different departments. And full uptime, biggest challenge lo you meet how you meet carry out all paper approvals throughout lo government system. And this, after your introduction lo single window way, I think last phase play me still stop yet. Improve on big one. There's more that needs to be done in terms of trading services, but lo trading good, the single window, one big plus, and it's the first in the region. And I'm glad to say me happen finish. Just after the NDTC meeting when we fly in Los Santos, we fly also identify that we need to come up with something similar below government services. Full up report come out lo different organizations. So I'm say Vanuatu, the ease of doing business, and me rated poorly. Full up time, me paper trail, it take him too much time, and I think. ICT have provide them solution elevate them how you may deliver them services equal people. For example, time one business make investment approval of Vanuatu iko kasem lo karamul work permit, karamul visa. At the moment these functions establish different departments. You may been trying attempt them block at one stop shop. But still, improve them because one-stop shop, you house them all different departments which have their own legislations and full up time one paper, you stop one department, it takes so long. But I think ICT provides a solution for that. So ICT is so important for trade today. Even Facebook no more. Facebook hemi help them full of business today, blow advertisable products blow kata, and blow consumers too identify more products were available. I think need to go further blow use more financial technology blow come up with a platform where you have actually purchase online also me been raising up blow financial inclusion panel discussion Los Santos Los site for tourism for example today suppose you go to Fiji. You just go with your Visa card, you jump down the airport. You don't need to go exchange Fiji dollar. You just go jump to the taxi, pay for your services, and go. Lo Vanuatu may inokat yet. So or something na you need blow improve lehem blow help them all trading activities lo Vanuatu.
Lo, let me ask him next question. Kami ko lo Honorable Minister lo Finance. Yung sabi osem ikat one policy hemi stop ya, hemi give him one timeline. You go all operators especially. With them all situation also cyclones only affect them all kada. Where na government hemi sabi look blow assist them all kada operators blow try and blow minimize them cap as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, you everyone, and thank you for giving me opportunity. Blo sabi stop lo panel. I think before me. Kon question we want them tell them thank you lo you everyone we start work lo area. I think you need lo recall small lo history blame. Say plan the times you look one them stop mo you become very demanding but you forget them say 2008 no more you introduce mobile phone in come lo country and somewhere around lo 2012 me remember say me try lo send them one visa application in lo Australia me down lo 8 o'clock as in 4 o'clock in the morning, we not been successful to send them. So whole thing is shift plan day. So you must remember say everyone live life stop making good bla work. Mo Vanuatu is stop invest lo ICT. Mo misal talemon say OGCI on mo budget blame already 1% of GDP. So that's good. We need to just invest better and do more. So you mean very demanding. You mean got universal access policy. Mo you mean service got all setbacks. All disasters where it happen, but population of Vanuatu also you rightly tell them, only really want them participate fully. That's why I got registration. You name them one number, say 220,000 mobile phone subscription. There's only 300,000 people here, and so that means most of the adult population have more than one phone. So that means that people only want them participate. So you mean we need law. Work hard to make him sure we got all right policies, right legislative framework, more you must have engaged fully with them private sector, more government. So overall, by Mr. Vetalemol say demand ibikuan. Whether or not you must have meet him demand there quick. Maybe one question where you may run need to reflect on him. And whether or not you may need to extend them policy law universal access. MA2 important we consider them. All one small test when we've been making lo lelepa just a couple of weeks back. Lo try lo register them all 125 household heads, more a few vendors. Lelepa, which is very close to Port Vila. Sorry, lo talem. We've been restricted by access to internet. So all demands blow you me try go position where you may have use some e-commerce, but of course platform blame me fast internet. And so all groups that call Ambrem today, blow try go register them around 2,400 household heads, more vendors low way. But thank you lo OGCIO, we've been grant them use blow tray Starlink. We hopefully should prevent them limitation where me access to internet, we me test them suppose you got narfla issue stop. So you may run you want them say by you some ICT blow growing economy blame me quickly and you must have set them all right policies more right regulation more legislative framework but the demand is very big so you may need to speed up a lot more and make them sure so you may re-examine them you may all time plus you may need to change them all policies plus make them say people got access more only got quality access more only got speed we only have transact them all businesses lo crime economy by ikut tumas. Thank you.
Me come back again. Me been ask him whether government me been consider in way of financial support plus pick him up access.
Also mi talam finish mi sta prioritize ICT plan day lo budget plimi. You got at the moment mi no sa talam supposed got any specific commitment financially lo speed him up access through lo support lo all current providers, but you may got opportunity you may review him whole thing and look. Are we investing in the right things? Are we buying the right capital equipment? Or are there other more disruptive systems like Starlink that can provide better access quicker? And how do we make the change so that we are not continuing to fund systems that are not providing the service we require?
Lo Saiplo way where you be looking all operators only operate. Some lol sites plol keda only down after the cyclone and let me take them so long probably come up back again. I think one lol challenge is where me look, I mean in terms of access is that you need to get some mechanism in place where time you got one cyclone and then immediately only sabe react or respond with them help local government most probably by way of one helicopter service or something where we immediately call all sites, put them back all services go back any consideration of local government.
Well, moderate. I think lo question where you ask him first one related I have that's my view. As a minister responsible for commerce and industry and trade. The cost of the infrastructure, for example, telecommunication that's borne by the service providers. At the end of the day, we pass on lo users because they are profit-making enterprises where they need to make a profit as well. There's two ways we can look at it. At the moment, it's the consumers paying for that. Government say you need to expand the network. If it was just my business, not the government, my view would be that the government should look law infrastructure networks. Because certain policy, should invest law expand the network because then you reduce some cost law data and of course voice calls, which means by you bringing up demand as well, consumption as well, and that's how we look him. It's the same with other utilities such as electricity, where the expansion of the network, even though the government owns the asset, giving out concession, but the consumers are bearing the cost of the expansion. And probably having one little reason why you may not look expansion go lo pace where you may expect them also. You've been telling them the universal access policy was reviewed a couple of times because of the cyclone or disaster come, it destroy infrastructure. Instead, we stop expand, we go back and rebuild. But the ICT, it's the service providers that are bearing the cost, which is later on passed on to the consumers. So expansion law network or rebuild law network by me also factor time where look profit margin block because they have to make profit at their business enterprise and they have to make profit. The only way if a government wants to expand quickly is for the government to look at the cost of that infrastructure expansion. Semak lo UNELCO or VUI lo utilities. That's my view. But again, the government will need to have certain policy, he must look how to facilitate them policy you must have achieve him. Because you must have a certain one target after you pass him one player, which is the private sector, the service providers only roll them out. But at the end of the day, by having two vala by set them up one tower or one island where we got 20 consumer no more, be cost plus set them up tower because it by having factor to come back inside the profit plan. So MIME policy look where government need law reconsider them how we approach them want them achieve him.
You look you not a made blue, maybe you want a matter one or something.
Yes, thank you too much. Important considerations, you must always remember how much you may already invest them. You may been involved lo e-government, where you may invest in big resource for Vanuatu inside. You may been set them up submarine cable. You may been putum funds called universal access policy, and you possible say miss have consider them lo putum mo. Obviously, now your time question is about how much we're putting in and how much we're getting out. And it's about the service quality, service access, and also consistency, so that they'll, you must have a look, say, drive in one environment where people are engaged. And I think all conversations play me today. And me show him out say yes, you got demand, play use my ICT for purpose of reaching out to people to educate them, and that's happening. You got all initiative, plus try make them sure say all people will use some electronic funds, electronic money, and if they blande, more you need to make sure say me harmonize them or make them say people is engaged fully. All time Mr. question me once say why now all people of Uganda, all people of Tanzania, all people of Kenya, all is use M-Pesa for many years now. But you mean also them, how now you mean to make him? Why now people of Vanuatu only know have use some equivalents which is here, like I don't need to name all of them, but you make all platform is tablo, so transact them all businesses use some electronic money. But no uptake no good. So you need to consider them every issue here. You need to also consider them that you got cyclones or even you got cyber attack. How now you must respond quickly. And then one question we Mr. ask him say also one you must about insurance against them cyclone, insurance against them cyber attack. You not got any product law wall where you must have trigger them automatic repayment lo you mean. You must have put back all systems lo you mean up and running in a short time. And all questions where you mean everyone need to think through them. And he could say you got all partners play Mr. conversation and everybody start them.
Lo all one let me ask him question lo one ministries way to look at them. How effective now you to look also say all staff, all people, all line department play to only use Zoom platform where stuff. Yeah, ICT.
Well, lo ministry lo trade ICT is so important. Me look lo just after the TC Tuvala cyclone which has passed. Whilst before by blow make an assessment by all team everyone only must fly all over the country blow go make an assessment. Time where cyclone me Tuvala cyclone pass finish. Every team blow me lo ministry blow trade to kata lo ministry blow agriculture FSAC is ingate mo kata ko say let's go and do assessment blow food security. After missing out mo kata ka ba me say look team you me responsibility blow you me all businesses all resorts o kata now you me look out mo kata so instead you me go look one them where agriculture stuff make them let's go and see what them now effect plus cyclone impact plus cyclone lo all businesses here. And you know, need to fly Goal Island. There was a platform where we've been building, and all officers blew me where start all provinces. They just go out and do the report and submit it through the platform. If like at one, I don't know what's the term, only one sort of it comes out on a screen live where you look all the updates coming out from, well, yeah, a dashboard. So only no more need to go back, blow fly, go back to island, blow make them before. So the place where you knock at network, only go, only fill up the information, only come back, only custom network, and me upload it and we can see directly. And me start office, me have a look, how much Bangalore, lo Malakula affected, how much lo Efate affected, Lotana, without going down there because our offices are there through decentralization and because of the ICT, and we enable them. The only difficulty when we fly that, when we also raise them lo NDTC is that Department of Industry got one own platform blem. Cooperatives got one own platform blem. Tourism got one own platform and they don't talk to each other. And that's a challenge where you make it. And now also OGC here we have not look at the government system. I think we need to come up with something to make them say all different departments stop come up with them because we're putting 30 million here, 40 million there, 50 million there, setting up different platforms that they don't talk to each other. But so no, naya blo linki mo kata from heme use one different program, heme use one different. You have to work blo. And all the information is there, up there, but we cannot put them into a single window where you can have access to it. I think that's a challenge moving forward. Low level government, we look say you need to go stage where government must come out clear, say, okay, identify all needs for different ministries, different departments, and try and come up with a one system that fits all. I mean, not easy, but I think we need to start, because suppose you may combine them all resources where you may start them, put them for each individual platform or each department. Together, we should have come up with a big solution already, block country. But from one department, you go and make them own kingdom blame, one you go make them own kingdom blame. After you make that full up, small kingdom, well, you know, have only use more different language. Thank you.
Lo finance, you may run a service, absolutely, you may depend lo ICT, lo make work. It just so happens that Smart Stream may been acquired lo 1998 finish. So obviously you may need to rethink more acquire one new system whereby you enable them you may transact them all business is pretty better. And through law ICT you may say got all FSPs or yes FSPs outlaw islands and only need him look at good access law ICT plus make him work and you may say statistics use some all iPads, lo make them all registration, lo last agriculture census. So everyone will depend on ICT, plus improve work, but also minister lo trade rightly talent. Hemi very important. Lo you harmonize all systems where you must use them. Hemi very important. Lo you upgrade them one backbone lo government, which is the FMIS. It's already outdated and it's going to cost us a lot of money and we need to begin to think about investing in it. So, now by making say you must upgrade them all efficiencies, more synergies where you need them. You must do better at getting funds to the people quicker. So, yes, important law finance block at ICT.
Los all users were only stable all rural areas, for example. What one am now all policies where government make them for them to effectively use those also ICT plus make them work or maybe help with them all services where you will also especially government deliver because all together.
Well, I think there's two key policies for government address them when you just raised them. One is the universal access policy because that's very important for something is for people to have access. And then there's another one which is the financial inclusion policy. But the latter cannot be achieved without having access to internet first time. And then it comes down to making people comfortable use internet transact. Today, before it's very inconvenient. You want to make one transfer, you must go down to the bank, line up, and then fill up the TT form to transfer from one account to the other. With them ICT today, with them NZ app or Bread Bank app, I could be in my office doing my work at the same time making the transactions flow, business flow me on government hours, but it only take a few seconds instead of me go line up the bank. But that's the advantage of ICT. But now that's because me schools were small and me trust them. Blokaram ko give him one application no same lo one man we stop lo botmas lo santo we hemi kat kava blem lo salem hemi no save trust them hemi no save trust them even to blem probably by save stop lo phone blem makaram kava blem mi ko tan lo phone enterprise but I'm say this my cover but for the enterprise say you want them me give you cash or me just make them transfer go lap I'm saying I want to see cash just hemi no trust them. So education is something else. Make them say all consumers only comfortable you may start to trade use some the internet technology instead of using hard cash. It's safer. But I think that's two key policies: universal access policy and the financial inclusion law ministry will be look out them. But we've got a long way to go. We've got a lot of hurdles to overcome. Suppose you be low level. The next question is, can we have more resilient towers stand for category 5, because suppose you move your area, everyone is moving to that, and then a cyclone comes and wipes out the internet, just like what happened during Cyclone Palm, where you may lose some connections for almost 2 weeks. I mean that in business too, sometimes. So we have to overcome all these challenges, being not having access like other countries at the moment, being exposed to natural disasters, a small economy, all of these, time you factor them in, I mean, it's not a small hurdle. But I think if we put our heads together, harmonize them all, say we don't duplicate with the limited resources we have, I think we can take bigger strides than what we're doing now.
I will have to ask this question, given that those itiwalay sita lo officials also itiwalay stable level of government. Some lol kita difficulties will happen with them all sites. Well, telcos only use more kita. You may look also after law land taking you got some sites where only not taking place simply because you got land disputes. I got road access. How can maybe government, of course, by itramlo assist the place, make sure that you must have a close that gap as soon as possible.
Also, me run isabe majority blow land lo Vanuatu owned by customer owners. So obviously, you may run got need blow got understanding the importance of services here. You may not disrupt them all kata. And one little issue rightly pointed to by Minister of Law Trade. So you must educate them all people plan the importance law looks of as underwrite them development law nation, and everybody must be willing to work together and no blow stop them all access law land, or even in some cases all manly damage all towers where disrupt them service for everyone.
Minister?
Again, my personal view, moderator say, time where you may got one service provider, no more first time, only set them up tower. Go after it's okay. We want competition, but make them say cost them go down. And then each provider too, you go set them up on tower blame, you deal with them on land issues blame. Another one, you go set them up on tower blame, you deal with them on land issues blame. But if we have a compromise where we say, okay, the government acquire, because land issues is all everywhere. You affect them investment, you affect them service providers as well. Case where you must have talked about now. But there's a solution where government got power through law compulsory acquisition, where a constitution provide them. And that I think that provides a solution where a government can acquire a small piece of land, set up one tower, all the service providers hook up there instead of having them dealing with separate issues. Me remember, I think back in 2018 where it was DTCL or TVL or Vodafone where you go building one tower and then all people of Tanai just go dismantle them and pull them the whole tower down. And, that's not encouraging to the service providers. You me bargain, we need to sit down, look at these challenges, and as a government, find the solution. And sometimes solutions are just out there, but you mean probably there's no political willingness to do it, or probably we just don't sit down to talk about and find solutions. But I think some of the solutions are out there, but government in need to put on priority blame right. If you want to build this economy and the modern economy that the ICT is so important, let's sit down and address some of these key issues. By road, for example, let me also tell them access to the tower site. Instead of having two tower sites on two hills where to like 50 meters apart and building two roads, you can find a solution for one land issue with one road, so you reduce the cost, because at the end of the day, this cost will be transferred to the consumers. So I think we just need to put our brains together and find solutions.
Okay, I will let you go shortly. Prime Minister Hamides launched one policy in place. How now it will some individual ministries sabe encourage all staff, me and people where you may work all departments to try and making sure that these policies are observed and help me.
Well, to be honest with you, moderator, I mean, no chance to read him that policy. Well, just looking at the title of the policy, it's it's something that needs to be considered. Today we're full up youth only have access to uh, to internet, Facebook and everything. Me look change even at my own house. Me look change from the time that me start school, and today my kids are in school and having access. There's the good side, but there's also the harmful side. Uh, Recently, full up money talk about one talk well sa singatol Chos. I think internet may also influence them. Uh, Before you talk about peer pressure, you may talk about peer pressure that we grouping up together and we're putting pressure on each other and everyone is following. But now the internet is also putting that pressure on our youths and the population, and we need to find solutions to that. Some countries, like if you go to China, some sites you can access, whereas in Vanuatu we don't have that yet. Me no one specialist law site ICT, but I think the policy should address them. We must honest pagan, me no read him yet, but me concur what them think say ICT have me got positive side blame or me got harmful side blame, and government in need to come up with them. I know some find them solutions for all the harmful sites for internet, but at least let's try and address some of the harmful site law ICT. Me say me pass some legislation finish law what you call you must register them you all kat one SIM card. I mean all steps towards going to that end. But, I think we've got a lot of work to do in that side. But again, all schools. We must tell them say education. Me look also you me shift big one. Back in the days we were doing home economics. We're doing religious education. We have active sports program in school. Even woodwork. Today you make a problem law country where you make a shortage law labor law all semi-skilled workers. Just from all programs say you no more random law education curriculums. Suppose you be serious about ICT, we have to go down the level of school, educate them, all picking it young age kamantap. You know, say no kat ko time only come fast lo phone be, only kat face something call Facebook and then go all harmful sites whereby isaves polemo kata. So the education really needs to start from the home, but lo level of government, lo education system may be very important lo. We must carry my city ko kasemples. Thank you.
Any comment lo, Mr. Salong?
Yes, thank you, Thomas. I think all comment, Minister Talem, very important. We look service ICT, open them up all opportunities, but also I got all risks. So we always need to be very careful, monitor them carefully. You must control them all harmful effects. And just in general, you must tell them say, suppose you look at Facebook or conversations of Vanuatu today compared to say 2020. Much better because people are not swearing at each other anymore. So these kinds of things we need to continue to encourage so that people use it for the right purpose. And you may got great opportunity, Vanuatu. You may got all young fella, only interest, more willing, blow land, more only so we got quick uptake, lo ICT. And of course, most important, you may develop all right character from all something. I mean, blow. Enable them you got easier access to information, but you don't necessarily build them right habits, right character, or right attitude. So all time you must check them say you must make them accessibility come, but you may not must forget say sometimes you take them away from all real life skills where you build them time people in not got access from Ulisa Kolokaren, Ulisa Planem Taro, Ulisa Ko fishing. But I'm everybody sabi ko na mo la Facebook. But no good pa yung minokat kakay.
Thank you too much. Honorable Minister of Law, Trade, Commerce and Industries, Honorable Matay Sarambaya. Thank you, time blue. Honorable Minister of Law, Finance, Economic Management, Honorable John Salong. Thank you, Law, time blue. So me ask me everyone, lego to Valaiko with one round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, lo patience, lo you everyone. Misabi sa you stop run short a little bit lo time. By nara session, me start by na long time. By me should start. One time na. Nara session by me should start na yes was me ask him all members lo panel will list up lo nara session ya lo likam. Ikat one system ya lo evaluation be mino sabe se by sabe work today or no. So emi one QR code when by me come out lo all screen ya by you will need lo scan him after you like give feedback lo you will lo panels. Mino sabe se team lo yumi oli sabe putumon. But otherwise, yumi talem thank you lo to the ministers and thank you lo moderator lo yumi where me sabe take yumi through lo session where me just finish ya. Yumi sabe se full of information to the ministers to the share and we will look forward to next panel discussion. So next panel discussion do you me lo site lo you sabe say you just you graduate out lo LDC lo 2020 I guess lo 2020 and nara panel yan by me lo share some experience lo you how now digital transformation me help lo drive him graduation ya. Me tell him thank you too much lo all kita will staff follow me online and me believe say he got full up comments all staff come up and all viewers online suppose you got any questions lo all each lo panels when bali come up please you sabe ask him and by me will I take him up lo me will I sabe give him lo moderator please me sabe ask him too lo all panel members time all staff lo panel discussion. So me sabe invite him moderator plo yumi plo emi come up lo stage first time emi Johnny Wilson. Johnny emi managing director plo Blue Soap and Consultancy Services lo Vanuatu. Emi yumi everyone yumi stop kolo ANZ yumi stop look face blame lo ANZ and then yumi kolo credit corp yumi look face blame lo credit corp. So emi got a lot of background lo side lo finance. And you may welcome him lo stage. And you may ask him to direct up lo department lo strategy policy planning and aid coordination. Mr. John Ezra, let me have take him sit them to lo stage. John may work long time lo department lo TESPAC. And he got a lot of experience and he to policy planning lo government. You may welcome him nara panel member plo you James Willie, acting director of finance. I think no stop. Suppose me sabe ask him one representative plo lo Reserve Bank plo me sabe come take him place plo James Willie. You may ask him to John Caltao, may director of Tertiary Education. Let me join the panel. Me sabe ask him Glenn Craig, suppose me stop. Me no stop. Apply me sabe join to what me lo panel and Mr. Nick Sonny. Me team leader of Vanuatu Value Chain Program. Me been work plan there, all programs under the government and. Me got full of experience and then me sabe a little bit a lot of story and lo side lo graduation lo yumi lo LDC iko lo DC developing countries. So by me now leko Mike lo moderator let me take me through lo panel discussions. One interesting discussion and me invite them all members all viewers who will follow me online. Please, you got question, you ask him. Lo site lo sector lo yumi lo ICT and first time where yumi want them connect them yumi with them walk out to a nation and start make them lo site lo plannings and policies where yumi want the harem all fuse lo yumi everyone. So me give him time lo moderator lo panel. Thank you too much.
Okay, thank you, Thomas John. And thank you, everyone. We'll stop here with the Yumi. Lo morning up, we'll talk about important topic where we stop. Thank you, Lol. Respected panelists, we'll stop on double pleasure. Lo for it, please, I got one well diverse team where you got very experienced, lo on respective field, bol kita. So, tell them thank you, lo time, bol kita. I think just before you starting our formal discussion, me just want to recap lo when you saram today, developing money talk about. You got some common themes we're starting to emerge, and you harem only talk about one talk got seamless process to harmonize the system. You harem about updating our system lo yumi, and clear say this whole ICT process. Also one ecosystem where there's a lot of factors involved. Okay, so you got, Miharam talk about importance of education. You can have a phone, but if you don't know how to use them, accessible facilities where it's tough, like internet banking, then one challenge. So therefore, education, one part of that system. Land issue is another one. Legislation, maybe it needs to be upgraded to improve connectivity, or control measures in place. Infrastructure access. So it really got any team one concerted effort to everybody to play as one in this whole journey. In order to you have got one good for ICT future block country blue yumi. From Simi got all different you got inside the room today, you got some chiefs, you got some youth, you got some students. So make good law, give one small definition law, this digital transformation. Digital transformation, it's an integrated digital technology into all areas of law society, whether you may talk about law urban or law rural. Okay, so every area, all sectors, you need look at that integration inside him, and that will result in fundamental changes on how you may run all business, and will create value to all users, all end users, and more efficiency operation. Well, panel BME today, you got one topic we stop. Hemi about, semi-Veronica West, you graduate out, finish law LTC on number 4 December 2020. So today is me talk about how now digital transformation, hemi drive them that graduation outlaw LTC, igolo a developing country. So, question is tapol sem lo pepa Vanuatu graduated out of LTC 2020 to developing countries. Digital transformation, got capacity plus strengthening public administration, government services, and telecommunication infrastructure. So panelo yumi lo plesia bali highlight them lo base lo different sector wali come out lehem. You got education lo plesia, you got reserve pang staff. Nick lo value chain program, and also you make got extra staff lo strategy policy planning and eight coordination. So you make got one good team lo front up. You harem from each one of them. Bloody highlight them how now digital transformation impact them or contribute lo LTC graduation blue. That's the first part of the question. And the second part, plus share some lessons we learn them so that for future planning, we move progress. Okay, so I think by me start with them. Please, me want them just everyone feel free to share openly. Important everyone engaged in this discussion. So maybe we start off with education and future plan. So maybe we start off with that. We start off with. John Caldaos was Director, Pro Treasury Education Directorate, Ministry of Education and Training. So semi sabi ki mo fuse plehem the topic liyumi.
Thank you, Thomas, moderator. Lo give him time blumi talk. And then tell him thank you lo everyone we stop taking lo morning lo Melanesian Hotel. Mo olketa will stop streamline with the uni. Yes, I think Firstly, me want them tell them thank you lo government, Vanuatu government, mo especially olketa lo o CIO we ori stop partner with the Ministry of Education, lo all development lo olketa lo lo mi velo lo ICT. I think me feel I stop. I got some output where me feel I stop work lehem and three feel output. First one me lo strengthen them all institution lo me feel where only stop mainly all higher education institution lo me feel lo make them say only got capacity lo help them all students. Lo learning mo teaching blo geta. Second output we mi fly stop work lehem mi blo create more multi-pathway skills. All multi-pathway skills blo help them all beginning blo kamandap lo different levels well stop lehem. So ICT hemi play one big fella role blo help them mi fala lo multi skills pathway. Pro help them all beginning, all kita wali work, all kita wali want them training. Pro you miss have a contact more last output emi lo site pro create them all intervention where you miss have a look all girls, all women, all get the disabled. Olisa ve kamblo yusumblo yumi lift them up skills blol kita mo all kita will stop lo rural area. So ICT hemi play one big role education from isave lift them up capacity blol kita narfla something to I think micro credentials we sta kamanda ICT by isave help them yumi blow make them yumi save train them all learners, all trainers, all students. Probably come with them all skills will need them, especially low market. So ICT by him play one big role blow help him. So me fella stop partner together all projects. One project lo Smart Island project lo South Malagula, where me fella work together closely. And me blow help them all teacher will stop all remote islands, more all students all have got access to ICT. I think no is taking small introduction to me. Thank you too much.
Thank you, John. A good brief lo sabre education plimi. By me mufi kolo Nick Usoni. Nick hami involved planting lo development lo country lo full up areas and also kids planting with them all international organization well involved lo ICT. So by Nick historian small team.
Thank you, Thomas, moderator Johnny. So let me just give him one small background no more below digital transformation where Vanuatu has been making over the past 25 years from I think maybe full up all viewer below you and me only no born lo time where you been starting process here. So really some view below me process here it come out long all challenges where Vanuatu face in the 90s, time where VNPF fall down, National Bank fall down, Development Bank fall down. So the time here, we got one big fella investment through long all development partners. So me now me come was one advisor or Ministry of Long Finance lo time here. So first part long all developments here, emi development long when we Minister blow Finance, I been tell him if miss, emi financial software blow Ministry blow Finance. So team blow me fly been introduced to him here 2001. So emi first time blow make him one fully electronic system blow payment, more taxation, more salaries. Blow time me fly been negotiate with them all commercial banks. Blow how blow send them all salary or electronic payment. So emi start them system blow digitization. Lo same time, through long same process ya now, you may been building government network. But lo time ya emi one small network, you know, really kasem all island. Then the next big step, emi development belong government when you tell them wide area network. So history belong him. Actually, emi government been leading. In fact, full up all big man when you look lo morning lo before. Only stop inside lo government was civil servants. So prime minister emi been attorney general, minister of foreign affairs, emi been director lo mipu. Leader belong, former minister of finance, emi director of foreign affairs. So you got one group where they've been driving all reforms, yeah. So the next one, been got network where now you look east up one island. Where minister of finance tell them say you may got connection lo every province. China been make him Huawei. But when it happens, say Huawei make him, they only no make him too. They didn't really do it very good. So when it happens, a lot of time, yeah, Mifla just been developing a program here where Honorable Prime Minister been mentioning governance for growth. So me now me advisable him. So then through the governance of growth, you may been fixing up network blow Huawei, and that was how we first brought. So lo make him yeah, you may been. To be honest, we've been stealing all staff below TVL. So that was where we first took Fred Samuel. And that was the start of the big reforms. So, Lotanya, it was the same time where government had been negotiating liberalization of telecommunication. So meaning Bohemia, it was at that time, with the government and through the Australian government, European Union and all the other partners, we were negotiating with what was then Cable and Wireless. Blo end monopoly blong olgata, allow him Digicel blocam, give him small cell and lo Digicel blo lisa vecam. And also part blong liberalization ya, emi involve him next step him ya, emi been involve him establishment blong regulator, TBIR, and OGCIO. And that's why first boss blo OGCIO, emi Fred. And then lo same time yeah now you may been changing role belong Ministry of Finance. So he got half lo team blo mifla, he stopped servicing smart stream and he got another half, he stopped kolo OGCIO. And that led to the big expansion. So lo time yeah, also with Minister of Finance tell him said that led to the development of mobile phones, internet, even the design of the internet interchange cable, that actually came from the same group of people. So then suddenly, also when Minister tell him, say, quite recent, you may got one almost explosion in access. And I think just statistically true, say, lo same time, yeah, now, Vanuatu, registering, say, fastest growing economy in the Pacific, and that's true. It happened at the same time, and I think the two are related. So, when I say, suppose you got one coordinated approach, blow all kind of reform, yeah, you must have got big fella impact. But going forward, me no look say you may got coordinated approach yet. You may still got some major challenges where you stop. Or some ICT, one area where me constantly changing. You know, have a stop, blow make them reform. Suppose you stop, but you fall behind. I think skills, we know Toto Clem from, I think, Boss Blow Education, and we make him full of point blame. I think only worry blow me, and me say Vanuatu, before he go to any place, he must cut one digital ID framework. But me just try and explain them small him. Point blow Minister Blong Trade say, time when you look at country where you know expand good, or you know grow good. From only got all different softwares, you know sa tok lo 1-1. Vanuatu emi champion blow pilot project. But he never got all talk project with sa tok. And the main reason why Vanuatu will never have it, unless it establishes a proper digital ID framework. That's my own view. And to do that, you may need to sit down with them all main man. Forget them all not a small man, you know important. You must sit down with them, Vodafone, Digicel, Trivla, all commercial bank, VNPF, with them internal affairs. Or you must agree framework, or you must agree one common platform, but how to make them digital ID. Without that, every piece of software by no side talk or another one. From you got one way, blow exchange information, blow you. Suppose you go to one system, blow trade, or some say, after Mr. Johnny go to one different system, you know got way, blow share him information here. So I think there are some fundamental things that need to happen right now. And then the other one is all where Honorable Prime Minister tell him say got all important legislations. And there are some really important ones, particularly data protection. Mimi Fright say Vanuatu, you go ahead with them, full up something now, where you got data protection. So these are some critical things that want to be addressed going forward. But I think when we look say lo past Vanuatu, we prove say yes. Suppose you address them properly. Vanuatu say it was the fastest growing economy from 2005 onwards, and that was the period when only graduate basically technically outlong LDC. So let me show him importance below support where we must continue below give him regulator with them OGCIO. From they are the two key entities that will drive it forward.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for that brief history and walk down the journey below ICT kasem today. Thank you, input play you. But you may move on. You go Department of Strategic Policy Planning and Aid Coordination. And one very important department. Lo country play you me. So Mr. John is raised our me director. But he give him thinking blame how ICT help him department blame. Lo contribute economy play you me.
Thank you, moderator. And Olgadawe, Olisa follow lo live stream, and Yumi where Yumi stop today. I think Blande Dog been go lo morning. Some Prime Minister with Ambassador of Australia. He been sort of come lo Blande something where government and me been embarked long him lo previous years and now, and then I think me sort of single him out road plong you me lo future Bombay why osemunim. You got plenty challenge, but let me just quickly capture him something where a question me come along. Blow you me try and blow discuss and come up with some answers. Or same way ICT information technology, you me survey what time country have me first some technology and then slowly or something it can more better as you me sub involve more law blande. But for planning, policy more planning, I think me help them a big one. Misabe talemosem. Law passed after law reform where you me been got law 1997. I think you me everyone you me save BIA. Policy directions, he said, guide them every priorities programs where he happened, country, ICT or technology information, he been used as some enabler. I think without EMIA, me save confirm him say you me no save kasem where you me stop naya, lo side blow planning, more policy. O same way you feel like sabe, lo one law got the responsibility, lo Prime Minister under law government act, hemi lo set them policy directions, and then Department of Strategic Policy Planning hemi establish, lo make him sure say Prime Minister hemi made him that responsibility as stipulated law government act, and o same way you meet them through law technology, where hemi start law offices belong. We established DESPAC, OCHIO, and the law portfolio of the Prime Minister, and elsewhere, law every line ministries, you can see that technology hemi enable yumi blow yumi make him sure say yumi help him prime minister in terms of planning blow submit him responsibility blow set them policy direction blow country. So emia me like blow confirm emia. So without emia bamba hemi very difficult blow prime minister or some head blow government hemi realize him responsibility where government not hemi give him blow set them policy directions. There we have NSTB. NSTB now yeah blow really direct them yumi. And you talk about all sectoral planning, side block corporate planning, and also business planning. And as you can see, or same way you sabe talem, technology hemisap. You go to one department, one office, you know sabe look one typewriter, no more sin, no more exist. You may look computer, you may look laptop. You using phone to communicate. This is the power of ICT technology where you miss up talk about. Or same where I think prior to our graduation, all result indicators and all our database were collected. Here and also access outside, especially UN. UN, you got one special committee where I'm overseeing graduation, LDC. And I think, pass, work about, planning, through technology, they were able to follow. One aim where you may been achieving, or results where you may producing. You may come one time where I think you have a recall. Plan their leaders were belong you me, only tell them say, no, you me postpone a little bit. You me postpone graduation. Only tell them say, yes, only actually managed to convince this committee. Come 2020, only no have even delay. From every indicators, a result, me show him true law technology where you miss up talk about me help him all that blow. Tell him say no, you have graduate now. Planning thing he comes say no from cyclone where he stop. They only tell him say no. Criteria where you make him one LDC country, hemi graduate, you meet them, especially the social sector, education and health. Economic vulnerability, no more now, hemi something where you may not meet them, but Olgatali tell them say yes. But through law technology, without them, bamba you may not have a position blowing you may also one. So, hemi now, the site block planning, informations were out planning, lo despak, every ministries, I come was meet in one target, and also you got all data base where only have access elsewhere the world. Technology, make them every something easy, or same way previous speakers and ministers or even Prime Minister alluded to. But I think you may need to manage him, you may no more. As you may work about. All places where you may not sabe yet. I think you sabe one name where me sab minim lo besa. So lo side block planning again policy, ICT technology informations, me make him all something easier beat him lo time where before independence come. Thank you.
Thank you, John Ezra, good for information here, giving me the influence of ICT through the use of ICT facilities, taking me across the line, me graduate, and through data collections, me, and that's enabled by IDC. So thank you, Thomas. Okay, so you may move on. You go John, Reserve Bank. So she says that multing team, me, side Reserve Bank perspective, and you one very resourceful. Yang vla plimi lo Vanuatu, saya putu mol se, may involve lo financial inclusion, may involve planting lo outreach around lo country plimi. So John, we can time please share ting ting please.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, Luyumi, everyone. All big man, Luyumi, you've been started to me finish. I'll list up leave. First of all, me like to tell them thank you, lo, si, all big man, Luyumi, lo, GCIO, with them, regulator, Luyumi, lo, TRPR. Thank you, lo, team, Luyuvala, where he's ever make him event be possible. Also, thank you to all key sponsors where you sponsor him event. So when we stop, Mr. Look, lo, front, lo, team, Luyumi, where we stop, me empowering the LDCs through ICT. Ale three lol key tok waste abantanit na hemi access affordability mo digital skills. To be honest, me no supposed to stand lo paneliste ya. Me ba mi mas tala mi honestly you so please forgive me lo dressing blow me lo this morning. But anyways, ICT hemi touch some area blow you me everyone so hemi one discussion where you me help together blow you me contribute lehem. Now, you may lo Reserve Bank, also where you may save Reserve Bank, hemi stop statutory responsibility blehem, underneath law act ble you may where hemi stop, capped 1 to 5. You may look you may regulate them supply, lo exchange lo monies where hemi stop. You may also supervise them or regulate them all license blow business, more extension blow credit. You may also too, you may stop give him advice, equal government, lo site lo all banking, what them all issues where me related lo monetary. You may also too try and best you must promote them monetary stability. Make sure say all facing blow money blow you may must stable all time blow. You may have allow him you may to blow you may go about with them normal daily activities blow you may too. You may also to promote them sound financial structure. And the last one where me fly work plan de lehem na what them all key stakeholders where me stop. You may must try and best flow. You may make him one financial condition where hemi conducive. Hemi must orderly, but hemi must support them to economic development. Economic development blow you may country. Now this is that key area, key tokena where hemi economic financial condition conducive and orderly and balanced for economic development. Please now you may bulum financial inclusion e come inside lehem. Financial inclusion also hemi one strategy where government hemi been implementing, hemi been launching back lo 2018. You may find a lot of surveys say plan the low families limit time we only make them small fatu finish lo 20 fatu blol kata o lo so small market pe oli karem oli perembak mani blol kata lo crown ale yumi stop tram blow work se hauna blow yumi bulung bak heme ka mak inside lo system blow is allow economic development yumi ko you know come out of someone leakage pe hemi actually circulate after hemi steering up economic development blue you too. Now time where me sa talk about hemi yung government blue you lo time hemi been developing one financial inclusion strategy, one copy implement and me hole me stable front lo blessing. Now inside lo strategy you me cut 4 key pillars where hemi regulatory narflowan hemi in inclusive production services. Narawan hemi SME financing. Last one hemi financial literacy and consumer empowerment. So all four for key post house na we may listen up town. So ako li support them ikamanta po li support them one all raft up house where you missing out them hemi financial inclusion task force. Ale all got all report you on tablo financial inclusion council where me cap up the house where prime minister all got na list down lehem. So structure blo you me stop. Pe time you me stop move ko all working in serve caramount unless we ICT come inside. So hemena so where you've list up look lo media lo last week team been stop lo santo.
team ibin stablo santo mi vla organize one expo. Hemi one awareness we hemi ko lo people blo yumi lo santo lo time. Team behind lo expo ye hemi mi vla butum se building resilient and sustainable communities through inclusive finance. So focus blo Reserve Bank with them all stakeholders. You may turn around, you may go back to community. First time you must have look say you must strengthen up on institutions. But the end of the day, you may do seven one group of people no more. So we have to start from them. You must build them all communities first time. Misave say plan the work, you must work them, lo sad lo resilience finish with them sustainable. So in order for that to happen, ICT may play one very key role inside. Moderator, but me stop the place of time. Allow them you continue with them all discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Miklat lo want to talk Italian about all grassroots, all people blow you me. Yeah, sometimes tell about grassroots, but they're the foundation blow country blow you me and. So they access ICT low level where you mean autonomy access, that's development. So they get small challenges yet. And then you may got work to make them, and which is a reality now. You still got a lot of work to make them yet. Okay, so thank you all good for input lol panels blue you me. You make it small time, so anyone have got one question we want to ask him lo anyone lo all panel blue me, please raise him hand blue you. Ask him question blue you. Me understand, I think all question too, so we come online, all kita we, so you send them message, question will come, but one, me access them, then you must have a read him too. So sikat any indicate? While you Mr. Wade, maybe by me asking one question, low audience, keep everyone engaged. How many of you me come with them, only hold them one phone with them all katana? If you do, please do put your hand up. How many of us has a phone with them now? Put your hand up right up, please. So you can see almost 100% here. So we're 100% compliant ICT. So it's good to see everyone only engaged low ICT resources every day. Any questions from anyone? Any questioning come online? Okay, but then we'll just wrap up. But let me go through each one. But just give your last words, and then you may wrap them up. Session blue you me. Thank you, John. I mean, kaltaw hemi gat imsaro with you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I think blow make small last talk no more. Lo side blow future planning and progress. I think me want them tell them say engagement blow me follow with them private sector is very important. From all private sector now only so we give him all contemporary skills where is the blow market. So me will engage him private sector. Lo help me will more through ICT, but me will is move forward. Blow help him all man place blow all skills where all is have use blow employment blow kita. I think amen more. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, John. Nick.
I think you got one question. Sorry, moderator. I think you got one question where you just come.
Okay. So sabi written question blue. Oh.
Okay, we got thank you, moderator. We got one question online. I think by me. Director Mikolo, Director of Education, where we say how effective is e-government more. How effective is e-government? More of it must be done to assist schools to access online resources. They give me one question and maybe one comment. No. Let me say how effective law e-government service were missed up.
Maybe let me just start Lohem from one complicated question a little bit. Time where you, let me just break him down small. Time when you talk about e-government, I mean full of money. I mean say how now you miss have access all government services online. Also where Minister Blong Trade tell them say you go online and you start filling up all form instead lo you physically go to one office. And then blow make him one full e-government system, I mean no easy. You know, say you just pay one man, blow make him one software. No. Be full up all stampa investment blame, government make him finish. First one, emi also maybe tell him say emi government-wide area network where China been making first time and then finance been fix him. Now, after I make him network, next part long him, emi blow move him every government service come inside long network. And lo time blow we look for this stuff behind ya. Time blow you been got one program blow move him every system he come inside blow make him say is safe. And then you make got one program blow how blow make him one system is I talk lo one system. But at that point it stopped. So where you missed up now, yeah, you got used awesome. You got base investment is up. You may still need to upgrade them a little bit. But before you may go to one full system, blow e-government, you got some challenges yet. Or same way Minister Blong Trade tells you got some progress too. Or same you look system Blong Asiku the world single window. Me one good example blow how you have a working. But blow make him one full e-government system. Actually, you may need to re-establish him full network more data center block government. And me one big fly invest where me service OGCIO only been asking long time finish, but you may no make him yet. So all basis flow e-government is stop, but you may still need to make him some coordinated investment from now. Yeah, or same way minister say he's still a bit patchy. So reason blow set them up OGCIO block coordinate them or something, you know. Oh, sorry, we just had one small thought on so tell him say congratulations lo Deputy Secretary General blo ITU where hemi one adopted Piknini blo Vanuatu Thomas Lamaskenas. I think hemi important say you may tell him congratulations lo Mr. Thomas where me big boss blo ITU now yeah.
Thank you, Nick. John, you wanna continue?
Yes, I think lo side lo question Nick been answer small nis lo yumi. Side lo all platform mi like at stop lo education mi like sta use all different platforms open femis especially lo all schools only got access lo information lo school grant how only manage grants lo got accountability transparency so open femis mi one tool where mi like use lo education one schools ikatol platform blogeta tu lista yusum and yes one important steps mi fala ikat one unit blow flexible and distance learning where mi one unit where by mi fala must set them up with them help blow OGCIO blow especially blow help them all learning all teaching blow beginning lo overarching structure of education is that by me I must work with them OGCIO with them public service lo set them up unit yeah from now all schools all stop make them all stop small platforms in it but immunity one coordination unit lo education focus no more lo teaching and learning lo beginning and now by you miss have make them say ICT traffic all schools lo got maximum benefit them. I think I'm more small to talk with second. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Good update. Okay, I think one more question is to come. It's good to see high level of engagement all audience, please.
Okay, moderator, we got one more question online. Minusua by me direct them by me by anyone this answer them. Tram advice me for one M status blow legal framework blow TLT or blockchain and cryptocurrency. You must stop work. Blow hem also one solution blow e-trade, e-commerce.
So lo e-commerce. Okay, but me view blow me no more say. You must careful lo flash talk and blockchain. It's a bit like saying maybe want them pay one Ferrari be road where me drive lem, me got full of pothole blame. It's a bit pointless. So just go back to basics. Before you may even talk about e-commerce, you may still need look at national payment system where central bank only Reserve Bank now only making full up work blame. Without that, you're not going to go anywhere. The second step, you may still need one payment gateway. Payment gateway is a system where MasterCard, Visa card, all get only use them. We still don't have that. So time where it could say all flashman only want them to talk about blockchain, but you got one way where you may progress. You go lo hemia. Emi osem me build the mouse, but me no start with the window. You know hemia. So you know say you may not go for them road, yeah. But suppose you want to make him one system where hemi sustainable, more hemi stable. You must build him up, and he got some work now, yeah. Or some when we hand over the Reserve Bank, we make him the national payment system. But you may still got full up something to make him, and we need to be clear on that. You know, good say you may listen too much or flashman where you talk about all something where you may not ready them yet. You know, meaning say buy you may not ready. They got full of work, make him first time, make him say time where all new technology come, while he's successful. From you know want them, he got one talk to blow one all full of me say, you know size straight name one all full of bamboo. You must make him say he's straight first time, yeah. So you must careful all kind talk yeah now say he got way blow make him where him good way, he been make him before where make him say Vanuatu he grow quick. So me just I mean a small total you know, but me hand over Reserve Bank from me service only make him full of work blame yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nixoni. Yes, thank you. No question. Me lo unit lo me fly no look directly lo national payment system, but me got some information whereby me have help him you me lehem. Lo last governors meeting where you me lo Reserve Bank you me been holding with them all governors lo you me around the region. You me so fortunate where all governors lo New Zealand. Reserve Bank lo New Zealand with them Reserve Bank lo Australia lista with them yumi. Now say my question only been raised lo time ya. Now Governor lo Australia hemi been talam lo time ya say emi true say all technology only stop pe hemi look national payment system le hemi more effective lo sense time lo settlement so them lo facin lo settlements hemi look na national payment system lo kata work. Where only no put out all technologies here. Only stop only watch them first time. So ikan pakpagan lo yumi lo emiosum lo region hemi one lol key countries where yumi look lo kata advancement lo kata ale yumi tram lo yumi design in one way hemi suitable lo context lo yumi do. So lo yumi lo Vanuatu all big man lo yumi lo bank all kata holi saptalem se June bahemi ko live. So you must stop also hemi true you must haram blockchain ikam you must haram plant the pilot or stop karam out you must support if to lo ding block of man blow hemi I tram blow roll out all assistance lo time blow natural disasters pan long time bali testem sam you must haram se bali testem sam lo some all islands blow yumi. So that's by you mean stop him. By you mean stop him. One them way hemi stop lo you me lo Reserve Bank you Mr. Megan you me want them say June first time you me go live with them national payment system lo you me. Also government let me been also ask him Pacific advisory lo hemi make him one assessment to lo blockchain technology lo you me. Report blame hemi come out finish. So report blame hemi put him out to some key all key recommendations we suppose we you me to want them for them rote pa hemi samlo all first steps we you me to save takalem first time. So me support them one them we colleague blomi hemi talem I mean hemi personal ting blomi no mo ya. You mean no chum hurry up first time ko. You me follow step by step. You me try to make him right so that suppose we hemi you me look say you got mark blonil aleba you me save assessed for them. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, John. Lo, good summary, please. Any more further questions, Lo? We come through online? Or anyone? Okay, suppose we inokat pa mi Kim chance Lo, Mr. John Esrai Kim small to talk plan finish, then Johnny finish him.
Thank you, moderator. I think you may tell and blend something through our discussions the day, and you may look him positive impact along ICT, law planning, more service, where that's some life belong ni Vanuatu and Yumi, where you may start Besia. ICT and technology have only good to mas lo time blow you mean naya might lo pass pamba sabe be good from plande lo nivans or colo school or same plande lo yumi, but now generation blow the day I think emi good to mas blow yumi sabe stop use. And also, I think the same way previous speakers only mentioned him. He got blended with something, but in it, you miss have check him yumi, lo genia, lo work about ya. From he got also negative impact where he have spoilen blended something or values belong yumi. I suppose you mean not careful. So these things need to be managed. Ochem or narafala something. You may walk about this go, you may have look back, making sure say all steps you may have where you may have go. Suppose no then you have when by happen, you may have lose track, the destination, and then you may have create more problem on challenge where you may have hard work him after. I think hemi something where ding blowing me want them sagam lo a normal way blow address all challenges blow government hemi through lo one policy framework and also legislations or provisions where stop law so-called build where stop go where hemi support only derived from the policy, then it must be clear. It must be clear lo work about blowing me when him now how now by address him all challenges where you must have faced him naya, while managing good for something, good for side blood technology, is have go ahead, blow make him sure say you must have continue blow advance law development blow way belong you me. So I think moderator and all the way only listened. I think him now me feel something when me want them tell him policy need to be clear. The policy have me an instrument or act should be an instrument blow one policy or an intent statement blow government blow address him one way. For this case, have me ICT development, ICT technology information where you now you miss up venture into and future by you use more than all fala web blog you milo pass. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, John. Very good summary. Me like him to talk Italian. You may find a balance between culture. You may with them ICT. You may Vanuatu. You may one very culturally sensitive environment. Everyone got cultural values. ICT he may no come lo replace him. ICT he may come lo enhance him. Lo all access lo other resources we can access. So thank you lo reminding me lo point there. Nick, do you want to say what? Okay, John. Any last words?
Thank you, moderator. I think all colleagues below me only tell them plenty people for something finish. Me want them tell them no more say all every time me all families me stop get together in the house. One all fly him saka one tok every time we me want them stop make one something. Time we blow make one program or one something but me tell them say you feel everyone lo ship. Time only say yes, ale say ale ship move. Tok na him sa tell them say everyone inside the ship, ale ship move. Ship pa no loko one man. So en blo tok blo me want them tell them say every good for something you may make them finish. But suppose we everyone in stop the ship, but ship ya by no say move ya. So thank you, moderator.
Thank you, John. That's a good way to end a good program. And we want to meet them with them last talk lo ITU secretary we pin talk lo morning to the day during back on Martin and tell them digital transformation and me start define them what it means to connect to one another, to opportunity, to knowledge and the world. So hemiano mi summarize them all talk lo yumiti. Thank you too much lo everyone only stop. Thank you lo panelists lo good for ting inside. You may got plenty work stop yet. But you continue to work together to achieve all milestones where you may put them ahead. So thank you everyone. Lot attention to you. Thank you.
All right, another round of applause for moderators and panel Blue. Thank you too much. No time Blue everyone. The next session is by me start. While we're waiting for the panelists and the moderator will come up, please look at the screen, QR code, scan them, give him feedback to you. Lo panel session where we just finished. Suppose where you all informed you with them QR code rita, please scan them. QR code ya mo give him feedback to you lo evaluate lo panel where we just finished. By me no take just a few questions no more. You select them all answers no more. And then you submit. By me help them you me blow all future ICT days all panel discussions with me. So the next panel session me lo site lo accessibility and you me got all moderator ating moderator me Johnny Wilson back again. Thank you too much for time you. Where you have accept him lo moderate him 2 sessions you me lo today. You may ask him you block lo stage packet lo place then you may got all CEOs lo to mobile network operators. CEO lo TCL. Is that you or Ruben? Yep. Yes, I am stop long time lo Vanuatu. So by me no introduction mi como hemi CEO Blue TCL. I don't know for how many years. 10 years already. Yep. And then CEO Blue Vodafone, Mr. Thomas Bruce, the new appointed CEO Blue Vodafone Vanuatu. So congratulations, Thomas. And I could go look it wala. And Mr. Willie Carrier, suppose me stop. Mr. Willie Carrier, and of course, Mr. Gerard Metsan, CIO. Lo Miami Cam, minusabi si Willie Carrier, Miami Cam, no? Suppose me nokat, mi sabi haskem regulator. Kasi sabi joining lo panel yan, and then by joining lo narapanel magagan. Thank you too much. Now, by me now give him and the law moderator, let me take him through law panel discussion. Thank you. And let me not forget law tell them thank you law sponsors to me, UNCTF, Governance for Growth, Vodafone and TCL, and to the co-host, OGCIO, with MTRPR, Lobia, Blokafman, Vanuatu. And thank you too much, the time blue for everyone. We will still stop to join with them, Yumi, and me acknowledge them to all online participants will stop and me encourage them to ask them follow-up questions. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas. You may on back and lo session number 2. So thank you for Yumi all distinguished panelists bli muli stapan tablo plesia. They're the expert lo field lo ICT and technology. So you got any more questions? That's down the line by me prepare more questions please Yumi. So time you me ask him question, then you can ask your questions. And when I me time him. So let's kick off this session with them. Tok ko hemi stop also. The topic pluyumi hemi plo mobilizing and tracking progress, accessibility to meaningful connectivity. Connectivity lo country. So we have some feedback today. We still got it's good, but we still have work to do. Okay, so objectives, universal connectivity alone is not enough to achieve policy objective, economy or ego 2.9. So you may be familiar with the National Sustainable Development Plan or People's Plan. 2.9 hemi increase use and access to information and communication technologies, including online government services. So that's the objectives for Yumikat Law National Development Plan, Yumi achieve him Blow country. So panel Yumi got two questions lo place up, Yumi address him. First one, Yumi discuss all challenges and lessons learned from existing approach and framework to increase accessibility to connectivity. Okay, so let me repeat that. We discuss the challenges and lessons learned from the existing approaches and framework to increase accessibility to connectivity. That's the first part. And second point, may give a clear understanding of the future plans. Okay? Law on respective field to ensure citizens, residents, including visitors who come to Vanuatu, enjoy a reliable service, reliable access to meaningful connectivity for all. So it's about connectivity for all in a nutshell, and of course there's some challenges. So this time is some historian lehem now one more challenges. So people need to know what are the challenges that all companies, all key stakeholders, lo ICT, lo country, all list up encountering. Okay, so maybe we'll start with TGCL. CEO Pluyume, I suppose you have a kick off with that. Answer those questions on the challenges with regards to connectivity.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank OGCIO and TRBR for organizing ICT Day. I think it's very important and crucial for all of us and all the stakeholders to be in one room discussing the challenges, discussing the future of ICT in Vanuatu. So in terms of challenges, definitely there are many challenges, especially when it comes to accessibility. I would say more specific to be is coverage. Taking into consideration that Vanuatu is spread from north to south 1,300 kilometers, talking about difficulty in logistics. So that puts a lot of pressure on the operators, and definitely the cost is quite high, especially if you're talking about remote islands. Talking about UAP, I think it's been very successful program so far. The latest was in research was done by TRBR was 2020, and there were 91% coverage when it comes to narrowband, voice and SMS, 86% when it comes to broadband. Now 2023, I think we will be in a much better position in terms of coverage. I would personally assume or think or believe that we currently at least 96% population coverage, and this is a very high percentage if we take into consideration or compare it to even to the west. So Vanuatu is there already, and we have no issue with that. We are there already when it comes to technology as well, having 4G available for all the people of Vanuatu. So going again on the challenges, definitely the cost is extremely high. Taking into consideration that 40% of the network is on grid, and the other 60% is basically solar cell or generators. Solar cells are challenging because of the weather. If you don't have sunshine, there is no battery. Consequently, you have to run on generators. And you talk about the cost of fuel in outer islands is sometimes 200% to even 250% of the cost here in Port Vila. So these are the challenges. Sending people also, the technical team to these remote islands, relatively challenging. Serving these remote islands without a helicopter, which have been raised many times today, definitely a big challenge. We still have challenges, myself and my colleague Bruce, in some of the sites. So definitely this is another challenge as well. So many challenges, I would say. However, the end result, I think we're in a very, very good position, and Vanuatu should be very proud of the results of the UAP program. Going forward, this is something I discussed with OGCIO and TRBR, is what's the next phase. I personally believe that UAP have achieved its objectives. That's my personal view. And I think we need to start looking at other projects that will benefit Vanuatu going forward. For example, the fiber deployment. I think I believe that the government should own the right of way and the trenches for fiber, rather than leaving each operator to dig their own trenches, which is extremely expensive. And we definitely do not want to end up with too many trenches in the country. We already have 230, 250 towers shared between myself and my colleague. Do we need that many towers? I don't think so. I think we can cut it by half. So infrastructure sharing is definitely a very important step here in Vanuatu. And probably it's a little bit late, because both of us have already deployed most of their networks. But I think it's a good timing now to start looking at fiber done by the government and managed by the government and rented out to the operators. Thank you.
Thank you for that background. Let's move on to Vodafone, Thomas Bruce. So if you can give your views on the challenges that Vodafone is facing regarding connectivity across the country.
Thank you, moderator. I think it's also I'd like to say thank you to CIO and TRBR for organizing this event. Again, very important event where we can discuss issues, the challenges, of course, and the learnings. It won't be too much different from what my colleague said. We do the same business. We have the same challenges, access, logistic, and the distance between the islands. Also, transportation. Sometimes there's shipping issues. We cannot get fuel on time to the sites. The delays in ships, and that affects availability and accessibility to our customers. So we're talking with government as part of learnings, to have other means of accessing the sites, including helicopters and all, including a helicopter. And this is not only will benefit the mobile operators, but also the other sectors, health, emergency. You look at emergencies, cases. This is where you need this type of mediums of transportation. So thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for that background. I purposely start off with the two of you before I go to the regulator and the RPR to get more, so they listen to all the challenges, so they can guide us to what the plans are and with regards to policies and in place to help in those areas. So now we'll give a chance for Chief Information Officer of the Government CIO, Mr. Shirat Metsan.
Thank you. Unfortunately, God, let me give him one country, where
I mean, one mass land, I mean, separated by oceans. And you mean, so we make anything to solve this. We have to live with this. And that is the reason why we need to work together to provide some technical solutions. Despite all challenges, I got all technical solutions all available in stop. And I got all policy we government and put them in place. And one law policy and I mean start talk about plan D universal access policy. We enable them government to work with them all operator. To use one mechanism where you must call them pay or play. And tayo may talk about them here. One of the interesting data with them to the minister, you are minister Matay, me bin saptalem say, suppose we want them say, every all citizens play lo country only got access lo that coverage lo ICT, then government must step in lo put them some efforts, further efforts. It true the government may make plan the efforts finish stop, but you need them some extra efforts. Lo help them to wala, lo you me cover them up all areas here. Why me tell them also from current play or pay approach where you may stop use them. You may by law, by me sign them or maybe regulator you may sign finish. Number 4 undertaking no agreement with them to the operator. You may keep on extend them. That law completion of universal access policy blue. The initial stage where you may been making by 2018, you should cover up 98% belong all population, not area, just population. But since we mean lo country, you mean one country where you mean number 1 lo site lo disaster. And me give him me big for the challenge. Challenge where me looking more people blue me only displaced. Move from one location to another from disaster. Challenge where cyclone and me destroy more tawa blue me infrastructure. And me make me mass restart them. Me give him example blo time blo volcano eruption lo Manaro. Imi move mot full island blo ambay. So lo time ya. And we make him say every all coverage prediction where you may been cut lo time ya all you wrong everyone. From all manya you may been karamokata putum lo some places where you no been cut coverage them. So you must go back start them backpacking. And that is the reason one we will have been extended first time. Then you become kasem lo 2020 or 22, you will say, you know good yet, ali you may extend them back in. So naya, I think with them all minister, with them prime minister, with them government staff, we will start discussions, but tell them say, pa you need to change them approach. From approach pro UAP we make at the moment, emi good. And we give him coverage to people. But one of my all operator only stop make him. Or kata only start all place where emi profitable lol kita. Or place where only save gain back return investment lol kita. Lol places where no kat return of investment emi na UAP by come inside them. Only ko putum tawa straight, but he got issue blo sustainability blo service lo place. From tali putum finish only ko. Tawab lo telecommunication, you know, so you put them finish, you must sustain them coverage stuff. Suppose when something is broke down, you must put them back part. But since we UAP, we address a first level part, blame me go put them tower. How do we maintain those services then? And then I become one critical part will look of money, Mr. Ting Lem. And if I come through one thing, we'll tell them say, okay, let's do what we call infrastructure sharing. And miglat plo talam livala selo wika lo manisha pa mi vlay start lo launch one phase one we mi alakot am kontrako lo Vodafone lo mi build him one lo imi lo South Malakula pa mi test them out infrastructure sharing policy and Some lo consultant blo email lista le meeting tete. Isete mi vele bin brief with mo kata. And then balista ko lo South Malakula and then lo launch ang project with Vodafone. Mi vele ka ting tu blo yumi make him say infrastructure sharing by me must be owned by government. From supposed government and me have building all critical infrastructure also all roads, all wharf, all airports. Mo mi have maintain mo kata. Now that ICT may become one critical infrastructure, why? Yun minasabi po tuman ni konsetlem. From time lo disaster, then that's the first thing that all people only realize lo likaramol services. So meeting se mi vela bin pasen plan de tem, lo tok lo leaders, lo give message lo kata lo mi realize them. Say yes, people emia emi one need lo mi mas putum selen lem. So ikat some window list open lo mi pa surely by me find out something where by me say make him say yes, government participation by me come lo treat him. ICT sector also one critical infrastructure, same as roads. So ikat money blow maintenance plan, ikat money blow implementation plan, plus supplement them one more operator will make them lo site lo service delivery for people. I think me want them tell them thank you to lo office lo TRBR from through lo regulators lo kata kam kasem dite only been manage them. One fund where me stop, fund blow UAP. Plo wa place we misave ko through lehem then wa place wala peretali short for them then no katali save kamin mi mista use me plante plus stop installable schools please stop installable internet block schools then los some areas block communities and also some area councils we misave ko through lehem mi vle bin stop use small fanya block mekem but moderator challenge ipikwan stop. But you need more proper policies, and one of them is infrastructure sharing. The you put them infrastructure sharing, and we make them say people only got only enjoy more competition. We make them from at the moment some places you make at Vodafone no more, or you make at Digicel. Narula something too when we want them put them lobisa say from all government will list come, all successive governments will come, all list promote one policy will get all list productive sector. And then you talk about productive sector. Productive sector, you know, make them lo village. You make them lo ground, lo bush. But policy lo UAP at the moment, I miss tako cover map no more places all man only populated them. But some farmer, I may go stop lo bush. Utumul buluk plem, utumul crops plem. You know what coverage. Mi bin ko lo santo with them some minister lo last week before last week mi bila ko lo ran lo bus place na mi place flow all man potol rio li make full farming block ta li nam selen block ta le bisa mi no kat coverage so all he ask him say why mi vela when mi stop place no mi stop trade pen vela no sabe kasem so and me want something we vela discuss but you need no change focus ya plo talem say but you no cover map no more all population we need to cover all boost too. From I think some buluk too. Police have a pemba all coastal coverages here. Thank you.
Thank you, Siratlo. Good for la background. And we totally agree with them. You, lo ting blow, you know, provide them access lo both places people all start lehem or lo bus or place wali pali all start walk lehem. MNR connectivity, I think the National Development Plan, we want to get 100% coverage. You may have teachers thing, you mentioned about 96% already, which is because we're on the plan. So, but you may want them across the country. Yes, that's our ultimate aim, objectives, you may everyone. Okay, so, and you may glad you may got TRPR regulator with them, you may, and we play a very important role. Lo telecommunication in terms of guidelines, advice, policy, hem by advice yumi lo yumi how with regards to accessibility or connectivity.
Thank you, moderator. Me acknowledge all speeches we come out finished with them panelists lo yumi. Lo side lo universal access policy come me emi nometem TRBR sem one implementing agency lo universal access policy with them all operators play me. Just background lem no more. Hemi drafted lo 2013 and hemi launched lo 2014. Lo 2015 you got one first understanding agreement with the mall operator. Hemi aplo increasing coverage lo kata ko rural areas. Call lo universal access policy or some CIO hemi mentioned and finish hemi 98% coverage population coverage lo side lo narrow band with them broadband. And I talk about narrow band, you start refer call voice with them text. I talk about broadband, of course, internet and data. So first undertaking agreement, hemi take place in 2015. Second undertaking agreement, hemi take place in 2021. After the cyclone Harold, we hemi taken place, only step back lo repairable network lo gada. Me want something where you me Vanuatu, you me unfortunate from you me taken 2 steps forward, 1 step back, always. From all natural disasters where you may start facing. Number 3, undertaking agreement, hemi take place in 2022 last year. Hemi address them to all kata areas where you me focus them. Now, all areas where you me start focus lo kata hemi a result of coverage audit where TRBR with them company where you me work with them overseas. Blow identify them throughout all islands you me. All areas here may identified through the coverage audit, more quality of service audit, law 2020. The 4th undertaking agreement where you may obviously start work with them all operator back end, law this year, you may sign them back end law this year, which is the last one before the policy ends, law 1st of January 2024. By him, he cover them up 2 planned areas, but again, also CIO he mentioned them, government must step in. From alone all operators of private sector by having no survey meeting all calls to policy without government stepping in and government giving the support. Place is very important. That you make one policy, of course you must provide them assistance or support them. So important suppose government hemi look plo change some policy small. Plo make them say you me target them right calls where government or road where you may want to work about them. So CIO me touch finish them, lo side lo productive sector. Suppose you may start look lo productive sector, then you must look beyond population. From what these people probably start lo current or lo farm lo kata, be able to make them all calls, be able to access them internet, and be able to sell them all products lo kata online when it comes to e-commerce or trading online. So all challenges where all operators only face them as a private business. Personally, so you put one subly one private business, you always a business and you must make a profit. Yes, you may put some all operators only put network for the island, but mindful say head look at them must have above water, lolly must breathe. From supposedly no breathe, one problem. But you may face them before a problem by a country. So important. Mivla lo sebelum lo TRBR, we work closely with them ogada, lo only push them ogada, but at the same time we monitor them all performance ogada too, to make sure say ogada only stop all time above water, to make them say only have help, lo push them policy lo government, equal on our level we want them. I think good news we have haram say by you work lo policy lo infrastructure sharing, important lo increasing competition lo rural areas especially lo got full up more choices lo consumers lo sabe card lehem lo sabe juice hemi important lehem navla areas where maybe you may sabe look lehem more hemi lo side lo domestic roaming hemi want something where by you may look lehem maybe lo future especially lo time lo disaster it might come handy lo make them say ikat coverage lo area where especially suppose one provider have it down, then you must still disseminate them all information through the other provider equal all the users. And we got plenty of options where you stop. You may start work with them all operator. You work lo areas where you may look say hemi straight lo you may have work with him. At the same time, policy directive lo government, but hemi must be clear, and calls where you may want to achieve hemi must be clear, and they may realistic as well. But you may have a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Lo. Good feedback. Yes, you may everyone say acknowledge him. This got a lot of challenge we stop. The company been expressing more challenge here. CIO to been expressing and TRPR regulator to all challenges here. I mean, we may everyone deal with them. It's an ecosystem of challenges. You not just one type of challenge. You got full up. So now you may talk everyone only give few blog ata ting lo one mo lista walk lehem. Regarding ICT days play so you may open them up the floor and those who list watching you may suppose you've like got some questions, please do email. Okay, so this one is interesting. We have 2 hands already, that which is good. So we have asked him Fred Samuel. So if you have start up with them question blame. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. By me give him some few comments, remarks, support them some little statement where all panelists only talamvenis, and then by me give him some talk namo plo advice, plo panelists namo pe mi plo leaders pli mi lo nation plo oli save listen oli ting lem, and only before we make a decision. I think before me talk, we got 2 statements. One, they make a first one, we want them congratulate them all to the co-host, to them TRR, also all stakeholders, lo industry and development partners, slowly support them, lo you miss host them one ICT day back in this year. So congratulations, lo you left one more. Thank you to us. Lo make a event there, miss happen. Secondly, before me talk, me declare conflict plo me also from CIO, and also me got very close working relationship with them all for a panelist where all is staff, and me walk through me got contract with them 2 or 3 lol kata. Having said that, me one independent consultant, me have talk openly and talk straight. So forgive me in advance in case some talk with me tell them me might not sound good lo you and feel good lem. I think the day me nationalized the days and me stop up lo me talk at all full of citizens all viewers all listen lo me. So I good lo me come out me openly talk from me time lem straight. Full of time I think me talk and me on a 1-to-1 basis. So tayo me talk na kat every money RM. So the day me one good for opportunity play me sa talk. So first time ba me echo mo support them something where all four of panis solitalem. First and foremost, all citizens play me, lo Vanuatu, if I start listen na ya, mo if I stop watch them live stream. 27 years now, me stop lo industry, lo Vanuatu. So me one day me echo some statement where all panelists solitalem. You me must sabe se tayo mi harem tok ya technology or ICT. Some limi mo planti limi Mr. Travel. You me expect them say what you see in Australia, in Thailand, in Singapore, in UK, or other parts of the world by emi work semagno mo lo Vanuatu. In fact, yes and no. In most cases, technology might sound good, is sweet. You go play one technology where you look to Australia or New Zealand, it doesn't necessarily mean that technology pa mi work equally well or condition limi lo Vanuatu. Also, a few panelists only tell them say we live in an archipelago of 83 islands. I don't think you find in one country in the world where we got same kind similar geographical structure. Also, mi lo Vanuatu. Kote mi create mi give me one of the most beautiful places on the challenge in the world. But it does come with its own challenge. So being in the industry up until today, I can tell you, it's one of the most challenging archipelago roll out one infrastructure technology in the world. So that's one thing where you all citizens that demand them all service. And I believe it's not only for technology, but equally well for other services as well. We have to be very mindful that Kote Mikimimi one beautiful land, but the beautiful land come with them all challenges. Transportation, also small islands, power, available to every island, believe me, water supply, the cost of transporting materials to all these islands, and the scattering of population, inhabitants in all these islands. I mean, also, for example, all colleague play me Fiji. Kolkata majority, 80%, Bruce, the CEO of TVL, would probably correct me, but I think 80% of the population live in two major islands, Fiti Levu and Vanuatu Levu, Semaklo, Samoa. Yumi lo Vanuatu emi disputed among, along 83 islands. So it's a big challenge. So you live in one area where me prone to natural disasters like cyclones, volcano, tsunami, so things like that. So that you must talk while you must wish, and you move back for similar type of services la countries la wall. You have to be mindful of that. So I think my first statement me want to tell them, remind them you me everyone. Second talk mo ande talamol say while you may stop demand them all operators blumi including Oju Shao blo deliver services kolol island blumi we have to be very mindful set to operator including ICL as well the submarine cable company. They're profit making companies, and while we're talking and we demand them to provide them service, they need to be able to make profit at the end of the day. From supposedly no profit but go bankrupt or they will have to leave. Nothing is free. So we have to be very mindful that you must have a force but only to a certain limit, only must stop, so they can be able to make the return. And we need them. They employed and they continue to be fat, so you must protect them in interest too. So by I think I first talk mo the talent you me very mindful of. Na mi ko second part lo comment blo mi pa minuto long time numas but something blo you me everyone you meeting about and me have a few leaders play me list listen to live stream. First and foremost, pa mi talamol si the universal access we Mr. talk about. This is a formula, pay and play, since 2013. But I think also CIO me rightly tell him it's about time that we review that model. And while pa you are more expert, palikam review model me want talk we want them really and me I think to the minister to emphasize him is. I think it's about time that the government may step in and may start to fund them all infrastructure. Yeah? Because if you look at the critical infrastructure in the country, hospitals, wharves, airports, all something a government may fund them, private sector. Telecommunication, no supposed to be right, I am meant to be corrected. The telecommunication, no the only infrastructure, critical infrastructure, where an essential one, where private sector may fund them. And with the support of Oju Shao and the UAB policy, that you may push them to place here. So for me, one and foremost, we want them all leaders, probably understand them, say we start, it's about time we start to treat telecommunication, SEMAC, all naval services, also road, wharves and airport. Government needs to start stepping in now and call all areas where they're not profit-making areas. I think I'm now advice for me, number one. Secondly, resilient infrastructure. Despite building and using some of the robust technology, we will always be faced with natural disasters. So we would highly recommend them. The government should look technology, backbone broadband infrastructure. Either use satellite or domestic submarine cable. We definitely need that. It's long overdue. I know it may be costly, but cost blame or benefits blame and outweigh investment blame. So I'm a big fan, I don't know what, but I strongly recommend that the government should consider the domestic cable as soon as possible. So because cyclone will happen every year. And then cyclone come, we know that there'll still be high-speed broadband infrastructure. So Los Samlol main island blimi, especially Sandom, Malakula, and Tana. And then a second one, number three, also Minister Matayami strongly emphasizing the infrastructure sharing. We need to move fast on that one. Regulator more, I think that's for you. I think we need to move fast on that one. It's no use of having 2 or 3 operators climbing at one mountain, building different roads and building towers. For me, that's a duplication or 3 times the cost of rolling out infrastructure, and it does affect to the current cost structure. If you can just have one tower and every post shared, this is good for us. Last advice, pluminum pa mitalmol say, lol navla services, lol navla sector will rely on telecommunication. Every time you go lol navla sector, you demand them telecommunication services. I think the telecommunication services are already there. Yes, sometimes it does fetch salaries, but it's about time that all navla sector too only must come up, because these services that you invest them, you need usage. You need him demand for those services. So important blo all navla sector too, all you must come together, you may work together, blo you may develop a nation, blo you know rolling out of telecommunication service alone in some of these remote areas by no fix him all by no say help him blo all achieve all development goals blo you we establish NSTP. Telecommunication alone will not develop rural areas. We need to go together as a team. And the smart island concept, blo Malakula, is a clear example where all the stakeholders will come together, haninan, ni work together, to develop pluralism technology, rural areas, lo Vanuatu. I think I mo short remarks. Sorry, moderator, me to talk long time. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas. Fred Samuel, me one key person blame la country, lo set lo ICT, and thank you lo feedback, some initiative, will you highlight them? Something we stop and clarification lo all expectation lo sometimes consumer or the public lo all service providers believe me or all regulators believe me. So thank you for that clarification. There's another question in the back.
Thank you for a very enlightening conversation, gentlemen. We got one question that I hope each of you, especially Regulator TLBR, Chief Information Officer, and the representatives from Digicel and Vodafone, our service provider, can address in your own capacities. This question goes specifically to accessibility. Your conversations earlier, you've been talking about planted connectivity. But can I just ask what your plans are, respectively? More importantly, what the plans of the government are in relation to how our disabled people, where, for example, someone who is visually impaired or be partially deaf, how they can navigate through websites, our ICT products, especially the products that you regulate in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. Question? Kim lo develop lo answer.
Suppose me kasamkut question. Me access to ICT services for disability people. It was me one area where me been neglected for so long. But me must tell them. And time we talk about universal access policy. That policy alone, should include them area too. From say every people well only should be covered by that policy. Include them all people with them all special needs. Government on its own, been put some policies in place. Finish law inclusion, law site law all ICT services. But lo site lo all ICT access. Time where you may talk about ICT access, then you may cover them up. Every all citizens, then no you should stop inside him. Maybe lo site lo services now. Well, universal access services, and that is the area where you may should look seriously lemblo how all katabali have accessible services. Where ICT emikat lo emisabe enable all service deliveries lo all kitab lo government. Me been stop discuss with them me vela lo GCIO finish after lo universal access policy we by mural amount. You mean it block one universal access service. Universal service lo you misabe you mista kolam samdia me USP. Universal service policy. That's it. Mi velay I work na blo put in place one of those services. Blo make him say all essential services blo government. all essential services of government, emi must be accessed in one affordable way. The people around Vanuatu only access them, and that includes all people below me will got all special needs. I think by me save answer also me. Thank you.
Thank you. You may got one more question, and you must close to 12:30. So I think we'll take one or two more, and then that we'll wrap it up for today.
Thank you. Thank you all panelists. Thank you all every comments or questions where you must have answer of this. Me want them ask them small about all mobile wallet services play you me the country. So you must have all different products where all financial service all telcos play you me, mobile network operators play me, all stop offer them voice, text, data, mobile service too. He may come inside all someone mobile wallet services. Every time where you may stop, you may look. All numbers, all families, will call RC, all increase. After remittance, you come back to the country, he may be one. But you look, line low post office, low Western Union agents play me, line long one. Naya pa you may do stop naya, line mi service long one is stop now ya. Hemi one reality lo you may to Vanuatu. Family time where hemi want them send them money come, hemi face them. Face small hard time, let me send them money come. Pe all mobile network operators play you me only cattle service play kata where me mobile wallet. One am now hemi plan blow all mobile network operators play you me blow only touch some audience ya. One am now hemi plan blow kata. From you me tell them say solwata is tap close up neck now, but then you have to be innovative in somehow. That's one. Another one, hemi also small business play me around Vanuatu. Hemi got one plan play you have put one QR code or some screen every network all agents play me. Tete time when we want to go to Unelco, we scan them QR code play me Unelco, hemi retrieve him every information play me. Are there any plans play you introduce some QR codes also small business or agents play you vala? Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the first one is the a mobile wallet. For Vodafone, we have 72 agents across Vanuatu that have mobile wallet agents, where you can go and where customers can go and register and be able to receive money as well in terms of international money transfer. From New Zealand, Australia, we have Rocket Remit, we have ClickX, and recently we've launched M-Pesa from Fiji, where people can send, or relatives can, or families can send money straight to your mobile number, or your Mbatu, for that matter. And I'm sure it's similar for my colleague. So that gives, that's digital inclusion. So that's already in progress. I know there's a lot of awareness that needs to be done, and also digital literacy as well, and in teaching people in the villages, in the islands, of how to use them. So that's also a challenge, and the team is working hard on that. Number two is the QR payment. We've started rolling out QR payment for your info. You go to Dynamic, you can pay with your QR code. You go to a hardware in Trade and Farm, you'll see a QR code there, you can pay with that, and other businesses that we are already looking into. So definitely mobile wallet will be a big thing and a big changer, a game changer this year. Thank you.
Thank you for feedback.
Thank you for your question. As Bruce said, I think initially there are two main factors here that is impacting the or affecting the mobile financial services. First one is awareness, that is for sure. and we both are investing in increasing the awareness about the service. This is one, but I think more importantly than the awareness is the trust in the service. And if we look at how many people have bank accounts, for example, we're still relatively behind. So I think it will take some time before we increase the awareness, and more importantly, for people to trust the service. This goes in line with increasing the network in terms of agents, in terms of merchants, and more importantly, in terms of users, the number of users. So we're both working on that. That is for sure. It is growing. That's 100%. I can confirm that, at least from my side as Digicel. It will take time. I think it will be a little bit slow, but I think it will grow very fast in the near future. Having said that, I think the government has a major role to play here through raising the awareness and increasing the confidence in the service to the public. We're already in discussions with the Reserve Bank, and I think they are very supportive of the initiative. But again, I think the government needs to take the lead here. For example, the salaries, any sort of payments, the government needs to push and encourage people to use. Then once we build this trust and we increase the awareness, it will fly. You look at other markets, you look at Fiji, for example, it's a huge market for this. And you take into consideration the number of RACs going to New Zealand and Australia. This is excellent mean for them to send money in a much cheaper way. So we were working on the awareness. It will take time to build the trust. But again, I request the government to lead in this perspective, and I think we'll get there.
But me come back lo one question with one comment lo Fred Samuel today me meet him talk about domestic level, and then me come lo one of my colleague lo panelist talk about me government me got project lo domestic level plan me stop. Me vilai make him ko kasem lo stage lo feasibility study. Me vilai kasem cost plan finish. Me vilai even kasem lo stage lo intention lo funding lo donors play me. Me will look at small hiccups lo side lo all current legislations where me bind them government with them all stakeholders blame. Lo pa me will straight me once me straight me then by me advance some project lo domesticable play me ko. COVID me bin come me disturb me small time. But me also lo before me complete, me finish by me start the backpack project lo domesticable. For sure, government me no leko me from me service a full bandwidth lo internet to ICL me kare me kam kaso lo Vanuatu. Me mainly enjoyed by people of the Villa, but all citizens play me lo all islands so you know karam full benefit lo people bandwidth. So that is the reason why government me intend to link him more than 10 islands with them domestic submarine cable. Me will look at the operator with me on board with them all men donors play me. Then for sure, me will make me. Narrow something when me want them tell them lo site pro infrastructure sharing. And then by me launch one site lo wika. Thank you lo Scott. Mr. Puti me na. And then by me Emily di me lo site lo me long lo site lo wallet wana mo government mi stop trial amount na ya ami wana mo mi stop mo smart island and na mi ista happen lo wiki atu mi vila ka 20 mi stop poli travel ko lo Malakula one lol something where you may find out lo smart island say how you may have teach more people play me blow only trust them all digital solutions play me. And before you trust them, you must give him digital literacy lol kita. From say boy mi kolayalan, boy mi find out say full up lol citizens play me or starting say internet and me Facebook ya now. Facebook and me internet ya now. You finish, you know mo something back again. So you Mr. Trump lo teach mo kata lo taram say no, there's more than Facebook. You have use internet plo make memia. You have use internet plo make memia. And also you must teach mo kata. Plo how plo you use internet plo kata. How li key mo information plo kata. Mo you must teach mo kata plo talam lo kata se. One information na mi secure. Mo one information na mi no secure plo you putum no internet. So full upload something and now li come together plo make him say citizens plo Vanuatu sometimes me feel really reluctant. Plo you use mo mobile wallets only available in the market. You make many of them, so much of them. But you mean Vanuatu, you need to teach me, talem say traditional way. You must transact. I think by you must start to go with them. You must embrace them. All new digital financial solutions will start. You must satisfy one. You must call them digital financial digital inclusion or financial inclusion. So miklat sa lawik ya ba yimi ko mikemelo sort molecular once we satisfy them then by yimi start floral modlo every island of Vanuatu and hopefully minimo se after lemia ba all citizens of Vanuatu po embrace full one all solutions ya. Thank you.
Thank you. Lo haremol could la progress with to happen. Okay, so I think Scott, we got one question.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks very much for the panel for the enlightening discussion. I just wanted to ask one quick question, I suppose. In the transition between the sort of current policy and looking and which is focused on voice, and then obviously moving into the data world, I'd like to hear if there was just any, key suggestions from the panel on addressing some of those backhaul issues, some of those connectivity issues, because that's the big challenge. And I'd also just like to understand how that is already happening over the period. So if there was any data on, current gigabyte use per month or something like that, I think that would be really helpful to understand that challenge going forward. Because obviously voice services requires, a certain level of infrastructure, but thinking more and more about 4G and data connectivity requires more in the way of backhaul. So I'm interested in that part of the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott.
Let me just give a small comment on that. I hope it will help somehow to, a brief on, how the links from the operators linking the islands. Coming from the technical background, our islands are separated by water, and the longest link in Vanuatu via microwave is about 160 kilometers between two islands. This means the antennas on the tower are massive. They're more than 3 meters in diameter, if I'm right. Whenever we face a cyclone, these links will go down definitely. And this is what we're experiencing every month. That's when the government thought, it's better to introduce something different, a domestic cable, to link these islands so we get rid of the big antennas. Whenever we have a small cyclone or small wind, it will not disrupt the links between the islands, and we still maintain accessibility within the island where the submarine cable lands. This is a big improvement if we have the submarine cable happening in Vanuatu, the project.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Scott, for the question. I think apart from the submarine cable to connect the islands, there's also another option that we're using is a satellite backhaul using VSAT, Pacific VSAT as backhaul, and we've managed to bring up a couple of sites with that, so it doesn't depend on transmission, traditional transmission radios, and that's working pretty fine. In terms of capacity, up to Santo, we, close to a gig down to south, around half a gig. Yeah, so, yep, I hope I've answered your question on that.
Yes, so there obviously some good progress happening in the background. There's one hand's been going out there for a while, so maybe that's the final hand for today. Yep, so if we can please stand up and ask your question so we...
Thank you, Robert from TRBR. Just echoing Fred's comment on the cable. Thank you, OTCIO, the CIO for updating us. Hopefully we can get that going because the microwave issues. So the cable is under the water and it's safe. So the hurricane comes, it's still okay. My second question rather is the universal access policy. Do we have anything for universal access to electricity? Universal access to financial inclusion policies? Because the problem with universal access, electricity, is most of the towers are dependent on solar. And if we have a lot of cloud, all the towers go off. And the perception of the people in the islands is there's no coverage. But actually the tower is such right there in front of them. But they don't have any, they're not getting any signals. And the issue is electricity. So, do we have a universal access for access to electricity, universal access to financial inclusion? Thank you.
That is a very tough question. I don't have that answer for you, to be honest with you. The universal access to energy. I know that the government has a plan. The plan is to cover the population of Vanuatu by 2030, for every population of Vanuatu to have access to proper electricity infrastructure. And I don't think that this includes the towers, because most of the time the towers are located outside the villages where the policy will be targeted, because the policy will target only villages where people live. So, question bleu, I think by me masakem kolo department blo energy, where kata now li look at them lo site play me lo energy, lo talem se ikat anywhere where you may subsidize them power blo operator. And me not think up to today we have received any subsidy in regards to power funds. And the fuel, yeah, the fuel also. So, Robert, I think that the question is tricky, and the answer might be tricky also. Yeah. So, I will leave for reflection for all of us, and yeah, that's it. But
yeah, I think we might have to have wireless power. Anyways, thank you. I think that's for government to deliberate and probably come up with some assistance on that for the operators and also for our rural dwellings. I think there was a workshop last week with the ministers discussing on climate, energy and all that. So hopefully something good is coming out from there. But I just wanted to make a last note on one of the challenges I think we both missed, or we missed, was the skills, okay? The skills or labor movement that's happening now with our RSC. For us, we've lost a few skilled workers, and this is a big issue now in the Pacific. Not only in Vanuatu, I've spoken to Fiji, I've spoken to other countries, people are moving. And I think government needs to review this, whether to allow, people who are only in the villages that don't have work to go, or is it, so, and that affects the skill level. For example, riggers who climb towers, they are very, they have to be trained. They have to be certified to be able to climb towers, and that affects our service operations as well when the skilled people move. Okay, so that's skill movement or through RSC. Maybe CIO can or regulator can add more on this.
Just one comment. I will definitely not comment on the energy part, but what I would say is we definitely need to give credit to these guys when it comes to telecommunications and the regulatory. If you compare telecommunications with other services, definitely the telecommunications well ahead of any industry in Vanuatu. It's very well regulated, it's very well controlled, and more importantly, very, very, very much competitive. So, and this helps the people of Vanuatu. These guys make sure that you have very sustainable, good quality of service. You look at the service, I've been in this business for over 20 years. Definitely, the quality of service in Vanuatu is relatively very good. If you look at the technology that is available in Vanuatu, we're there. We're missing 5G, which I personally feel it's too early for Vanuatu. In terms of requirements, 4G can provide the service or the requirements that the country needs. But again, I think the telecommunication industry in Vanuatu is one of the leading in terms of regulatory and in terms of the services offered to the people of Vanuatu and in terms of competition as well. So I would like to thank OGCIO and I would like to thank Brian for their incredible support. They're very, very understanding, very supportive, and they are there and they are always protective of the people of Vanuatu, which I really appreciate. So thank you, gentlemen.
Well done. Give a big clap to our CIO and DRPR for the great service. All right, I know a few more hands are going up, but we said 12 now, I think, which is hitting 1 o'clock now. So we'll wrap it up. I just want to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists. Thank you for your input. Thank you for sharing your ideas. And of course, the audience for your questions. If you still have any burning questions, please feel free to email them to our regulator here, and we can work with that. But until next meeting next year for the next event, we would just like to thank you for your time and spent with us, for your input. You've been very interactive, so thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, our panelists and our moderator. Can we give another round of applause to the, please? Just an announcement. Mitalian first time finish. There's no break, no lunch break, no afternoon tea break. So lunch is ready outside. If you feel that, you have to get something to keep you going inside the room, please grab a plate and get some food and then come back inside. Sit down outside, you come back inside. You after you listen to all panelists. To our viewers online, thank you so much for still there and following us and keeping burning questions coming. We need those questions to come. While you guys are going to get some food, I am inviting the next panel on stage. Our next panel session is on affordability. And we are asking for our moderator, Ms. Georgian Tasso, Program Manager at the Australia Vanuatu Governance for Growth Program, to come up on stage. And also Mr. Brian Winchie, the regulator, telecommunication, radio communication, broadcasting regulator, Ms. Jessica Tarivonda, from the she's the Deputy Director, Department of Customs and Inland Revenue. Ms. Mini Bani, Acting Chief Executive Officer from the Vanuatu Foreign Investment Authority. and Mr. Whitnall Pencor, the President of Social Media Association of Vanuatu. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists and our moderators for the session on affordability. Full of time, you may got a lot of complaints, questions raised about cost of internet lo Vanuatu, cost of calls, and cost of all mobile all devices where you may pay more get all shops, like your mobile phones, your tablets, your laptops. Make them say you have access to all digital services. This panel by me discuss a lot all protection all areas here. So, pagkakin Mr. Askem regulator, lo TRPR play come to stage, mo to Whitnall Pencor, pos Mr. RM Yumi, Mr. Someplace, please you make them way play blogam, so no tem panel play Yumi today. All kita will stop take them kakai outside, please you take them kakai play after you come back inside. You may need to panel session and we must go. Unfortunately, you may need to give him break from, you may get a lot of interesting discussions and you may want them continue with them all discussions no more koko kasi same time we may finish the one time where you may supposed to finish. You may where you may stop, even suppose we stop online, I think by you do have a contribute lo evaluation all panel sessions to you may through scanning block QR code where list of putum lo Malaysia. Please, me ask him contribution to you, and you may stop the room, you may stop attend in person. Tamul QR code only go out the screen, please. You will scan him and put him in all feedback to you for all panel session. By me help him, you me. I mean first time me will make him this ICT day, and hopefully by me one platform where by me Zoom lo lies we stop come. So by me now give him time lo panel discussions and me give him mic lo moderator to you me. Thank you, Thomas.
Good afternoon, Loyume everyone back in, and happy ICT Day. I'm privilege to serve moderating this panel. Story and Loyume tete, but you may talk about affordability, the challenges of affordability, especially focusing on device and connectivity. You be fortunate you may serve the regulator Blo TRBR with us here today. Acting CEO Blo VIPA, Ms. Minibani, and Deputy Director Blo Rate and Tax, Customs Rate and Tax. Okay. But you missed that story and Blue but me ask him, Mr. Winji, regulator. Suppose you have a story about walkabout Blo TRBR, also regulator Blo service providers, Lo Vanuatu. One am now hemi work where TRBR hemi stop making Blo insurance there is a level or competitive playing field between service providers to ensure that while only go ahead with them businesses by only survey still earning one profit at the end of the day. And on the flip side, one MTR hemi make him blow insurance the services that are received by our end users at the end of the day hemi affordable. You may understand, say, got some instances where we have the service before us, but because some parts of it are expensive and some consumers are left out. So me ask him you blow give him think blow you lo how TRBR hemi navigate inside lo space blow affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you lo question. First of all, me want to introduce him to the act where start publicity. One act, we call them Telecommunication, Radio Communications and Broadcasting Regulation Act number 30 of 2009, and we amended how many times finished, below addressing all gaps inside. Second act, we Telecommunication Act, CAP 106. Act here, we Telecommunication Act, we start with the Prime Minister's Office, also Ministry below ICT, and Outlaw Act here now, only take them out market part him, only form him Telecommunications Act here. Sorry, Telecommunications, Radio Communication and Broadcasting Act number 30 of 2009. Yeah. So only separate the market with them all narvala something we stop. Then we talk about content. Content them is stop inside the Narvala Act, lo Cap 106, the Telecommunication Act. Market numo hemi come out. Lo one regulator hemi sa regulate them all business or telecom company where is stop inside the Vanuatu and we operate legally inside the Vanuatu. Work plo TRBR, which is mandated by Act here, hemi plo implement them or enforce them all provisions where stop inside the Act, the TRBR Act. Mainly lo side lo market. Hemi look lo operator lo make sure say got any anti-competitive behavior where hemi stop go around the market, especially between all the operators. And you make sure say all services will he provide them. Hemi must provide them according to cost. They must, according to cost will he got, or over undercharge them, or overcharge them. All services. So every tariff where before all is put automatically customers who publish him, mivla lo TRBR mivla mas analyze and stamp lo give him okay lo geda lo say yes emi okay lo you save put automatically consumers play you. Now inside the Act 2 hemi talem say all operators only cut right lo save increase him tariff lo geda suppose necessary but not more than 20% lo 1 year. Hemi one provision we stop inside the Act. You mean all the time, semi dalam say lo TRBR lo 2020, 2021, you mean work lo two models finish where you mean say monitor all services, all price lo services with them, all profitability all companies where they operate in Vanuatu. One you call them cost modeling, another one price modeling, all services. You mean say usum tool ya, I mean one tool where he very dynamic. And when I make karam all information ni kam lo operator, you just insert them the tools. You look say yes service here he charge according to cost. Maybe one people or something work where you be make them you be developing tools here. You mean no develop them one or two in country no more. You be develop with them all counterparts or partners where you make a relationship with them overseas from expertise block up. You may come up with a tool. You may make him say hemi workable inside the country play me, and me shoot me. Me want them also go inside the side affordability. That you may talk about affordability. One them now hemi affordability. And me want before question there. From you may stop telling me say service hemi no affordable, but where now you may draw him line say hemi no affordable, hemi affordable. From the basic definition of affordability, so you call internet, but say one cheap service, or it could be an expensive service, but a person where he current service he got enough money or salary where he have meet him service, even though it's expensive, but it's affordable to him. So definition of affordability, you need to understand them too. So one affordability, where you may throw him line. Say hemi affordable and hemi not affordable. One best practice is you mean 2021 we will like carry out one consultation affordability lo Vanuatu. Consultation ya you may find out say all services hemi affordable or no got. Report hemi stop online. You may pace lo one best practice where you and commission hemi adopt them. Only call them 1 for 2. 1 for 2. Hemi minimum 1 gigabyte for 2% of your salary. Suppose salary blue you, hemi have 2% of that salary, hemi have a meeting 1 cost 1 gigabyte, then hemi affordable. That's one of the minimum. The tele country, 98% of subscribers plus mobile phones, hemi all prepaid customers. Only 2% hemi postpaid. And this 98% customers. All katana lista give money go operator, helping me develop further. And this 98% of customers only accessible all bundling services. For example, you full up 500 Vatu, you talk free for 1 week. And Posikon said all bundles will you provide them, digital Vodafone, already 300 Vatu, 400 Vatu, you access 1.5 gigabits, sorry. So you in other way, you pass them limit ya finish where you and only one best practice where you and commission emi set emi staff emi adapt them say emi affordable suppose 2% of your salary emi sabe pay 1 gigabyte of data. Now pos you look lo minimum wage emi staff 2% of your minimum wage emi hamas about 700 vatu around there. So it depend on how you may divine them affordability and where you may a country you may set a mark you may say this is affordable and this is not affordable. But suppose me affordable finish, then maybe you may have a use one naval award say how can it go cheaper? And you may have a pursue so you mean law telecom industry by me have tell them say it's the fastest growing sector inside Vanuatu. For the last 10 years, lo 2008 where you introduce some competition in Cam, you must pay one SIM card lo 5,000 watu. Tete SIM card he menokat valuable. You pay credit no inside lo SIM card we stop. So price me tropic one. Lo site lo wholesale services for example, before competition, me remember me $3,000 lo 1 meg lo 1 monies over the satellite. Tete price me $65 through the submarine cable. Lo site lo all tariffs, especially lo data well consumers list up access them. Tete you must have been some lo postpaid me around 0.1 fatu lo me average price lo 1 meg and also 0.2 fatu lo prepaid. So every time me stop reduce as you must go despite all challenges where all operators have talent. But you may always work with them. Look, if profit margin play you that big, you have to reduce it. You must pass it to local consumers. And when I was work with me, let's stop working all the time.
Thank you, regulator. But you agree with me? Say price or affordability hemi largely increase, price blow connectivity hemi drop over the years.
You must understand them say price where you give him only give him consumers. Hemi no come one factor no more. The cost of infrastructure together where hemi call out rural areas. So you may talk about universal access, policy, implementation. Hemi take him into cost too. So see me look good. Me give me one for example. A tower like one where you stop the tourist, low. That tower with them logistics, everyone included, time me build the tower, me cost around 40 million vatu. And now all consumers lo place lo one manis maybe only pay only revenue only provided me come out lo tower ya me about 10,000 vatu. See, the return of investment lo operator will start to talk here. Me very difficult to achieve him. So what happened? Subsidization must come somewhere. And then become the town, or areas, town living. So that's why, Puskaban hemi look lo narrow way, you may address universal access policies, hemi build infrastructure that will reduce the cost of capex, and then you may reduce in prices, lo consumers, so reducing prices. So one low all cost hemi infrastructure cost lo country, and operation cost hemi one narrow factor because setting lo country me hemi so different law in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, regulator. Let me ask him, Deputy Director, Blow Department of Customs. I'm getting this right now. First time I tell him Inland Revenue, but it's Customs. Me want them harem ting you. Given that you would act in a way as a gatekeeper, like Mini does, for devices that are imported into the country. Me understand say role blow department blue hemi blow assessable taxes, levies on a wide range of things, including stuff that is imported into the country. Now all devices where you use them that is critical to ICT, for example, mobile phones, laptops, tablets, TV screens. Before only display molgata inside the computer world or CW or any other shop, only must be subject to some taxes or levies that are imposed by your department. You have a story on how you've like assess them all taxes here, and if there is any thought or consideration to affordability, law all service operators will barely distribute them all mobile phones here and all these devices, and also all consumers at the end of the day will barely look lo store, barely current bloli want the pem blow. You may front, you may walk about inside the digital world there. Thank you, Deputy Director.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, moderator. Good for question. I think first of all, by me introducing me, name me Jessica Tarifonda, and me represent the Department of Customs and Revenue. I think you need to go back to question, question, me very good. I think by me take me back to nature, work for Department of Customs and Revenue. Customs and Revenue, you may administrate and 15 laws. And one of it, you may Customs Act, where we look out them, where you may implement them the border. So specifically, the side law importation law devices, you may acknowledge them too, say, TRBR may exist a step way where you may facilitate them trade. Single window, suppose you may aware of them. TRBR through law importation law devices. When you come through law TRBR, you may make sure say you got certification through law any equipments or any devices where you may import them. TRBR should certify before clearance can be done. It depends on one importer where he import them devices. Just basically the border protection of devices. And coming back from tax, Department of Customs too also say objective may exist all time. You may facilitate them trade, and also you may protect them revenue of Vanuatu, and also you may department you got all concessions we stop where we believe say got all projects we government to him stop in back lahem. More sometimes you may support them. You may give them all support to all concessions, especially under the project, law infrastructure. And also the cyber tax, meeting all devices, also more laptop, since you may be reviewing tariff or HS law 2022, you may be consider price and also one factor where you may all consumer, you may face one challenge, the cyber ICT. So meeting all laptop, may be reduced plenty, it come down to 0%. So also, me want to go back to definition, pro affordability. Also, regulator me been divine and finish. Affordability me want me got big meaning lehem. Low way where suppose you look today, how you may all users, you got full up different users. You may categorize under different groups. We have business houses, we have individuals. You got individuals, you may apply law, where you live rural, you may urban, where you may live urban, and also all stakeholders. So you may got two big support providers, where you live Vodafone and DGCL. So again, we can back to affordability. I mean one big talk, how you may define them, in terms of value, where one consumer, may afford to pay one item. And the law market, but you may look at me. Affordability, me less challenge or some challenges. Blame me stop the way where you may look at research. Me so findings. Me so say globally, especially for example, South Pacific Islands, this geographical location where me face up with them. So you may look low income earners. Police have afford to pay. Only no have afford to pay. Mobile also you may high income earners. So that's how you may have a rule line say challenges where, for example, sometimes one devices will have SaaS, but because of the quality, one consumer has got willingness to pay. All right, compare one low income earner, even though he want them pay, but he not afford them. All right. So that's one background look me lo side for the ball. And suppose you come lo side tax, yes, me confirm him say compare lo before you come, you may cut all tariff rates will increase lo side all computer devices, for example, or laptops or computer accessories, And currently, every rate may go down to 0%. Apart from maybe mobile phones, where maybe in future, suppose you miss a very review tariff in 5 years time, maybe by you look at mobile phones, where meeting some mobile phones or luxury, and still start 15%. So that's one thing where government we must consider. I suppose me right. Suppose me one way forward. You must have address some affordability. Yeah. Yes, I think with them, I'm here with them about the nature of the workload department. I have some challenges. For me want them listing to side look for me also one consumer, and also one me represent one agency. Yeah, falling back like COVID-19, but you may look experience where you may face for example, during the COVID-19 lockdown, you may look. Business continuity plan, you must activate him. Public service, you must announce him, you must activate him on business plan. So make him say, every agency, you must establish house. For example, you mean the Department of Customs and Revenue, cyber operation law, collection law revenue, customs and one essential service, you make sure you facilitate them trade, you protect them board at the same time, you collect them revenue block government. So every offices, all workers only must establish house for access ICT, right? For enforcement compliance and also for connect law, collecting revenue, but they stay at home. So you may look one challenge is where you may face similar time and connectivity. Just because we have only 2 providers and you may look every man only establish house only link inside the internet. So that time became one challenge the side law connectivity. Slow side accessibility law connections. So that's one challenge where that's from my observation. Huh? And also another challenge where you must have a look at the law market from geographical locations. We will Vanuatu. One challenge the way where we have low income earners, high income earners, and you may look study for example. We've been reading through law, one research with me finding yesterday, the South Pacific Islands, or law and commoners now only offline because only no survey afford them one mobile phone, for example. Only no survey afford them data. All right? So you mean low town, to group of people, you mean where you got high income, you mean survey afford them. So you mean that's all challenges where me survey list him law. Now, yeah. As you historian Nico, and also I can also see we come from different backgrounds. Some you make them salary, some low income earners, some that only not got opportunity. So affordability me one challenge. Reality me one challenge. Low way where through low internet service where you may not afford them, through low different backgrounds or challenges you may come from in terms of income, and also connectivity too, as we mentioned in Venice, remote island. For example, you may want the future, you go to another provinces, flow. You may got meeting, you may got also slow access low connectivity. And I may come by a challenge the one you may not blame him to the provider, but I mean to do with them finance. How we can, have financial support, plus support them on infrastructure, plus support them on connectivity. For example, plus increase them both brand. Suppose you got in a finance or one department, and you got in a budget, plus have a finance and connectivity needs, plus support them connectivity. So connectivity, I mean one challenge too. How you mean one department or one agency where you may want to link it to another provinces. Look cattle meeting, you may look, I got slow down. Connectivity, you may not clear. So I may come back. One you may how you may manage more budgets, you may more how you may survey for them all connectivity needs where each agency have a need team. Or could be one individual have a need team. All right? So maybe got some recommendation where look for me, where me believe say well challenges here you miss have address him since COVID have come. ICT have become one common use inside the economy where but you may look say trade law high commerce increase. People only shop through internet. You may trade through internet, through the e-commerce, and no place na you may look say got all issues you may first have the connectivity. So lohemia, especially suppose you where you live back in rural areas, maybe they would face more challenge the slow of internet. So me lo recommendation, let me face one where after a lesson learned through all challenges, meeting the government, we should also tap in the way where we go back to legislations, especially the side law department under the Ministry of Finance, Customs and Revenue, suppose the future through the government policies, suppose you miss a very few tariffs, blow address some issue, blow devices, where you miss a very decimal tariffs, especially the mobile phones. Where tariff is still step and up, you might consider me also one policy where government should look law, you reduce some tax through the tariff mobile devices. In order to you pass some cost to consumer, you must afford one mobile or one device. Apart from that, another recommendation where stop is you may look affordability, it may depend to law production cost. To support the telecommunication company, let's say Telecom, Vodafone and Digicel, they also have challenges. So I believe government should come in and support the way we support infrastructure and regulator Venice. To the company, to the challenges where you should know them and the government should tap in law, support them in infrastructure. For example, you may understand them cell towers only very expensive. So government must role blame. The one way where you support them telecommunication in Vanuatu through the infrastructure. In order to make accessibility, quick connectivity throughout Vanuatu, the rural and urban areas. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Very insightful information. Thank you. Me now ask him, Acting CEO Blovipa, given that you also play the role of a gatekeeper for foreign investment in the country, but you may give a hypothetical scenario. Suppose today you make one application for another service provider coming into the country. One am now VIPA by Hemi Mekem to ensure that these particular service provider by Hemi got one friendly environment, Blohemi Save operate, Blohemi Save got that affordability, Blohemi set them up business Blohem, and at the same time, like working with TRBR and customs, how now by you, the work that you do, Hemi, water down to our end consumers to ensure that the services they receive at the end of the day are affordable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Law question where me stop. Me introduce me one back again. Mini Bani, Mr. Posema, acting CEO law Vanuatu Foreign Investment Promotion Agency. All right. So by me start off with them scenario where moderator me ask him me, and then by me expand them responsible me call affordability of ICT services in general. Overview lo one where you may lo investment you may look and the progress that has been made so far. Okay, so suppose one application may come in, one narrow competitor, for example, may want to come in or service provider. First something where important to note them, the fact that Vanuatu, like all narrow panelists, with them all moderator all previous sessions only talk about, got one very unique setting. scattered, yes, you got geographical challenges, blame of all scattered islands, blame and more importantly now, market size, blame already quite small. Suppose you talk personally with them to operators, yeah, but you come to find them how now to manage to making profits, low end day afterward to run them every expenditures, low operations, start low tourist kasem down low night. So market size is small. But you must have advice, or you must have look first time say viability blow one new proposal come inside, whether by him he come inside, he ask him blow go big, also digital or Vodafone. I think lo place by me find him say one operator by no save coming low level here from to operators way stop. He face some challenges finish. You make cut also small ICT or telecommunication type services where by me say talemsem all internet provider you me well stop you make at all smaller ones well get all you find them one space block come in you provide them all products block get I call all consumers after you me look say okay service me run so me setting blehem yes you me work with them TRBR lo site blow suppose one request to come through from TRBR by him, give him exemption, all discussions is have happened in the background, blame is have not give him exemption, sorry, give him license, and then you may say, okay, application is have come through, you may roll blame him, blow register him. Narafala something where me like him to the panelists, he talk about finish. Excuse me, regulator hemi define him very well, hemi affordability. So, suppose you may come back, let's say the foreign investment, by me tell them all sense. Okay, in general, you may talk about all consumers, but let's say the foreign investment, somebody coming in, hemi make him one business play him. Now, yeah, by him, must really work him out product plan where by him offer him. Hemi might cut one fantastic product where hemi want to offer him lo Vanuatu for the people. And you make Vinis plante proposals or plante ting. But challenge now hemi profitability blahem and day and pricing with him by putum lo product blahem ya. So you make him say by some lo you me by you miss have say yes you miss have afford them laptop, you miss have afford a mobile phone, but then time you me want them accessing one particular service price blahem by you miss say oh price blow say for example, internet per month is as tumas or health product that we may access them through the platform like ICT is as tumas or one, for example, side education, one school or one trainer where we want to give him training through the ICT platform yeah, solely, purely online. By him one expensive undertaking. So again, hemi depend lo one kind service where hemi come inside after range blow focus blow provider ya lo certain customer where hemi stop mark him. So he come back again, but look him say yes. While and hemi me glad to mas but look him say over the years when me stop inside lo VIPA, you may look big for the progress that may happen lo side blow ICT sector. You may look UAP, Universal Access Policy, and me hit him target plan, and me go coverage, and me go throughout the full Vanuatu. And for all consumers in general, I mean one big full achievement, whereby me must proudly, also more narvala panelists only talk about them. Challenge play you mean now, yeah. Hemi blow identify for investment, identify all services where all is have make use lo ICT platform, yeah. After how now you must have a deal with them affordability plus services here throughout Vanuatu. Education with them health, only benefit big ones, suppose you must have a go inside law. For example, e-health services also I think lo Fiji and me provide them. You mean not yet. Again, challenges blow setting lo Vanuatu and me come in play lo plesia. So by me mistake lo one recommendation where regulator italem mo mi harem tulo al previous panel and mi government you step in lo site lo government infrastructure you subsidize them lo plesia then by me look him say maybe by cut release the burden below price, yeah, the consumer after everybody have participate. Also, by you have got more services where all this have come in terms of foreign direct investment, where all this have provide them all platform law, you all consumers law, yes, got access law, all not something, for example, online shopping, all simple something, all same no more, you got plenty opportunities lehem. One naravla something when we know them say, while progress pro ICT hemi develop so fast and we go forward with him plante narafala sectors play you me he still got disconnect with them all narafla key services or developments. For example, we've been picking up one question blow, one challenging question blow, one law all members or sorry, one participant when we ask him about if there is a universal access policy, why not universal energy policy or universal what else? From it makes sense no more say suppose you make at hemia, you want them full coverage. Then every naravla services whereby enable them ICTs blow hemi save push them development of Vanuatu, hem too should stop lo semak road. So by me join them regulator blow tell them say yes, government stepping in to subsidize infrastructure for provide them service while all operators only come in and they use infrastructure where we stop, by me one good for la way forward. And me happy to know them say to the operators operating in this unique environment which is Vanuatu, only Kambla looks have importance for infrastructure sharing as well. So with the more developments place here, you may stop advance, but I think you can plan the work yet, you may cover them up. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas Minilo. Very, very insightful information where you give him. We got one last question where me putum lo floor suppose any three lo you've like want them address him. Question lo me hemi call sem you me save say you me stop also UN hemi classify you museum the most vulnerable country in the world. We have had our fair share of cyclones, volcanic eruptions. We have had COVID just happened in the past, and there's always something happening. Ikat any plans? Lo each lo respective offices blow ensure that affordability by him always stop in the face of, let's say for example, if a cyclone strikes us tomorrow. One now all office play got in place, blow insurance all products, these ICT products, for example, the services, ICT services, where TRBR, Department of Customs and VIPA, you may work together, blow regulate them by hemi somehow always affordable. Again, the big question, how is it going to be affordable to our end users, not only our end users, but the service providers as well? Is there a plan in place, or are there any plans for how we're going to address that in the near future? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for the question. I think from my perspective, law agency when we come lohem, we've been sharing finish all challenges, but looking forward to way forward, loss of affordability. Also, you mentioned about how about one disaster tomorrow or one cyclone, or one earthquake tomorrow. How now? But you miss have a help. Lo department. I think say katol plan Mr. Finish also me mentioned finish on laptops and other accessories, so list of 0% finish. But plan as looking forward for future. We believe say mobile devices. I mean one device where you should address them could be in 5 years time, or it depend law agency. It depend on how agency it is and through the support of TRPR, maybe you must have taken also one agency, or you must have addressing the policy, the cyber tariff, the cyber mobile devices. But otherwise, you may not have also one action plan for the next 5 years. Then you may review tariff, but you may look mobile accessories, reduce tariff. That's a plan that we need to look at to ensure you may meet him the people's plan for ICT for all. Also nara step up where department should come in, facilitate them trade, the ICT equipment that are coming to support all border protection or border units or department in all time. You may apply more trade measures, but make sure you may facilitate them any equipment that we would need agency for the coverage in Vanuatu. For example, previously, the cyclone hit. Department have also established some central agency all time to ensure we facilitate them trade, low-way infrastructure, communication, telecommunication service, or utility equipment that are coming in. You ensure you facilitate them. Low-way one trader or one importer, I may receive him no time, no disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Me like Adam Nomor, one of I think Tarakta Misatalam say single window me play one very important role. Blow me fast track all processes, especially process lo government lo kata lo border. Thank you lo opportunity where you miss have connect through lo single window. Lo government he miss have control them one where me come inside lo country. Yeah, important lo make sure say these devices supposed to be affordable, but then at the same time you protect them all consumers. You mean from no good tomorrow you pay one where he no standard, establish standard, and then he go face some problem, and then by he waste money blame. So things like this me contribute to one bigger picture. At the same time, because we talk about affordability, look at the behavior of spending for consumers as well. With the price of fuel we have increase, the consumers are prioritize spending lehem. Which one have priority, which one have no priority. So full of something have increase the price. Consumer have thinking twice, plus spend them how much this, how much that, and that. So have one factor too, you think about especially consumers, all operators, all service providers, they only provide them all service blogger, only think when something where they look lehem, consumer spending behavior, look lehem. And most of the time, only monitor them too, average revenue per user where only spend them locada. This something where at least look lehem. Only looks profitability is become low in an area because we can only have a segregated market into many different segments. Young people, older people, or people with special needs, and they can see the spending behaviors. And again, it comes to affordability and then how you prioritize spending for you as one consumer. You have spend the money for you one right way.
All right. Thank you, lo. Yes, scenario where we start more responses where to the colleague panelists giving Venice. Also, we understand in Vanuatu hemi quite vulnerable or natural disasters, investment hemi cross cutting. So work plumivela depend big one now lo one all narfla colleague agencies so make them say consumer or even investor lo end day by hemi save put them out one price lo service play him where consumer by hemi feel comfortable blah for them. So me depend big one lo one will get only make him. Just one narafla something no more some going forward lo all work where me fala lo vipa stop make him. You may start them some reforms within the agency lo side say by me look more roles play you me only become more prominent law. How now you may promote them specific sectors for investment in Vanuatu and ICT by me always remain one of the key sectors for investment where under law services sector where you may look say by hemi biggest enabler blow all narafala so small narafala development blow happen. So with them hemi me take an opportunity to blow tell them say by me develop him one national investment policy whereby include them specific focus lo ICT, and then again, find them out one him now all viable investment opportunities under lo sector ya. Will help them maybe by cut some solutions where save camblo time blow natural disasters or all crisis in country. You mean we got some key services where hemi enabled by ICT specifically. Hemi save stop mo hemi affordable blow all consumers. So hemi one very long term plan. But me take him time up. Me announce him hemi to. Otherwise, work where you start making with them all naravla. Colleague agencies have me very important to make them say comparative advantage for Vanuatu as an investment destination. Me check and box for one potential investor, especially low site for ICT and connectivity and affordability in country.
Thank you, Thomas. All panelists, Blami, Blos have given some very useful information. Loyumi this. Today. Talk saveno mo ikam Loyumi, suppose you be picking up some relevant information lopisia today. Director TRBR Hemitalem Sapin kat one affordability study that was deployed by TRBR. Suppose you interest access him report here, you have access him the website polgata. Min encourage you everyone blow access him each of these websites as represented here. TRBR, VPA with the Department of Customs. They have a very interactive website. They got plenty of useful information where hemi by helping you also more consumer, ICT, all service end users, sorry. More also more end users, hemi very important that we have the relevant information. You may empower them, you may with them information, but you may have a one kind service, you may have afford them where place you may go, suppose you may need information, blow whatever that is happening out there on the market. You have a look in Trivala list up, you have a customer through our websites if you have any other information. Other than that, me check group behind, suppose you may get any questions online. Or we have a question in-house. Can we have the microphone handed up here, please?
My name is Ed McGuire. I've been in Vanuatu for 20 years working in IT. And I have a question for you. I have two questions. In terms of connectivity, how's the government supporting local telecom operators to bring new technologies to the people of Vanuatu? And the second question is, does the government have any plans to disrupt the current monopolies in place in terms of satellite and internet through the submarine cable?
Think became a small brief lo miat suppose minay wandam talk more lo process flow kada. Regarding connectivity to the remote areas, you may adopt them when we call them technology neutral. As long as solution blow one operator, and me is provide them voice, data, text. Lo people lo Vanuatu, lo remote areas, then we satisfy them calls for universal access policy, where we 98% of narrow band and 98% of policy. In terms of new technologies coming in the country, which is something that we good, we develop in country, lo some ways, and we provide them competition, and we come inside the country. But at the same time, as a sovereign country, these new technologies. There is laws that needs to be fulfilled. Suppose existing operators, that's fine. As long as they fulfill the laws, the country. At the same time, suppose everyone level a company, we have set up the country. Suppose be either local or international. We have processes we start with them government. Especially suppose one international company, we have Mina here, it's Vanuatu investment agency, promotion agency. So hem only got all processes together. But I can with them customs too, with them customs more financial services commission. I can new technologies good, come provide them competition or existing providers we establish this year. with the more existing services, more technology will implement bisa. Lo only have a step up too, lo find them new ways, lo only have a competitive lo market. Lo side lo resilience, especially lo rural areas, submarine cable, have one solution. I mean, not that only solution. Of course, satellite, have provide them solution to lo especially lo resilience after lo time of cyclone.
Do we have any more questions from the back? Yes, CIO.
Thank you. Mi wandam complementaman sablo rigileta lo question lo friendly mi ed in regards to all innovative technologies. Vanuatu emino one separate an exception lo narula countries lo world. Vanuatu emi part lo globalization. That means we must embrace all innovative solutions. One solution where Mr. Lo market where we serve benefit citizens lo country ya, he must carry. Now, you knock at one free ride. You knock at one free way to you access some services. Every country has its own jurisdictions. That means, suppose you want a company and we want them come offer them services to Vanuatu, and we must follow them all existing legislative framework where we exist. From Lahem to today, who by Yaram no Lahem? Company by Karam all services plan, you come give him certain category of people will have access to them. The government will not get anything out of it. People play me, while you know receiving back services where government and me carry back through law one way all innovative technologies here, only should pay or some fees equal to government through licenses and everything. So we make him say that fairness, we make him say that competition, it drive one level where everybody and me happy them. Please, any innovative solution, and we must follow existing legislative frameworks. That means you must come register the VPAM, you must come register the VFSC, you must come carry on license law, TRBR, and you play fairness with the existing market. You may not must forget them say, you make a two existing operators stop for so long, or the LPM countries stop. Market play you may be small, you may miss them, you make a more giant sulikam, or you wreck a market play you me, or you go back overseas, you got evasion, fiscal evasion, you go back to place we get nothing. You may stand up, we get nothing. So that is the reason why, in the same case for OTT solutions, Facebook for example. Facebook you pay one license lo Vanuatu, lokat. Google you pay one license lo Vanuatu, lokat. How do we do this? How na you misabi make him solmanya? Only accountable all services blokata only put lo Vanuatu. And that is the big question where every government, after government, only ask him lumise, please put him in place one mechanism where all manya only must put him back one manya lo citizens lo Vanuatu from all citizens all use all services blokata. Me want to put him make clear from me Arab so much talk lo Facebook, me Arab so much talk lo wrote about Starlink. You may want them Starlink. There's no doubt about this. We want this. But please, if you like TRBR, talk lo Starlink, you must follow Mrotuikap. You must follow Mlublavanatu. You come establish correctly. So that equipment we provide them, me follow them. Type approval, me must be approved. For you make a total mechanism, blame me stop. Me upset me clear element. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, CIO. Roger, you may got any questions online? What have hemia Me bring him Yumikamlo. Oh, sorry, guys. Yumikat
Okay.
Mini.
Yes, thank you, moderator. Thank you, Law. Interesting discussions where stop happened. Thank you, Law regulator, with them, Law CIO, Law responses. Law explain them pakikeno mo processes solsem CIO stop touch lehem with them ting Law bring him in all new innovative services or companies si come inside lo country. Yumi welcome hemi open. Vanuatu hemi open for business, but like any other country in the world where hemi invite them foreign direct investment. Yumi katol laws ble yumi. Yumi katol regulation ble yumi. Same valarot where tuvla current service providers ble yumi. With them every narvla smaller ones only been passed lehem. Yumi expect them say by anyone who hemi come inside Pakistan by hemi folem semakrot no mo. Vanuatu hemi one country where hemi no apply and plenty law taxes where narafala countries across the region only make them. Yumi cut easy repatriation blow profits blow company. Yumi no cut any withholding tax. Yumi no cut corporate tax. Yumi no cut income tax. You make him say. Sometimes in planted times, all investors only find them attractive for investment. So suppose you take them out everything, whatever regulation or rules we have stop in place, all necessary processes, all fees play him. We think semi should be simple and straightforward. You may follow them or you may apply lehem blow. You may come set them up business. You may look profitability blame inside the country, and you may move forward also all naravla service providers where. Only stop finish mo, only stop provide them service le yumi mo, only exist mo, only develop inside Vanuatu. So for any new companies coming in, definitely country hemi open to investment law site ICTs and especially investments where yumi savetalem sepa hemi innovative, hemi help them all people, all consumers. But again, yumi everyone yumi katol processes, semak process where you go, you face them law. Australia, New Zealand, where by a bit more rigorous, but yumi apply them lo Vanuatu and yumi expect them everyone blowly follow them. Just plus support them talk no more where hemi come out finish. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you Thomas. You've joined in panel discussion Yumi Storian. Mi fala I talam thank you lo participation Bluevala and thank you to lo Mini, Mr. Brian Winji and Madam Director for your participation. Thank you again and happy ICT Day everyone.
Okay, thank you too much. Thank you all panelists. Moderator of last session. Osem program ni mi stop, pa yumi no kat any break. Sorry, suppose you want them you go outside, you grab you come back. Pa yumi welcome all new panelists we pali kamera upload stage. Topic yumi digital skills. So Mr. Kindly ask him all panel member, what them moderators block up stage. The moderator play me have me Mrs. Talsi Paniela Tolang, and you got the CEO of UKA, more director of Vanuatu Skills Partnership, and you got Felony Jacob, lo manager of Narara Consultant.
Okay, good afternoon, lo. You me everyone where you me stop lo this afternoon, and first of all, me tell them thank you to mas lo OGCIO and the TRBR lo organize them day today and continue implementing them celebrations lo ICT National ICT Day. Also, way you've laid survey and we start the program. And building from all past sessions, by this session, hemi entirely based law skills and focus play hemi start law ICT. Okay. Then you may also link all various works where you may start working today. Law front la place here, we got 3 very experienced leaders, lo on areas plolketa, and in particularly, plo talem savela yumi what's happening at the national level in terms of skills, link color digital. So I think can be best by me. Pass molketa introduce him olketa first time, and then we come back me just drive in blow talem, small background, the set blow digital skills. Mr. Tekem also say ba mi fly talk lo bishlama unless one is signal kami talem say no mi lo English. Sorry, me no say talk French like straight to the point. Bishlama. Okay, good. So now we start with them. Friend Blomilo, please stay on the right side. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you. Name Blumi Fremden and Mimi Director Blo Vanuatu Skills Partnership.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Me name Blumi Veleni. Me got one consulting business, Narra Consulting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Name me David Lambukli, CEO of Vanuatu Qualification Authority.
Thank you. Me Dalsi, also if les savez venir. Me stop inside lo ICT for quite a long time, but anyway, me good blow. You make at this session. So lo background, I think by me start and then give him time lo all get out to blow ask a question. So lo background also you've let talem studies and me talem out say blow one successful development lo any business investment le Vanuatu or across the region, you may need blockade, good skills, skill sets, experiences, qualification. You may need blockade those things in order you may come, you may successful lo own business you may. In reality, lo side lo ICT and me also saw him that lo Vanuatu to date, you may still lack him all skills, and we want them focus mainly the side block ICT development. So me no want them touch no more of Vanuatu, but it's across the region where you may still need more skills here. And today, technology is the driving everybody block all side block him in order to you deliver lo effective, more efficient business blow you. So I think in order by you me respond to some questions, and me better blow you all colleagues blow me lo front. You tell them small, a very high level what you're actually doing after how now this one aim where you start making me contribute the development of side blow ICT, and that is the focus we by me touch lo him. Okay, but before that, me want them tell him small background blow. Digital skills play you me. Okay. You may so thankfully that university hem is running all on programs play him, VIT hem coming, National University hem coming, Edwards Computer hem coming, set with them Van IGA for the continue blow, make them awareness, some specific awareness, TRBR hem go ahead, OGCIO hem go ahead. But still, you may say, you may still lack all digital skills. So, lo Vanuatu Skills Partnership, me want them, push you have a talent small audience, blow you me. Want them now, start a program, blow you, time where you start roll out across the Vanuatu because you are quite famous, the side training. And whether ICT, and part lol activities where you've like start making around low islands play you me. I think I'll give you 3 minutes because you make a full up question where you may respond to him.
Thank you. 3 minutes, okay. Just briefly, when we stuff happen, you may walk across the provinces, you may try and help them plan the side of skills development. People where you tell them so very rural, more remote areas. Well, mostly majority of population blame me. You may give more skills all the different sector, agriculture, tourism, and one all big sector, and even creative industry, and one another one. And while you start training all kata, you may find them out say, while you master them quality production, the next thing is market them all products all kata. And that's where skills ICT are important all kata. From you deal with them, by them all generation, You got generation where only no used to that ICT, the time when established school come, and I mean it a lot of work. Me really help them more that market them product while only got access lo all smartphones. How only service on Facebook lo really market them all products lo so. Me some something me try and help them more Pel se mitalem, suppose all imitil with them all generation where all come by mitalem se all digital generation, then of course emi easy blow ibisa betil with them other. But having said that, you got all program we stop trying to make them blow help them other blow understand the basics. Blow how maybe firstly how you operate on one computer, how you manage on one Facebook page. And maybe some something we try and help them other while only master them skills lo specific sector ya. ICT skill to mi come in blow help them other. And me play work plan with them all providers will you provide them all training centers institution where only deliver all programs here only try to address them sometimes I just specifically lo how you use on Facebook how you use create one website instead of go through the whole thing just focus on one particular need where we have help them blow make them business plan so that's briefly one of them where one of the skills I'm involved them through all centers where we establishing with them support the Ministry of Education lo 5 lo province we establish na. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question blo mi hemi kolo CEO blo VQA. So big man me understand him say normally time all man only want they make run him training only must meet him some certain criteria. Okay. Or meet him qualification or qualified blow run him some specific training eco out lo all people blow you me. Me understand too say blow you come blow you carem one or you meet him qualification blow you co run him all ICT digital training. Something is established where you must work lo employ. You meet him lo application. So today me want them ask him lo you CEO that lo so you got different levels lo skill sets. Okay, for example, you may cut him here where all masters and all this, and then the next level blow him and me all get a right lo community level where only need him some support lo help. Okay, so we're not thinking blow you how now you may address him all people all same. Me hope say you can him angle way Mr. Kamlo him.
Okay, thank you lo question. Just brief lo role blow authority. Authority hemi one multi-sectoral organization when government hemi set them up. And main work plan hemi blow set them up minimum quality standards so that all training where hemi offer them lo people blow hemi of quality and also hemi response lo all demand. We establish industry, all community. One role blow authority blow make sure say all programs, all courses we me develop them. Me respond lo all priority where government me set them up lo all the different strategies and policies. Yes, also me talk about cyber security strategy. So you look inside, they got part lo training inside. So time where all strategy come out, me like take them blow look say time when me like develop all programs blow make them sure say me respond lo all issues here. For example, now where you make talk about e-commerce, so the e-commerce strategy this come out and one chapter I talk about e-commerce skills. So me like make them sure say any submission come you must me color area also yes. Lo in terms of you run them one training also me like develop all minimum standards where me required blow one patient blow me blow you know you run them one training where me lead to one qualification you must be registered with the authority and programs here you must be accredited and me like check them to all whoever where me run them was all training so me got all competency or qualification where me require blow you run them yes. So I mean normal say before any money carry many something, you go run them, make them small money lem and then all receivable all services here, all you know service simply call show them. Yes. You may try and block create one pathway block all people will get them some certain skills, for example ICT. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, CEO. So, me want to come, lo beautiful lady, we sit down, lo front. Thank you so much, lo work we making, and especially play using ICT, lo run all training. Hemi is so helpful. Not only lo targeted people, lo you, but more importantly, emi kotan lo olgeta well stop lo community level where only not got access lo actually come lo Potfila or Santo lo only meeting you face to face and then ba olgeta attend them training where you make them. But me want them asking me one question. Law all training where you stop making one em na hemi the most challenging part of it.
Thank
with
you,
the use of ICT, okay?
Okay, thank you, moderator. Pami start sem, mi minokat skill lo side plo digital, pe background plo mi lo side plo finance. After me use digital space, plo mi promote them financial literacy. So time we come plo start plo promote them financial literacy through lo digital platform like social media. Emi inopin easy from se minorat skill ya. So minorat skill minopin acquire any digital skills plus start off with. But I came out anyway. I came out anyway, and then mino local some semi one paria, but I saw it as a way forward to promote financial literacy. So plotalem se all challenges plehem. I think ba big fla challenge milo side plo produce some content, producing content, quality content. After time along the way, as Mr. Campbell producing more content, me Campbell find them out, say, there's a lot more to it than just, posting stuff on social media. All skills here, you need some previous panelists, education, and you need to educate them, all people, where like access social media, how you use social media, and you need to where you all content creator, you need you got all skills here. So along the way, I self-taught myself. Me teaching me one come produce more content and survey all algorithm where make them say cut more people only view content you one you must make them. So me look at me one space where suppose you start making more skills development. I mean one space where you need to educating people to law side there. Not only us content producers, but people that how nobody have access to all kind of information also. Yes.
Sorry, I think I'm a problem below me. Okay, so thank you, Lord. Responses below you, fella. And by me mixing all questions, but at the same time, by making time, Lord, all get me mindful of time too. So me want them since you've like everyone, you've like part blow, or you me look at you fella also all providers blow all trainings, expertise. Which is really good as a start where you sit down, place blow harem experience blow. Me one day ask him one very critical question, lo place. Most times this is digital, okay, digital related. Most times by some lo mi fla lo place and bam say okay, well by me travel by me invite them one expert lo way by come train them you mi lo hemeaya. Okay, so me really want them honest feedback blow you but you me invite them one trainer blow ITU or blow SPC or all these regions and international come train them you me. Do we really need them or do we already have some experts? For example, you CEO, you might already have the list of those that are already providing the trainings at the local level where you must have a tap in. Or Nogat, do we really need them? Best loyal experience, Ployula? We're talking digital. Suppose it afterwards, no worry. At least in part of discussions too, blow you me.
Okay, thank you for the question. Imi must talk frankly. Lo me point of view, blow me lo some law authority. You make at all local people well qualified. Stop. Maybe some law in a city in general plan daily cat or some For example, now we like at 8 accredited course up to advanced diploma level. Well, start deliver locally. Yes, and all graduate me come out every year. Yes, also just recent data 295 graduates last year only graduate ICT. Yes. So meeting say me kato local expert well staff. Mi vla yusum plan de local expert ya. Mi lukuan one instalo insight ya. Where mi sabe him very well. Him chairman blow Industry Skills Council blow mi vla. Mr. Fred Samuel. And only doing very good work. All qualification when staff develop me, only pass through local expert ya na. All local people blow me. Imi no yusum all overseas people. Imi yusum local expert. Well, is have good all environment blow me. All is have good all demand, all needs blow me. And only also technical people or all technical area or ICT, yes. So, mi vlay plan blow work with them to go all kata backen. Lawyer ya, bamlay develop one more qualification lo ICT, where mlay call them certificate 4 in design, and by 2 exit point blay, 1 certificate 3 lo design operation, with them certificate 2 lo design operation. And all this thing, by me no karem expertise lo man outside, or local expertise no more. Only make them contribute lo content, lo program where you start design them, lo train them lo people lo imi. Suppose where all kita lihat expertise lo design them all programs ya. Then only have teach him too. So all provider only should make use lo all kita lo teach him all content inside. But very shortly, I develop certificate for lo information system, lo bracket e-commerce. Mr. talk about e-commerce strategy. So by me develop pal kita na make input inside lo programs ya. So all industry expert, industry skills council blimi only made up lo all local people. Ikat all white people, all kita all is best lo Vanuatu, all business people lo Vanuatu. So imi capitalize lo expertise lo make them all work, lo make them sure say all programs where imi develop where imi lead to one national qualification, imi team demand lo industry. Thank you too much.
Thank you. Madam, I think Madam before me come to you.
I think by me support them ting plus yo we stop lo site lo local capacity full of time you me bring him in one trainer we come outside sometimes language where you me use you me want them educate them all people from you want them educate them all people especially lo ICT you must go down a level blow understand them language and me one barrier too sometimes you me involve people who come outside by language really speaking by you deliver them whoever we me recipient blame sometimes me no kasem kutuanem needs to happen you come receive him training we need to after at the end of the day so I think take him local capacity me use him local capacity and me one good way forward.
Thank you. I think lo experience lo if just lo atamen lo one with the talem lo experience we happen lo province man time we use more people will stop lo provinces kato expect will stop and also we talam emi helping people lo only feel say even though language blame maybe quite technical but me give him lo one way me say understand them and time also me you look him say people only more willing to continue to learn. But time you start taking someone where maybe understanding blame a little bit different, and me try to explain them, and me just put them off all clients. You start trying to work with them. So, lo case me blame, you use plan all small providers and just help them. Lo make sure you deliver them one and waste up. So, lo answer one question to you. You got local expertise and plan the time use more local expertise. And me about running lo where people blame you, only understand them, only have a part lo any discussion lo area.
Okay, thank you lo you for everyone lo contributions. I think we should not selfish lo place so now me give him time lo you and we also ask him all coordinators here lo indicate he comes for say time ko pass. So lo make him say me fly shorten him. So yes, Fred, you got any question and you one is have give him microphone lo you. Feel free to ask him question, please.
Good afternoon, Yumi everyone. Thank you too much, lol. Moderator with the mol panelists, lol. All information where you like give him. I think by me join him discussion more, plus share more experience and lesson learned, and also me suggest them some thinking, play meeting about lo way forward. For the panelists, lo left more right side, to like post for me. One shortly to be from then, but David me work with them lo Chairman Industry Council lo serve lo ICD. So me share experience for me for them involvement for me lo area for me lo education related to ICD. So me Chairman Industry Council lo FQA and shortly with INTV and also me Chairman lo Malabo College. So Lola hatia we mi warem mi on a voluntary basis pe mi tram lo help em all ting ya we mi putu mi stop lo topic ya. But before me go in detail, lo share experience and some way forward. Sorry, me share one experience for me mo. Allow me 1 or 2 minutes. Me just the last 2 minutes me travel lo 4 countries. Mainly 1 lo Pacific and sorry, in fact 4, 1 lo Pacific and 3 lo Southeast Asia. Very interesting. From normally before time me no travel for the last 6 years, so me just travel lately. Lo previous trip lo me travel lo business trip. Meaning say you call hotel, you call conference finish, you come back, you think say you call country, you look. But lo recent trip lo me manage flow town, lo house, call hospital, call school. So I get to experience the best of how ICT is being utilized in lo one developing. Or one developed or one developing state. Of course, every something we learn, maybe sweet, maybe nice, but it's all exciting. But not everything we walk to place when we go through them last few weeks. But you walk to Vanuatu. But one something we appreciate them is by me savetalem says, post me no le mobile phone, me you call all country. Me at one time, by me say move. Everything with just works with the mobile phone to health, or heartbeat, or me call medical check. One family member follow me and he go through the same experience to checking at the immigrations, to banking, to scanning the barcode at the restaurant and hotels, to paying your hotels, etc. So I get to see the best of how ICT is being utilized lo home because I'm all school health, all businesses. So it's very, very interesting. But one thing where Misave Karamaut lo tripia is that digital literacy or digital skills is very important. Without that, you may not start level. Anyway, some little states here are far more developed than us, so I think by Minnesota compare with something when we look. But me share some experience for me, lo sai plo Malabo College. Sorry, first thing we want them tale mulsimia say even after you liberalize the market, lo 2008, it's how many years now until today. I still believe and again, with greatest respect to every stakeholders where they're doing every best, but sometimes you must talk straight. I don't think Vanuatu has fully yet recognized and put in so much commitment and seeing the potential that ICT could do to revolutionize the education system in this country. And how we have helped people overcome some little challenges. Again, you got two education experts, but like corrected me. I think our literacy and numeracy skills is still low compared to Plante country, Pacifica. And that's where I think we should look at the opportunities and the potentials available in ICT to transform education system lo Vanuatu. Prime Minister Mr. Nayal, Chairman 3 years lo Malabo College and probably sitting in the council for the last 5 years. One success story lo Malabo College during the COVID-19 when every school was shut down. Obviously, got all challenges, low homes with power and accessibility, but Moodle was online and teachers were providing still after the opportunity to make sure you continue to learn. And despite the COVID, over a result, Malabo, although he got few challenges here and that, we were performing very well academically. But me proud Malabo College was taking the lead in terms of using an ICT tool during times of disaster. Make sure say this step learning all students play me. So by me share experience play me now. So by me talo say the Malabo initiative was our own Malabo College initiative. Obviously, we will always seen as a role model. Whatever we do at the schools, only look and only try replicating. But one talk with Mr. Tallo principal with some staff from Ministry of Education is this should be a nationwide approach, not only for Malabo College. So while Mr. Serem experience, Mr. Potom proposal too. One key stakeholder we meeting say no staff law panelist night the Ministry of Education. I think there should be a unit or department or section within the Ministry of Education that actually focus entirely on ICT for learning, all schools premier, and it should be fully equipped with budget and human resources to make sure say every school's premier only got access to all devices, and more importantly, every school's premier only must got all ICT teacher. Full of play no got all ICT teacher. Malabo College we start from nothing to now. Joseph was correct me section blame you got 6 teachers plus ICT na ya. 4 teachers plus ICT. You can't them principal too no cut, but principal too me one former ICT teacher. So 4 plus I would say indirectly 5 principal and me one ICT teacher. So and we have a big ICT unit now, Malabo College. We have I think 2 or 3 computer labs. We know Malabo College 3 or 4 times, and in normal secondary school is our biggest secondary school. But that is an example. We need that for every school in Vanuatu. Miserem one statement, one advice of WHO, one consultation, Smart Island yesterday, Kokomo Resort, and say I have lived long to believe that you make sure say all beginning only ICT survey, you give them the tool at the early age, just after 6 years old. You wait only kasi secondary school, late. You wait kasi mo finish year 12, pali late. Pa late tumas. Pa you kim mo walk lo ating director Frampton, yes, from by heavy mas tremblo, teach mo kata how to use computer, etc. But Mr. recommend them say, you want them say, Vanuatu population and teach self-survey, you start pushing them to use ICT at a very early age, not at a later stage. But you must talk na yan by you must think about you in a long time by you must town now. You must think about 5, 10, 20 years ahead. Yeah. So I think me stop here, me not to talk too much, but my way forward for me repeat me, the Ministry of Education should have a digital skills unit within the ministry. Play me focus, play make sure every school to only got ICT teachers and they're fully equipped with all the right tools. So remember me talk about in general, digital skills for general population. Coming to specifically ICT industry expert, yes, Mr. Wokutema, director, FQA, you me perform all courses, but me been making one study, NUF, National University contracted me, making one study 2 years ago. The study, me interview every stakeholder law industry. And we must admit him say, you me true, you make a true shortage for ICT experts in the field of ICT industry, Vanuatu. And that's one area where, by me urge him, scholarship office, Ministry of Education, every stakeholders, we need more training of ICT experts, Vanuatu. Suppose Mr. Pusuma Propon, Mr. Pusuma e-government services, we need more experts to look after those infrastructure and services. Thank you too much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much for input for you. While me wait, lo anyone was me cut question, he raised hand blow him. Me want them one experience. So Mr. Q lo one government institution. Mr. Q lo ba me make him one name where me call from him. But line a long one. But at the same time, me look time from ba me must stop lo conference call. Lo time, so me ask him, me say, please, me got anything where me say make him online no more. And response to him, me come him that say, no, you must stand up lo place ya. Okay, response to him. After me tell him say, Mi ko mi site no mo lo site plo he mi talem se. You save talelo mi from one mi mastana plo place no mo. From you mi kat ICT finish stalo place ya. You mi kat infrastructure start finish lo place ya. And mi sure say you vla to kat every officers plo you vla stalo place ya. You equip with them all ICT experts plo you vla or plo you mi. Emi no must have a respond. Pe mi when they come back lo you trifala. You look in area ya, one em ting blo you fala mo, one em now plan blo future blo you improve blo place blo help em government. Anyone is have a respond blo place ya.
Okay, let me give him small, just relate the one that we tell him. I think we talk about generation, huh? I'm supposed to talk about service. With them to respect of family, me stop law service long time. ICT probably me come in halfway through law employment play me time start work. And then me something where you need to learn them. Suppose me talk about services or some experience blue. I think you need to go back to basic. And suppose you need to retrain them, you me pa again, or you me stop to provide them service, yeah. And me something where you must go back them. Suppose na, yes, all generation, all digital generation, or got a ahead. But some me where you stop lo really part lo service, yeah. You need to retrain them, you lo catch up with them, one them we stop corner. Then, by me sabi kam lo talam all service, so you need to digitize everything. I'm a personal view lo me, but some experience lo me do lo sam lo service. Sometimes you question why. You may have to go manual. Then you realize them say yes. And a good example, we know the lo COVID, time lo COVID, me play try more with them some lo partners. Lo tell them say how you me communicate lo time lo COVID. Simple things like how you me help them someone, lo you me communicate through lo Zoom. You me sometimes taken for granted within this generation. But some me you me need to train them you me how play me go for that basic play me help them you play improve them services play me. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Me interest planted lo you rightly tell them ICT and me want something with him. You go everywhere. You look long like you blow line all part, and then you wonder what's going on. But me share one experience where me been carry out with them all student with them some stakeholders. Lo side lo innovative thinking. One them na use have them like. We put them, groups after giving more young generation they have fresh, ideas will come after theme innovative ways. Please have build them one model or build them any something whereby me address them some key. We give them themes to work with. Probably address some key solutions lo country. After it happens, all beginning all young people come up with them all very innovative ideas, all very good ideas where they come up with them. So look for me suppose you me engage them people, probably find them own solution plus something, by having more tailored towards what the people need, right? After by me say you me stop. Make all solution ya by all manually use Zoom. You know, so by make after who's gonna use it? Because some things you create them, but after use. So meeting say should cut on way, but make go back to people only cut creative thinking, set them up something that they will actually use. Yes, that's my point.
Thank you. So Person CEO, please.
Thank you, moderator. Scenario where you tell them me very important. And me go along with them one more director skills tell them. You need to you me one way Mr. Law Service now way you must be lift them up all skills blow me blow cope with them all the digital device or whatever. Me lo mi vla lo authority mi vla tremblo ako digital lo since lo COVID ya. Me vlai spend them every money blow transport, blow consultation or something. Vlai put my site blow pay all digital some teleconferencing facilities. So vlai pay one P vla screen install conference room. Blow make them sure say imiko digital lo site blow look meeting workshops. So vlai start make them finish. So yes, but also with them all facilities ya all equipment ya mi vlalo office ini tim blo kat refresh a little bit how you use Zoom from me remember a few weeks ago mi vle kat Zoom meeting with them kata lo agriculture college lo site lo registration mo kata so I got a little bit difficulty lo how you may handle them yes but also direct from then talem you need lo up to date lo with them how lo you use all equipment also lo scenario we talem maybe manya we talk lo you hemi more familiar with them face to face that's why we tell them but hemi no maybe hemi no thing about suppose where you go digital by hemi semak no way you go lo place where you suppose block from timing you go lo timing you want them digital yes so I think all discussion more talk we come out detail morning hemi talem hemi now how na you me best provide them service ya use digital lo me provide them service all people lo hemi na hemi one very important something we you must think about and again you need blow up to date with them all skills ya blow digital skills ya blow you must have you way you must work now way more generation way come you must build them up all skills blow kata blow cope with them use blow digital equipment way you understand use them. Thank you too much.
Thank you, CEO. Anyone got one contribution lo pleasure lo ademico or any questions were me related? So I think when me Mr. Trump lo kasem lo pleasure is lo understand him all situations whereby me lidiko li talem se bali use se because you may not got enough survey blow by me provide them service through lo digital platform. So hemena you stop one them trying to find them out say what they say that me cause mo how number me address them instead of me come continue blow bring him up that same challenge come lo future. Any questions and any comments, Pleasure, along the line? Inokat? Yes.
Thank you, moderator. I think I got one question online. Long morning finish, but me ask him. Think by directly go CEO or director lo Fran. I got one question. Only ask him say, Vanuatu he got any plan, especially all education authority play me blow. You special you one plan blow kat database blow karem record lo every individual will only graduate lo one ICT field.
CEO, can you manage? I think you a little bit closer lo ministry.
Thank you lo question. Suppose you look lo VQA Act, emi talem se authority lo establish him one database where we call him record of learning achievements. Mi vlay no work lehem it, mi vlay sta look lo work lehem. Mi vlay look around lo countries where we katol record ya. So probably start the next year mi vlay sta work lo record of learning achievements ya. Where tayo ko lehem, you sabi say how much people only graduate lo ICT, all qualification lo ICT o mall nara area. Yes, behemi one legal requirement, we start with them mivla start course lo with them, make a mall nara something and hemi bahemi come after. Yes, thank you too much.
Okay, before you make all closing remarks, me got all specific questions, pos you trivialize have respond very short lo hem, 2 to 3 minutes also. Lo respective work blow you fala, and you provide them all training, all skills ya, equal lo categories blow all users, one now all top challenge blow you fala where you like things say. You may need him some support lo him blow. You may help go forward, whether through financials, through technical or something also. So by me start with them Vanuatu Skills Partnership.
Thank you. I think by me, tell a little bit challenge blow. Suppose me try to talk about skills development or clients you may work with them. First little challenge, so by also me tell them plan the little people me play to them will start very rural, more remote areas. And plan the little kata by me tell them say level blow literacy me little bit compared to one way me cut little other places. So I me one. But despite that, you always try and find a way of playing support them. One or something, talk about very rural, remote places. Sometimes access too. Really cut one good connection. For example, suppose you help them 1 month, let me try and market and protect them. Sometimes they may be one issue. That's why we try and do all option to create one group marketing through LOL. Hubs we create them. Everyone is make a marketing through one sender. We make them see you know a struggle or small area play. Another something, but again, you talk about while you got all expect all stop plan the time, really call all very remote places here, and one challenge. Cost you call one remote places in Torpa, probably cost you travel to Australia, come back 2-3 weeks or something else. So cost them one something where and also hinder them how you miss enhance them skills here. All people will establish rural areas. Otherwise, you got appetite. They stop people are looking opportunity here. Really go into that space, help improve one business activity or list of involved, also help them more towards pathway for further education. Thank you.
Valerie.
Thank you, moderator. For me, highlight them some challenges where me face them, especially the side blow training, especially if we have participants. Like in Stalofila, we got participants lo santo. One challenge, lo site lo connectivity issues. When we're having a session, one you want to connect lo santo, me got access lo training to, difficult. Difficult lo sense connectivity issues, and at the same time, one more challenge, lo site lo the person themselves. Sometimes we no sabe just no sabe operate one can't access operate one laptop or one employee sabe deliver them training ikolol kata. So los site ya on another scenario los challenges plo you me also all content creators me start trying to promote them financial literacy and entrepreneurship. You make luxury you use them Facebook. After come lo one stage where time we use them koko, by come lo one stage where you have actually monetize them all content play lo Facebook. One challenge where me start lo place me all payment gateways play so all previous panelists only been addressed and finished. Me look me one future lo all youths play me lo site will stop making more contents. Full up beginning today, you got more mobile phones. After only you look only play or put them all videos or upload videos or phones. One way where you have enhance them skills. Actually have make money all content. So Pamital say one big plus something payment gateway. So say me open by me one opportunity blow one youth me have enhance some skill blame at the same time me use on Facebook me have make them own money blame too, not only here but you know it's have monetize some all content blame. So me look at some me one challenge. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Lo me I think big challenge me. Lo site lo all institutions lo me only need lo government need lo financially support them all institutions across. So now government is support them all national institutions, but you got some private institutions where they run them all program where me base lo all policy priorities lo government. For example, ICT, you got few private institutions only run them. I think yes, all big one. I think 2. We got they do it Institute of Technology with the Pacific Vocational Training Center. All private institutions only struggle. So maybe mi look lo paper lo bisa hemi research dalam se ini tim strong government support. So you need to look at suppose we make one policy where all public institutions and private institutions only involved. You need to subsidize them all cost lol kata yes. Problem hemi one challenge lol kata. So all private institutions only just run them all activity lo kata lo fee no mo. And also minister lo trade talem lo morning ya se time where you charge them fee and you go back lo consumers. Yes, so you need to make them something also yes. So I think hemi be one challenge, and also multi-sectoral participation, collaboration. Lo you make them sure say all skills ya only respond all demand from some mimi talem when work we mi last make them sure say all skills we mi develop me respond lo all government priority demand we stop yes. So with them I think say hemi one challenge lo all provider lo mi vela mi no really think say I got planned challenge but from all katana li run all training mi vela approve all training all kata li run them. So maybe you could block up man hemi put more effort plus support them specifically all private institutions. Lo make them sure say only run them all skills training we hemi respond lo all government priority objectives. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we just have got timing where you may about to wrap up. So before you may wrap up, you got any special call? Me want them give him special, yeah, lo yufla. Any special call given that all stakeholders play you me, you got all get aware you want the trend, all get our aid donors, government, ministries, institutions, everyone all is talo place, all is listen, moharem discussions play you me. You got one specific message where you want to tell them all these stakeholders will listen, and you make them also one closing remarks play you. Then we come back, me close them off. We start with them Vanuatu partnership skills.
Thank you. Final comment, Blomi. While plan the stakeholders only stop or listen, also we stop. I think you meeting same time, Blo, you me break them out all silos, so you stop work lehem. After you come to look him say, maybe want something where the whole of government should involve them. You talk about the education system, you must make them shift. And you should start think about how you mainstream ICT and part lo training lo beginning lo build the command up. Otherwise, time come lo level where you focus lo all tertiary probably too late. But meeting you should start think about how education system blame me. Should take priority. Lo mainstream lo every delivery. You come to some level where people citizen blame me. Suppose ko one pathway pe got that skills blo ICT kalau work or you can make them own business blo. So now final message blo me and we stop look forward to you continue. There's a lot of improvement, a lot of work we must have work together, but let's break the silos, work together to support them development of country. Thank you.
Okay, final comment blo me. I think me become town ya me me represent them a lot of people, a group of people. Pamitale se naya me trend blumi na me social media. Pamitale se me represent them a number of people that have only come through like make them all business through lo ICT, and that's the use of social media. Me want them tell them last note no say me very important from my future generation, but become most like a lot of content creators are out there, a lot of people that will come out in their businesses just because of the use of social media. So me want them tell them final note no say me must government must look me start inject them more effort lo side build them up skills, especially lo side pro ICT. ICT, and then basically social media, educating people, say, you know, using social media just to go and criticize somebody and stuff like that, but you can actually benefit greatly out of it. So I see that a lot of effort it must put Lairea from future generation we come, they will be using more of social media, and we need to be educating them right now. Flo make them say, only no go out of control of social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Lo mi also skills, digital skills, mi business lo mi everyone, lo educate them, lo empower them, all young people, mo yumi we Mr. Lo nawalo with them all skills. Yes. So about digital, let me want something where suppose you may look good lo. All priority block government have me also indicate them. Me will start coordinate them national HRD plan implementation, and me will got few qualification lo ICT where I'm like develop me come. So Mr. Askem collaboration lo you me everyone. Time where me like come around lo Askem all expertise, all assistance by also director from me talent. I think you mean enough to work in shallows, one lo small conable, but you need to work together to achieve all national priorities here. Thank you too much.
So thank you everyone. I think just summarize them no more you everyone that you may still need more plomekem and you may tell them you me not just an individual and you yourself with them institution where you work plohem. And then if Valerie, for example, let me say start them effort go forward, and you where you got that same skills and save, you also part you may continue to work together. At least the next session ICT day, at least you got some improvement. Instead, you may continue for the last 10 years. And it's go from 15, but tell them say you may still got shortage of digital skills, because digital skill and me also provide them you one self-learning you want you have a learning you want lohem. Okay, and then time you want to go further medication, and that's when you call all respective institutions, by you further education, you qualify me with them some form of certificates. And also, very important because no, you mean no more locally, even the region, all aid donors, all UN agencies, all really survey that digital skills and me one challenge play you me everyone. And suppose focus play you me everyone, play me come together, play you me lift them up percentage come and tapa hemi good to mass. And I think hemi now hemi take a message play you me continue, play train them all pickinini, change them tactic where hemi no work, strategy where no work. Be innovative, find them one way by work. Thank you, big one. Thank you, all panelists, will stop up front, and thank you to the host. And please give a round of applause before me fly go sit down, Lord. Thank you.
All right. So, thank you to Mas Baken, lo panel, panelist, to the moderator, lo very engaging discussion lo this afternoon, and we are just going towards our final panel for this afternoon for today. But before you make a memia, me want to see you like mas kanem QR code ya, you will like give me evaluation, you will lo panel where me stop. That will help us to hopefully improve all panel discussions, all future ICT days. So the next session, when my final session, panel discussions, and then after that, If you want to give him opportunity, blow, you make a small, a bit of kind of like a consultation, awareness consultation together. Lo this afternoon, lo, you got trivial bills, digital safety authority bill, full digital communication bill with them data protection and privacy bill. So remember it happened after lo tuvala session. We believe by nara session by me take about 1 hour. So then we have 4 to 5 for the awareness consultation, and then we should be done for today. So small time. Thank you to our online participants. Thank you all questions, please. Keep them coming. These are very important discussions. Lo side to future lo Yumi, and you need support to everyone. So you will contribute all questions, and all kata will stop lo please will contribute all questions. You may everyone may join to get all discussions. So the next the last panel be Yumi lo side lo the future of government services. How can digitization of processes increase efficiency? Session by me, moderated by Mr. I cannot pronounce the name correctly, so you have to help me. So Mr. Asad from UNCTF, MME country coordinator of UNCTF, lo Vanuatu, and the panel members are Stanley Triff from Single Window Project, and Mr. Palenata from the Electronic Police Clearance Certification, yeah, and then Director of GFG, you mean Australia Vanuatu Governance for Growth Program, and then by me join in with the Malkata. By me vilay listen lo tuvala expert, by tulay tok kalian by me vilay support them tuvala. So guys, come on stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. My name is Asadur Rahman Nail, and I'm the country lead for UNCDF in Vanuatu. And it is an honor for me to welcome you in this panel. I know post-lunch panels are quite difficult to have, enough people, but still we have some audience, and also I think it's being streamed online, so we definitely have a very interesting session. So this panel will focus on the future of government services. And in a way that how digitization can help to support Vanuatu's development. First, I'd like to give a brief introduction of the panelists here. Opposite me, there's Mr. John Jack, who's the Deputy Chief Information Officer, OGCIO, and then Mr. Palenata, Manager, Policy and Planning, Vanuatu Police Force, and then Mr. Shannon Ryan, Director, Australia Vanuatu Governance of Growth Program, and finally, Mr. Stanley Triff, Manager, Vanuatu Electronic Single Window Project. So, giving you a brief background, the digitization of government services can increase efficiency and effectiveness in every country, not only developing country, but also in developed countries. So there are many examples from around the world where the different public services were digitized and create a huge transformation in the quality of the service delivered. For example, in Kenya, the procurement process digitization has led to savings up to 30%. In Bangladesh, the government implemented a digital platform to track and monitor reliefs after any disaster that brings in transparency and also effective management. In Rwanda, the digitization of land records actually brought down the duration of 90 days process to 5 days. So that is a 98% reduction in time to deliver one public service. So there are many possibilities, and there are many examples from all over the world where we are seeing that public services are being digitized at a speed we have never seen before, and it is creating a difference. Now, Vanuatu is not lagging behind. Vanuatu is also doing whatever Vanuatu should be doing to make sure that the public services become accessible to the people. Now, without spending much time for the background and introduction, I would rather move to the panelist. So my first question will be to Pauline. So with the Vanuatu Police Force, you have developed EPCC, Electronic Police Clearance Certificate, and can you please give a brief introduction of the service, and how do you see the benefits that people can be getting from this service that have been digitized?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lord Chance, Lord Savikam, Lord this afternoon. Lord participate, Lord discussions. More come also one panelist, Lord this evening or this afternoon. Vanuatu Police Force, hemi pin stop issuing police clearance also mo you misabi. One long all kita important certification where full up long organization or linitim. Lo you have a current lo you make them say you fulfill more lata applications where all narvala organization only require or something also passport, employment, or you travel to all narvala countries. You may look in all schools too, only start to ask them. Got full of something where police clearance may required at this time where you may stop looking needs plan. The reason being criminal activities have become more big one, and they become very challenging. You must have a justify that issue police clearance. You must have a issue one according to the right person where you must have issue police clearance. Now, lo Vanuatu police clearance system or where me feel like pin stop use and me one manual process, and this manual process has been taken quite a long time. It got few something where police clearance hemi need him in order to you me issue me one or la court records block court hemi one nara one hemi or la time where you launch him one complaint. It got one case where you may establish him. Suppose all police only establish one case against one applicant where he come in. Then records play you him stop inside law one database where him kept by Vanuatu Police Force. Now all checks law to follow database here him become so lengthy sometimes. The way where how one applicant him really need him police clearance for one short period. So he must make himself, he must check lo to follow database here in order to commissioner him is have issue him one police clearance. Now time where you may come lo time lo in looking increase lo number of all travelers, especially lo RSC more also you must start looking more and more people you must travel abroad lo New Zealand more Australia. By you looking lo all organization lo day to day places where you queue up them, one emi labor, another one emi lo Vanuatu Police Force. By you looking long all station lo Vanuatu Police Force, by you looking every day lo morning start lo morning ko kasem afternoon hemi queue up. You got lots of people coming in. Now hemi come also one consent to from ting blong yumi lo priority lo program lo government lo site lo decentralization. How best you miss have decentralization services lo yumi kolo 2 steps. Also mo list of talent. How now one man miss have stop lo island lo miss have access service ya. Miss have carry one police clearance suppose miss stop lo banks for example. Or suppose miss have stop lo santo mi carry police clearance ya long way before mi travel again. Now come back lo question where him raised by a moderator. One of them, if I look at is costing lo this police clearance alone. One paper ya no mo. 1 month suppose me travel lo Pentecost or lo banks for example, but me cost them more than 100,000 for this one paper. And just imagine him here lo traveling cost plan lo travel no mo. By ship or a come lo place. Waiting cost plan back in lo villa. Suppose me live with them one family, and me cost them him back again. Lo him me wait, and then suppose me like give him 2 weeks lo him lo manual process will stop. And me wait back again, and then suppose you queue up long time, full up more application he come from number where you must stop receiving lo application and increase. Poor fella him have stop for so long more. Emi also mo yumi sabe. Emi no really good. Suppose you miss up over all services also me help him all citizens employ me. Not only that, but all get law international too where all foreigners employ me where all stop apply from all police clearance. So emi come one issue where me feel I look say me feel I need law change them. More utilize them existence law ICT where you may cut in place, network where you stop in place, or development where you may stop looking, in need of Vanuatu Police Force, you must stop in. Now, one something where hemi happen lo electronic police clearance system, hemi one very good joint partnership between all different stakeholders. And me one them dalamate from say, plo mi fly statem plo you mi prekem town one mo you mi harem lol previous speaker so lipintalem stand alone walk where you mi stop mekem you mi ten plo build him one barrier between you mi in order plo you mi give him one service you call one all clients plo you mi and so this stand alone mentality mi fly time first thing plo mi fly prekem town plo mekem suwa say you may everyone understand him one kind of service na you must stop give him long the same client where all stop come from you so me stop talk here me stop meaning say how finance me have come in how now all narvala one where only part plo this system only understand him or you must have a go forward land since me one first digitalized service where me will stop give him out it been got a lot of challenges lo first place. But thank you lo all partners blowing you me. And also mo you me harem expertise lo you me move ko lo process ya. And me want something where you me want them tell them thank you lo all kata lo UN CDF through lo reserve bank lo Vanuatu too hemi part lo hem and OGCIO and that collective approach mo understanding hemi mekem say you may been managed lo you may get through lo digitalized certification and plotalem emi really one big jump from what you may been stop experiencing lo site lo lengthy time where you may stop give him more certification play may become very short and all checks small something also emi really good the challenge no more where you may face him na emi time where the full system block of man you may been go through them or you may been survey make them say all something have been dropped down but then we like start to pick up now yeah so hopefully this police clearance system should come back and blow make them say you may have issue or help them all clients blow me where only step out only have access me want them to know lo period ya where you stop looking. These 2 weeks, emi no more come 2 weeks, emi save come 2 days no more. Or within, yeah, me feel like in trial, maybe supposed to be like 2 days, where you use have a current police clearance certificate blue you by phone. Suppose you stop any place, lo Vanuatu, you access him network, and then you go inside him. You should be able to stop the web place, and then you receive in police clearance certificate blue. Thank you too much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a very in-depth explanation of how the whole system works, and we are very happy from UNCDF to support it. And there's a very interesting update. Just last week, UNCDF gave a assessment report to the Fiji police about their e-police clearance, and they want to start exactly similar thing what we have done with Vanuatu Police Force in Vanuatu. In Fiji is on the way of doing exact same thing of online police clearance certificate. So the process has started. So this can be one example how this particular public service in Vanuatu is leading the rest of the Pacific. That's very encouraging to see. Thank you so much. Moving on to Stanley. Now the Ascuda single window project for customs management, we have heard a lot about it. So I would request you to talk about the project, what it is about and how it helps, and how the project had an impact on the department, especially in terms of efficiency. Over to you.
Thank you, moderator, and again, thank you to the organizers for today's event, and also those who are hardworking behind the scenes. And thank you for the opportunity for the Vanuatu single window to be part of the panel and to share our experience of what we are doing in the project. I think to start off, I think a lot of us might have heard about the Vanuatu electronic single window project or system, but maybe we don't know much about it. Just some background information. Electronic or single window system is a concept that is promoted or recommended by the World Trade Organization. It's even in the trade facilitation agreement. And primarily it is to facilitate trade. As we know, trade is very important in developing a country. And using electronic system like a single window system can assist in that aspect. And I'll go back more than 20 years. In Vanuatu, customs has been using a system called Lasikuda since the late 1990s. We were one of the 3 initial countries in the region, Fiji and Samoa included, that we started using the system. Back in the late 90s, and then it's not really a web-based system, it's a DOS system, so you can imagine the limitations that you might have with the DOS system. It wasn't until 2016 that the government funded what we consider the first phase of the Vanuatu electronic single window project, which was completed in 2018. And this was to upgrade that DOS-based system to a web-based system, as we know as Asikuda World. So again, the system is primarily used by customs, but we also automate a lot of customs processes that were usually being done manually, back office processes, and even the passenger processing system that you see at the airport. Before, it was all done manually, and because of the capability of this web-based system, we were able to develop a module to process passengers. So this went live in 2018. So whenever you travel in and out of the country, it's using the module that we have in the electronic single window system. And maybe just to add here that our implementing partner is UNCTAD, United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. They are the agency that's assisting us in this work. And then in 2019, we started on phase 2 of the project. And thanks to the support of the Australian government under the GFG program, and also the Enhanced Integrated Framework, they funded the project, which was worth up to $2 million US. And this time it's to accommodate the other regulatory agencies at the border. Because as we know, customs doesn't regulate the imports of plants or animal products or telecommunication equipments and so on and so forth. So in the phase 2, we were able to accommodate up to 6 government departments who regulate the imports and exports of goods across our borders. And they used to do this process on paper up until we were able to bring them online. And now we have started on phase 3 of the project to automate the other regulatory agencies. And this one, the government has stepped in to fund the project. We are still in the process of finalizing the project paper. But and I think just to add that this it shows the commitment of the government in areas of ICT, especially to facilitate trade at the border, trade in goods. The project is under the Ministry of Trade, even though we are using the custom system, but we don't call it Asuguta anymore. We are calling it the Electronic Single Window System. And the Minister of Trade is the lead minister in this effort. So we managed to do online payment with one of our commercial bank. So this is instant, real time, online. The system has over 400 individual users, both in the government and in the private sector. I'm not sure if there's any other government systems that is widely used, but this is the number that we have. It's totally, the processes of those government agencies are done totally online. It's paperless and it's transparent. The system helps customs to collect the government revenue at the border, over 12 billion. I don't know what's the exact numbers right now, but of revenue is collected via the system, through the system. It helps protect our borders, and facilitate trade. And a byproduct of that is these agencies, including the National Statistics Office, are able to get data in real time, which was not possible manually. And just to conclude here, that with these efforts of us to automating the processes at the border, we saw in the region we are leading in terms of facilitating trade at the border and in a totally paperless environment. Vanuatu's performance is the highest in the region as per the last survey that was done in 2021. There's another one being conducted this year, so it will be interesting to see how we have performed in the last 2 years. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. That's very detailed and thorough. Thank you so much. Looks like that it's a very comprehensive system that's covering almost all customs functions, and it's very good to see that government has stepped in with the funding for the phase 3. That's very encouraging. That shows the commitment, definitely. Now, moving to John. So, as the government services are being digitized, the responsibility and role of OGCIO keeps increasing, and along with that risks. So, because globally, everywhere, cybersecurity has become a burning issue. So, the question to you is how OGCIO is moving to ensure the safety of the government services, and what type of cooperation you are expecting from the development stakeholders and partners to ensure that these public services are safe and secured?
Thank you, moderator, for the question. And I kind of like say that is a very the most important thing that If you are managing such a network, you would sleep, wake up at night thinking, check my phone, if there's any message on Signal, on WhatsApp, or any text message, or any missed call, anytime I wake up at night. I think to answer your question, that's it. That's the answer. Anyway, so it is a high priority for the government. We all have experienced what happened in November last year. The whole government was down. And the pressure was on the team, and some of the staff have to bring their kids to the office and sleep overnight in order to fix the issue. The issue has not been fixed fully because we still have a lot of historical data that we still need to restore. Although I would say 95 to 98% of all systems are up, and I think the most recent one was the EPCC. So it is a big challenge for the government, especially through OGCIO, and we cannot do it on our own. We need support from our partners. The technology change, the price in the market fluctuate with a lot of other issues that are happening around the world. So Vanuatu cannot handle it on its own, and we need support. So far, through the legislative frameworks that we have already, like the the cybercrime, which has the part on international, to work with our international partners. We just have the policy on the data protection and the harmful digital communication policies launched this morning. So there are a lot of work in terms of the legislations and the regulatory frameworks that need to be in place, apart from the technical side of things. Some, like us, people will say the technology will be the easiest part, but it's the legislative part of it and the legislations that give us power in order for us to address some of the issues that we face, the difficult ones, the challenges. So that is where collaboration comes in. We need to work together with our development partners, with other countries that are facing the similar challenges, and through the computer emergency response team, we have established networks with other computer emergency response team within the Pacific region, as well as to the Asia. We have partnered with the Asia Pacific Asia Pacific Computer Emergency Response Team, the APCERT, and through the Pacific Cybersecurity Operational Network, we have worked closely with agencies that are outside of the Pacific as well, as far as the US. So it is about collaboration. We are living in a connected world, and therefore we have to work together with our partners. And I think that's what we can do. In terms of recovering back from the issue we had back in November, we still need partners to support us. I will leave it there, and we can discuss further on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good to know that you are taking the steps, and definitely I would like to reiterate that from UNCDF we are happy to support in developing the capacity and the resources to have a better cybersecurity capacities at the OGCIO. So that's always there. Now, moving to Shannon. So Shannon, would you be sharing a bit about the project you're working on, the Growth for Governance project, and how do you think that the development partners can support in building digital capacity for Vanuatu?
Thanks, Assad. And just to begin with, just to say it's a great pleasure to sit on this panel. I've had quite a lot to do with Stanley and the electronic single window team over the years, and a little bit less, but certainly aware of the electronic police clearance certificate. So, I think they're both being very humble in the role that they've kind of individually and, as their organisations have played, it's hard to be a pathfinder, when you're starting off these things. So, yeah, my hat's off to both of you. GFG's been really happy to be involved in this space for quite a long period of time and will continue to be so. I guess to come to your question, Asad, and, to pick up on some of the comments that have been raised, I guess when I think about the course of today, what struck me, there's been such a rich discussion, and it's important, I think, to be positive and optimistic out of this. Like, this is a kind of global story that we're a part of, and we're trying to find the kind of the shape and flavour of it here in Vanuatu, which, I think is really encouraging that there's lots of countries that are on this journey. It's not a straight line. It's not a straight line for anybody. It's up and down and round sometimes, and so it's important not to get discouraged. There's a lot of expertise out there that we can draw on, and which, this country has drawn on. And, I have to say, through projects like the single window and what I've just heard from you about Fiji being interested in the electronic police clearance certificate, that, Vanuatu is also offering that expertise and innovation to the region as well. So helping to shape Pacific solutions, which I think is, is a great testament to the energy that Vanuatu is putting into all of these areas. And then I guess one of the last parts of this is just that there is space for innovation. It's not just, you have to take something off the shelf and then we just have to live with kind of what that is. We can look around, we can see what's there, and then we can adapt it to the context here. When you ask about, how does GFG or, I don't want to speak on behalf of all development partners, but for us and for Australia, look at it. I mean, at a macro level, Australia has an international cybersecurity and critical technology policy, which shapes how Australia engages in this broader sector. And I guess it kind of is based off three core themes. So one is around values. So what are the values that we see that underpin the cyber environment and critical technology? So things like, human rights, in life translate online, democratic principles, diversity and inclusion, so those type of issues. There's obviously a really strong security part of it, and John's just spoken about that a little bit, ensuring that people can use the internet and digital services in a safe and secure way. And then how does that kind of translate across borders as well? And then lastly, and most importantly, the digital dividend part of it, like the prosperity, the benefits. How do we ensure that and actually I should hark back to the World Bank had a World Development Report in 2016 called Digital Dividends. And one of the kind of key take-homes from that was that, we're sitting in an age of massive technological revolution. Across the world, I think, people are more likely to be able to access a smartphone than they are to safe drinking water or sanitation. But the benefits of technology and the digital environment, there's quite a gap between those two things. And so how do we help to close that gap, that the promise, and the reality match up a little more? And so kind of bringing it back to how I and we look at it from, a GFG perspective is that, finding that balance between, and I think Minister Matai mentioned it this morning, there's so much energy and enthusiasm and people kind of starting different projects, but how do we do that in a connected and coordinated way so that there's, the whole can be greater than the sum of its parts? And also that we don't have lock-in to, sometimes when you choose a particular technology, there's a path dependency on that. And so, just making sure we're talking to each other and, working towards a coordinated plan. And then the other bit that I'd just stress, because we're talking about e-government solutions and, digital government services, is that customer-centric view. I fall into this camp all the time, and I know it's really easy that when you sit in government or you sit at a kind of strategic position, it's very easy to diagnose and think you know what the problems are, or you see different assets there are out there and you think, oh, if we connected these a little bit better, this would be quicker or faster or easier. But I think it's always important to flip that on its head and say, okay, and ask people, like the consumers, like what do you need? What are the gaps and the challenges and the constraints in how you're accessing services better now? And also, what are things that where there's no digital or e-government service for, and how can we develop some of those and kind of resolve some of those solutions? And then the last point I would just make is that even offline problems and issues and challenges are inevitable, and they seem to be even more so online, whether that's connectivity, whether that's technology, whether that's a whole host of issues. So I think the critical thing there is not to expect that we're not going to face challenges, but how are we thinking in advance about how we solve those? And maybe even more importantly, how are we communicating to people, consumers, through those problems around what the nature of the problem is, what the solution is, and how far away it is? Because otherwise, I think, if to attract people to use digital services in the first instance can be difficult, but to attract them back again, if they've had a poor experience, is even harder. So I'll leave my comments there for now, but thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. These are very, very valuable points, and they do match my experience. I worked in a project where the motto was service at the doorstep. The government's idea was each and every public service, any citizen should be able to take sitting at home through mobile, through computer. So for that project, I have realized firsthand what you said, that it should start with the user experience, like how people are going to experience the services. It's not only about the technology and not only about bringing things online. That's definitely very important. And moving forward, globally, the importance of public service digitization is being recognized by all the think tanks like McKinsey, BCG. McKinsey predicts that if the existing systems that are available right now, if these are used properly, then it can generate more than $1 trillion worth of income. So worldwide. BCG recommends their 3 peaks of transformation framework for public service digitization. They also identified some of the common challenges that each and every country go through when they move towards a digital transformation. So some of these challenges are sustainability, ownership, institutional ownership of the service, and then again continued investment, because technology is something that you need to continue to investment regularly, and then improvement of the services, and responsiveness, being proactive or reactive. So these are the common challenges every country face. So now on this part, I would like to ask a few questions on these particular challenges, because these are universal, these are also faced in Vanuatu, and then we will ask if there's comments, reflections, or questions from the audience just before the closing remarks. So I'll go back to Pauline on this one, that is regarding the EPCC. So what is the plan for sustainability, and what is the vision for EPCC going forward? How do you want to see it in few years down the line?
Thank you. May respond lebih lama. Capacity blow you miss have a manager all system here. He want something where you may want them strengthen them, or you may want them focus them at this time. Make them say you may build them up local flow you may have a manager all system here. While you may carry support long all partners long you may long all all experts, loli camp, loli assistim yumi, lo one them where you may want them, you may need to build them up, local capacity. And hemi one way forward, lo you may work in partnership, with the multi different stakeholders will involve lo him, with the multi partners lo yumi. Narawan hemi as you may stop wait lo you may go back lo online pagaken lo you may use digitalized police clearance, yeah. The next thing is lo you may upgrade. First one me first phase plan, which you may look and finish, me work, me good. Second one, me blow you may upgrade or you improve from some process inside. Now, me give him one example. Also, at the moment, you may go, you must pay through one bank. At this time, you may use national bank. But you may want them looking say next phase. You may use mobile phone. You may pay through the phone. You may say you no need. You travel. You go next national bank where you stop away. The place where you live. Now you take him for example, suppose one man he live West Cosando, for example. And he want them current police clearance blow him while he stop long way blow. He assist him. But him must travel he come look and feel bank. That cost him want something where you may think him so. You may want them looking him here, he turn through mobile phone pay system. And then I mean next something where you may want them you may upgrade them current system wisdom. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's very encouraging, and definitely I would look forward to that when it's possible to pay using mobile phone. That's actually will make the service more accessible to a lot of people, and it will save a lot of time and money for a large number of people who are in different islands. So yeah, definitely would like to see that happening. Moving on to Stanley, let's say 3 years down the line, how do you think the single window project will be managed, who will own it, and how that will continue to become a regular operation instead of something very new? So how do you think that transformation might take place?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, so the project with the third phase, we are hoping to wrap it up in the next 3 years. And then, of course, the question of what happens after that. So that's been thrown around the agencies between the Ministry of Trade and Customs. I think after the project's completed, we probably don't need a full-time team. The role of maintaining the system can easily be taken over by the Customs ICT team. They have a team there of, I think there's 5 individuals there. I think that's sufficient to maintain the system. The system is pretty stable. You mentioned earlier about sustainability, and it's assuring to hear the work being done by OGCIO to keeping it safe. There's always challenges, but it's good that there's work being done on this front. Within currently maintaining the system, so apart from what's been done by the team at OGCIO to maintain the server site in operation area, there's actually 2 of us who maintain the system. So now you can say that's a disaster, recipe for disaster, but we're managing, and the approach we take is that when we work with the respective department, we identify key business users. So I mentioned the 400 users that registered in the system. They are the first go-to person if you have any issues. So it keeps the system, the process going. There's no containers being held up at the wharves or at the airport. So if you have something to do with biosecurity, you talk to biosecurity and don't call me up because I might not know or I might not be available. So it's good. It means we don't really have to have a big team to maintain the system. And then later down the line, or even now, we have the support team from UNCTAD. They're based out in Suva. We have a regional office there. So whenever we need we're stuck in anything, we can contact them for assistance. I think just on the note of sustainability, and I heard from the previous session on skills, it is something that, so with the system, it uses Java programming, and it is something that we have been searching around. We don't have any experts, if you like, in this area. I mean, if you know of anyone, please let me know. But we are kind of dependable on the implementing partner if we have some issues that needs to be fixed. I mean, you talk about upgrading and all that. It's good if we have that level of capacity in country. So what we have is sufficient, but we need more. So I think to answer your question, in the future, after the 3 years, I think we've been using such a system for the past 20 years in customs, and it's meeting the needs of the agency. So I think we'll be able to manage after the project's concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. That's very interesting. So yeah, I believe there are answers that to be found as the project moves forward, and there definitely a lot of coordination will be required to make sure that it becomes regular operation. Now, my next question is to John. If OGCIO is to provide support for the digitization to all the government agencies, how do you think that's possible? Because since I have arrived, I have been talking to a number of different organizations, agriculture, education, and there's a keen interest for digitization. So whether do you see a centralized system where OGCIO is taking the lead, or a decentralized system where OGCIO is providing certain supports, but maybe the infrastructure support or the data center support, and the agencies themselves, they're taking up the digitization part, because this will actually decide what type of evolvement OGCIO will go through to become the, I would say, moderator for the digital transformation of public services. So what are your thoughts on that? I'd like to hear from you.
Thank you. That's a very good question for the last panel. We've discussed a lot today, and the panel just before us was on digital skills. And the panel before that was on affordability, and prior to that was the accessibility. And then we have the big challenge from the home ministers. And your question was just in line for me to conclude the sessions for today. To say that for Vanuatu to graduate, we've heard a very good story from one of the panelists this morning, that with the liberalization of the telecommunication market, the subscription of mobile phones has jumped from that low to the one of the highest in the Pacific. And then comes the submarine cable, and then the establishment of TRBR, the regulator's office, and then OGCIO. And the question to us is, what is next after this? In 2015, we were awarded an award by the United Nations for one of the highest performing countries in the LDCs and seats in terms of the leapfrog in our development in the ICT sector. So that was 2009 to 2015. Now from 2015 to now, we haven't seen much. But we know that there's potentials. And I'm glad to hear this morning that reforms does make change. And we would like to see that happen in Vanuatu. especially in the ICT sector. So for us to move forward with in terms of digitization. Now, before I mention the word digitization, digitalization, and then digital transformation, we need to know the difference between what is digitization, what is digitalization, and then what is digital transformation. That bit where we mention about breaking down the silos, it is about building ecosystems. This is not just about one entity running its own show, but all of us are coming together to reach a target that we all agree to reach. And that is where we want to see increasing efficiencies in government service delivery. But OGCIO, at this point in time, needs a bit of work to be done in order for us to fast-track the process. One is we need to build up our capability, our capacity within our team to run an environment that is innovative, be able to host services in a hybrid format, and be able to run redundancy systems where if there's a failure, we can pick up quickly and run from there. So there is quite a lot of work to be done. I'm glad to hear today that there will be qualifications in terms of training mentioned by VQA for skills development in the area of different areas within the ICT space. So we need a lot of application developers. We need a lot of network engineers. We need a lot of cybersecurity experts. But again, it raises one other point. Are we prepared to keep them within the country or not? Or they will go for RSC work in New Zealand, Australia. That is another challenge for us. So there is a lot of work that we need to do. OGCIO in the current reform that is happening is for us to separate the policy from the infrastructure. And that means the transmission network and the infrastructure itself will be out from the government to an entity that is more capable of using that ICT service, to the infrastructure as a service to generate revenue and make money to sustain the infrastructure rather than depending on the recurrent budget from the government, which has never increased since 2012. We see there's a lot more needs coming in terms of keeping, developing our application development team, having our computer emergency response team, and then now we hear this morning from the Prime Minister's speech about a National Cybersecurity Agency. So developing a National Cybersecurity Agency alone is more than what OGCIO is doing today in terms of the capability that needs to be in place for that, for the operation of that agency. So we have a lot to do, and we believe that those plans that we are talking about, our partners are listening to us, and we will work together with the partners to address this together. In terms of making sure that the online services as the EPCC and the single window to be accessible to the communities in the rural areas, that is also a big challenge, and we've heard that throughout the discussion this morning. We've heard about domestic submarine cable. There's a big challenge in there in terms of the governance. Nobody sets nobody sets that challenge. It is us who set the challenge, and we have to face it, and we have to find a solution to it. So that we are working on it for a domestic cable, as we mentioned by the CIO this morning. One international cable alone is not enough. The current cable that we have, it is from here to Fiji. It is a regional cable. We need an international cable. We need an international cable that we can have direct access to the US market, directly to Australia or to New Zealand, rather than going to Fiji and then out. So that there is opportunities out there, but we need to find a perfect way and a perfect timing for us to do that. So I'll stop there. But yes, we have a lot, and there's a lot of things in mind for us to do. The first foremost we are working on is to get the separation of the policy and the infrastructure within the government, and then that keeps them focused more on looking after the systems, having a right data center. The current data center that we have sons of bags of sand on the roof of the data center, and inside the data center is not a data center. So we need a data center, 3-tier data center, so that we can talk about the amount of data that's been generated daily in Vanuatu. We can store them in an actual data center. And of course, have the systems in place where we can host using hybrid so that we have a good redundancy for our systems. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. That's definitely very insightful, and I totally agree that prerequisite for digitization is the connectivity and the infrastructure, because without that, digitization is not going to give much benefit anyways. So yeah, it's good to know how OGCI is thinking and how you are approaching, especially the revenue model. I think that's going to be a key differentiator. Now, moving to Shannon, for the GFG program, what type of long-term impacts do you hope to see? And how do you think it can play a role for the digitization of public services in the coming days?
Thanks, Assad. I was nervous being the last speaker if this was going to be the tricky question or the sum it all up or something. But I guess maybe to kind of break it down a little bit of, GFG and where we see our role here, I think latching on a little bit to kind of, John's very passionate laying out of the opportunities and the challenges, and that, that Vanuatu is well aware of the full suite of these, and has the power and capacity to to shape its own trajectory in this. And so, from a GFG perspective, to be really clear about it, I think there's probably three key things we look at in our role. So one is a partnership. So GFG, for those who know the program, is it's an Australian government funded program, but we're embedded within the government of Vanuatu, and the program is owned and managed by the government of Vanuatu and by GFG program. So in terms of the strategic directions that we set and our priorities for our funding and all of those type of things. And so if I look at partnership and what that means, I think from our perspective, we try to be flexible, we try to be responsive, we try to be a critical friend where necessary. And what we look for, in that partnership is clarity of, purpose from government of what they would like to do. Commitment as well from the government side. And I think, as Stan has mentioned, the single window is a great example of that, where it was largely donor funded in the first phases, but now government has actually taken on the funding for that program going forward. So, that's fantastic to see. And then lastly, from that partnership perspective, a shared vision. And when I listen to John talk and the opportunity to work closely with him, I know he's very expert in this space, and I know he's very passionate about it. So working with him, with the CIO as well, and the team in OGCIO and other parts of government who are contributing to this, I feel like all those ingredients from the partnership perspective for us are there. So that's kind of the first kind of precursor. The second one, and not to shy away from it, is funding. A lot of these things, we can talk about commitment and everything else, but, we actually need money to make them happen. And so, GFG, that's the other thing, we're very clear about. We bring flexible funding, a lot of it that goes through government systems, but, some that we bring in technical assistance or expertise ourselves as well. Some of that we tap into Australian government expertise. There's actually a team here in country at the moment from the FIU equivalent in Australia, AusTrack, who are working with the FIU here around setting up a new system for FIU to be able to harness data more easily and then interrogate that more closely. And so that's a great example of partnership as well. Australia has some expertise. But FIU also has expertise that they are bringing to bear to this, and I know Nikki and the CertVU team have been providing support on the back end system side of things as well. So that's another example. But yeah, just being really clear about it and not fudging it. Funding is a really important part of it. And then the last part I would just mention is the expertise side of things as well. I mean, it was raised in the last panel around skills. It's been raised by people here as well. You know, it's a huge challenge everywhere, but I think, you know, particularly in Vanuatu, to make sure that we do have that critical, experienced expertise that we need, but also that we're looking ahead, you know, 10 years down the track, what are we going to need to, you know, for this sector to continue growing. You know, and so we see ourselves playing a role on all three of those. And then the last point I'd just make, is that in some ways there's an irony, I think, in the digital space in that a lot of the digital challenges there's no digital solutions for. They're actually analog solutions in some ways. So capacity, you know, that is an analog challenge that crosses whether it's digital or non-digital. You know, a very clear policy and legislative framework, again, you know, that's just something that, you know, people need to do and to drive. And then the last ones is around accountability and institutional ownership. So if we say that this is a multi-stakeholder and multi-sectoral issue to solve, then respective institutions have a role and they need to kind of own and be accountable for that role to play. But yeah, after like this session and this day has only kind of enhanced, I think, you know, from my perspective as the GFG director, but I know, you know, Georgianne's played a really strong role in this and the rest of the High Commission as well. You know, our commitment to ICT and to the digital transformation agenda and kind of the desire to be a part of, you know, what's a really promising future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very enlightening to know how you are thinking and how DFAT is thinking. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for questions. So if anyone's interested to ask any question, please feel free, or if there is any question from the online, we'll be happy to answer. So do we have any questions from online? Please.
Okay, got one question. Timpai tarakte mi kolo Mr. Alan lo forete. Lo sat lo police clearance. So you understand him say turn around time lo karawan police clearance and become less. Inokat any way where pay mi sabe look lo reduce symbol fees or some agent fees. From 4,000 to 2,000, or it still remain.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean on something when people still consider, I mean all fees. Currently fees I still staple some way, staple 4,000 or 2,000. But papa I mean anything back again, consider and make them say you miss away. Review him fees, yeah. So I may stop low consideration. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Okay. So looks like we don't have any other questions. So, oh, there's one. Yes. Yes, please. Can we have the microphone there?
Thank you, panelists and moderator. Good afternoon to everyone. I was inspired by listening to the panel this afternoon. My question is not really a question, really. It's about how people are demanding cost. We have heard that we need to improve our services in ICT. But listening to one of the questions that was raised this afternoon, I think sometimes we so back. We just want free stuff. If we want this country to move forward, we need to change our mentality. We have seen Chef Chi and them are coming to help, bringing aid into our country. We need to think more positive about how we want to move in the future. Costing, yes, but we have to see what is important. Are we reducing the fee? So we're going to improve what we have already? So I like to put that comment because of someone who asking the reduction in the fee. If you go around the world today, things are so expensive. So we need to think positive. We want to see this country to move forward. I remember when there was a ICT day happening in 2015, if I remember rightly. They were saying this country needs 98% coverage in the ICT, in the network in the country, and I don't know where that happened. We run businesses, and sometimes it's so difficult to connect. So I don't know what the service provider, I wasn't sitting this morning when there was opening here, but I want to ask the ICT to really, monitor these service providers. They need to improve their service in this country. If we want to do businesses, we want things to run smoothly, no hiccups, because sometimes you're stuck. You can't even move. So I want to challenge ICT, the regulators, please check our service provider. We want them to come in the country. We want a bit of competition to see this country moves forward. If we want to be same like US and other places, we need to think very positively of how we want to see things happening. Not to sit back and say, yes, the government will do it. We need private sectors as well, so that we can move together to push this country forward. And I want to salute the ICT for the last few years. You've been doing this. And this time around, I know you scaled down. We need more people. We want to see more people sitting here listening, because it is very important for this country. And I want to salute the ICT. Keep your good work, and let's move forward and make sure this country can receive what they need in ICT, the targets, that we can see business moving forward, so that our younger generation and our latest generation will say there is a visionary people in this country, and we want to see this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your reflection. In this panel, we don't have any regulator with us, neither TRBR. So definitely, I believe your comment will be documented and shared with the regulators in due course of time. And if OGCIO wants to make some response to that, you're most welcome.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you very much for the comments that came from the audience. We do take note of the comments. As was mentioned in the last panel discussions in the morning, there's a lot of challenges, but we need to work together. And as we had in the past, the universal access is what we are referring to in terms of the 98% coverage. There's a lot of challenges that happened since 2018. We have cyclones, we have the sea level rise, we have the volcanic eruption. All these have played a very negative impact on our progress. And we have reached almost 98%, but then because of these challenges, we need to look at new ways of doing things. And we believe that our new approach in terms of infrastructure sharing at the last mile will be one of the solutions on the way forward, as well as a domestic system connecting the islands, hopefully replacing the backhaul links that we still have to clear with the operators, but definitely it will provide an alternative to improve connectivity. And that other program that we've started working on to the support from the Government of Australia and UNCTF, ADP, and the SDG Fund on the Smart Islands. That addresses not just connectivity, but digital skills and digital literacy in terms of, and also promoting business opportunities. And connectivity comes in because it plays a pivotal role in making sure that there's digital literacy, there's digital skills. So it is an ecosystem that we want to work with, not just single, going single just with connectivity. So I think those are the approaches. And yes, we've learned a lot from the ICT days since 2012 until today. And I believe it is not the end. We will continue to discuss. And of course, I do agree with the comment from our esteemed participant that we need a lot more people inside the room so that we can have enriching discussions as such. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a very wonderful response. Considering that time, we can take last question or reflection from the audience. If there is any question from online or any audience here wants to ask any question, I think this is the time. I assume there is no more questions from the audience. Yes, in that case, again, open floor for the panelists if anyone wants to give any closing remarks. And if not, then we can formally end the session. If any of you are interested to give any closing remarks.
I'll just make one very quick one, and it was maybe I was remiss and I overlooked something when I was talking, and the gentleman down the end who made a comment prompted me, is just the critical role of the private sector in helping to support the solution. Yes, government has a really important role to set the kind of policy agenda, but a lot of the solution will come from the private sector. I mean, that's not anything new to digital as it is to anything else. But I think, the same as when we were talking about ensuring that there's a user-centric approach and a customer-centric approach, it's important that there's kind of like an inclusive expertise approach as well in terms of kind of, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat and, none of us hold that all of ourselves, but the more of those expertise that we have around the table, and, private sector brings a really unique lens to the way of looking at problems and the way of solving them. So great to see such a good representation here from private sector earlier in the day and throughout, and, look to see more of that going ahead. I'll be quiet now, Asad.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Pauline?
Thank you. Just before I finish, I think Losai Vanuatu Police Force, since EPCC you may been testing finish mo hemi work well, also mo hemi been talent. The next thing while you missed up make them upgrade, you may want them look ikolo next one we hemi traffic system. From you may look in police force where them all narvala stakeholders where lipat manage them traffic you may more pay more fines more something also. And you may been stop looking feedback where come out community blowing you may public about the lengthy hours more time where you may make more traffic only must stop and students or get a well walk only must jam off all passes blow all get. How about you may improve system blow? Traffic fines more, how you may monitor more licenses, issuance blame or something else. So while hemi stop and allow traffic act, police hemi enforce him no more. But by me try and look with them hemia, that's the next project where me I want them look like. Well, partners blow you me or lista police hara. You may want the movie coincide lo hemia too. So that would be the next target blomivala lo Vanuatu Police Force blow work with them all stakeholders here. Well act long all get hemi mention them how you may manage more traffic system or issuing more licenses. I me feel like work like blow. You may try and blow make them say you may GT license the same blow help them how you may work effectively more efficient law or services where you may stop giving up. Thank you.
Thank you. John? Yeah.
Thank you. Just a few last words before we finish. I just want to pick up on two key things that I collected from the discussion, and one of them is creating efficiency. We've seen in the panel discussion this afternoon, we're talking about reducing the number of days in terms of processing police clearance from 2 weeks to 2 days. That is a lot. And then from custom side, reducing the number of days in releasing goods. That is a big improvement. And if we can do a lot more in having digital services as such that could reduce the government service delivery in terms of the number of days, it will get us a very long way, because then we will save time to do other things as well. So there'll be a lot of improvements, and that is supposed to be a way forward. And lastly, the last thing that I gathered from today's discussion is breaking down silos. And I'm glad that it's coming from the police. And again, in the new project that they will be working on, it requires a lot of stakeholders. So getting a multi-stakeholder approach in addressing the bus system in Port Vila, that is a big plus. And that will change transport system for Port Vila. And also, if the public works people are listening as well, if they can digitize the service of going up for getting vehicle checks, that will reduce the number of hours for you to wait to get your vehicles to be checked, so that you can spend the other hour or two to do something else. That is improving efficiency. And there's a lot that we can talk about in the public service. So let's make this call to all the government service or government departments and ministries that, if police can do it, if customs and other organizations that are working through the single window to digitize the systems and get the services improved, we all can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was really insightful, and do appreciate your closing remarks. And Stanley, if you would like to say something to very quickly.
Just very short. I agree with what John said, and we might not have the solution in single window, but we can share our expertise of how to automate some of this process. We're talking about trading goods. That's what single window is achieving, and also facilitating passengers across our borders. But in services, we can't provide the solution, but we can provide the expertise. So, we're happy to talk to anyone who spearheads this initiative and find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would like to formally thank our esteemed panelists for the time and the thoughts they have shared with us. It was definitely very insightful, and I believe this discussion helped to enrich the ICT Day as the last panel of the day. And at the same time, I would request the audience to have a round of applause for our panelists. Can I have a round of claps? Thank you so much. And also, thank you to the audience for being patient and hearing us. So with that, I would like to end this panel discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to mas lol panelists, with them moderator uplo last session by Yumi. I think one last one before Yumi finish. Mi sabi si Yumi stop long wala day finish. And thank you lol online participants by Yumi. Oli stop, oli watch, oli follow Yumi lol discussions. Thank you lol questions who oli come up. You've been very good today, and mi hope siya ba Yumi stop with Yumi kasi mla end. Last session by Yumi, sorry, QR code is stop. Please can give feedback to you. And send them submit him feedback to you. Again, ikat copies plo all policies lo plesia last session with me, kasi mi tala first time, mi sort of awareness as well as consultation, lo bill, lo Digital Safety Authority, full digital communication with them, data protection and privacy. So you small time no more before you buy me finish. Me like one time say buy me finish straight lo 5 p.m. today. So we have less than an hour. Lo you me make awareness. You ready to you lah? Stop straight. Thank you too much. We ask him Dr. Jeffrey Karai, he come lo front, and I think by me ask him mo katatulo please ploli karem. Suppose you karem one copy finish or no yet? Suppose you no karem yet? By me vela kam ki one lo yun na ya. English or French or Bislama. Everyone he got copy. From by me to na sa putum presentation. Ah, by me putum presentation o? By me to na sa putum presentation. By me try talk part no mo. One em to the policies you talk about. So ask him time, do you small time back end before you may finish. Alright, by me start them after by me pass them lo talk up li take me through lo to the policies. By bill or policies? Then Mr. Sorry, by me to talk about policy. And then suppose you get any question, by me sabi talk about by me plus bring mo bill si come inside. To the bill say me bill plus semak no mo bill plus data protection and privacy, and then you got bill plus full digital communication. After, you got one number 3 bill, where hemi karem tula tuketa, you come one. We call them Digital Safety Authority bill. So, data protection and privacy policy, plo yumi, with them full digital communication policy, hemi come out lo Council of Ministers decision number 171, lo 2021, and lo decision hemi talem say. One, you may recognize him say you may not got one legal framework where he may stop lo country, but you may have address him data protection and privacy. Where you may not got at this point of time, knowing that a lot of data you may collect them about every individual citizens since the 1980 come, some census, tamali come collect them. Name blue you, date of birth blue you, place where you sleep them. Last night, you born lo where, you blow one in island, one in province, one in country. So every information yeah, all information about you, also one individual. So you may identify also all personal identifiable information, all PIIs. So data protection, come law protect them you through law. All PIIs for you. By me brief no more by talk just call them the detail. And policy me talk about too how you may help them you also one citizen, me also one citizen, lo fasin we full up man you or yes, by me tell full up man from full up time you may go collect them information about you me. Lo census, lo agriculture, lo templo, lo agriculture census, lo housing or household census, lo templo, you go full ma form lo bank, you go full ma form lo karawan SIM card, you go full ma form lo, yeah, full up not something. You give him name blue you give him date of birth blue you, without knowing say how will you use some information after lemia, without knowing say by information blue you will store mo ya. How many use one now processes when use process them personal identifiable information to you. More all information and stop with them for how long? So all thinking na ikam mire say map thinking say you could say you must cut some legal frameworks where they stop locate them you mean or how you me collect them information about all citizens, you may use more information to kata. Now, nara policy, emi come in no more for them increase plo use plo social media lo all negative ways blem. That's the whole point about having the harmful digital communications. You may look him increase plo sharing plo all information where we stop lo picture format where you may share them without caring about impact play lo one life lo one individual. You may look him truck accident, one man accident, he kill no good, you current picture, you post them online. You may look him full up nara something where you've everyone is how will you use social media? Lo one way negative, lo li rabisim naraman. So lo bilia, I mean lo policy, I talk about 10 principles lo digital communication. Pa mi pasem na lo talk tayo lo detail lo one lol kata, and then suppose you got any question, anything lem ba mi story ampe. Ba mi less than naya tingem mi about 30 minutes no my staff lo mit life finish.
Thank you, Thomas John Jack. First of all, thank you, Thomas, Law audience and also Law ICT Committee Law 2023 Law, including session this afternoon. I think we must apologize to say, you me last session I keep you me inside here when really you should be outside and doing something else. But bear with me, Mo John, for this short session for consultation. As only pass them around Livla. And Honorable Prime Minister, he make him this morning, he launched him develop policy here. Hemi one normal fashion, blow government of the day, blow time hemi is one them say one infrastructure or one service over one country. There has to be legal guidance or legal framework, let me set them basis plan place of operate not illegally but legally. So with them Data Protection Act, timely because a lot of policies, legislations, or framework respective ministries only established, but one component inside where we protect them data, and we never stop. If you backtrack 1980 come, a lot of things we make them paper-based, where we physical. But as internet introduced 1997 also may come, and we talk about say we must digitize all records, or information. It comes to one point where technology, where them all services, all apps, only in a millisecond, only create them so much data that beyond control below one person or one company where we create them data, let alone one country where we have manage them or protect them information. Therefore, over time, government of Vanuatu may realize them say you may actually needing one Data Protection and Privacy Act. And while me taking me 43 years or 42 years since you start working last year, no one knew something in a sense from what you take them time already in Constitution, believe me, Vanuatu, chapter 2, I think, part 1, section 5, and we talk about fundamental rights and freedom of people. Now, inside the data protection policy, where later on this year, we look at one bill, one act, and we talk about that freedom and fundamental rights. Indirectly, we tell them, say, as a person or as a citizen, where, for example, let me give him data, let me go to civil registry, or he can go to one bank, or he can go to VNBF, he must get some form of protection mechanism or stop how now is of secure information. And if one company or government use them, and we share them, how now you share them in a sense that you still protect them information and is secure and have no abused or have no used unfairly. So data protection and privacy policy and later on by Milugan Act, purposely protect them what we call personal data or personal information of one citizen of Vanuatu. More technically, by personally identifiable information of every citizen, which means name blue, date of birth blue, place where you stop them, one time you start making them daily, and become valuable, and make it value them. Before you stop, when money ask him name blue, you give him. But you never ask him, let him say, you want them to have a name blue from him, or you want them collect them date of birth blue from him.
that is a right law and citizen or identity blue some you Vanuatu or you come out on an island, you got right to protect them information. Now individually, but you tell them say no, sorry, but me no save with you, but me no kim name blue. That is an individual approach you make them. On a holistic approach or on a national level, when them now government should make them, and then you meet this look this morning, which is launch national data protection and privacy policy. Leading on to that from a national perspective, we allow all institutions, for example, statistics office or civil registry or banks, probably have a fairly useful personal identifiable information or records blow on citizen or blow on business, blow on fair manner. And not only fair no more, but also suppose we use them, we create them, or we store them, we must have some proof of citizens or government on its own. But tell them say, use them information, we no abuse them. Webless me store them, me secure them. Whether we stand inside law, data center law, government rule law, GCO, one of them framework is stop actually secure them information. So, in brief, main objective law, data protection and privacy policy, with them legislation, and make sure no say information for every citizen of Vanuatu and be protected, and be secured, and be used fairly, and be stored in a way where be secured, and then whoever you use them, and be use them for one legitimate purpose. Now, we must add a small two inside for you got chance to do policy is that you got some exception. Now, policy and bill will stop, and we focus entirely on personal identifiable information. You got public data, for example, all company data will create them. That have been really covered in here. That is a total different environment. In future, policy with them legislation will be passed later on, by me allow ministry or minister responsible or department or agency, let me work with them all regulatory framework and standards body blemios and regulators office TRBR and also Vanuatu Bureau of Standards, let me create them all regulations to help manage them all avenues of operations along the use of data information of Vanuatu. So that is about all. Later on, once you may look legislation in passed, but you just look some offenses we start inside, but given time, we may be short by you may not cover my purpose. So if you walk out this afternoon and you want to say one now that the protection privacy policy and me cater for, firstly, let me mention inside the constitution about time ensure citizens only get freedom and fundamental rights only addressed. And then we go digitally, one message na stop, let me ensure me protect more personal identifiable information. Nara one say John Jackie Talem, harmful digital communication. Nowadays you may look a lot of content that we created online, a lot of platforms, social media particularly, and also online blogs and stuff. And then maybe you hear a lot about misinformation or disinformation. Now, harmful content, I think the context Vanuatu we must refer them or understand more is over the social media, the Facebook, you may look a lot of swearing, a lot of abuse or harassment and all. But then, let's say, by look, we got two components. We got that physical aspect, we got one digital aspect. So, absence flow, one policy or one legislative framework under law, digital space, and we make them say not control. Or time all case will report them to police so you can logistic and serve Vanuatu or any agencies we deal with them, for example, Women's Center too. There's nowhere we have a base them or support them go respective citizens or whoever come to me, tell them say this is what we'll act on and how can we act on in a proper manner. So inside the harmful digital communication, some principle where Johnny been mentioning earlier today, you got 10. Please, suppose you got time, you read him. I think me read him 2 no more, first one. You may put them the policy different little bit, and me stop on the section 6 blow. You may tell them in a different way, refer them to digital communication, and me no shoot involve. So, first one, you may got one law penal code where we talk about obscene material under the digital space, and me semak, indecent or obscene. Sambala hemi, mass harassment one person online or group of people, must make them all false accusation, must publish him all content where he breach him privacy or sensitive matters and all, and then of course all abusive language and stuff. That is the common one way we look, but I think from a national or government level, apart from those basic ones, where we do may capture them law policy me to do with the national security is lately terrorism. Me can one big something. If anyone me watch them or you've been following before, one case plus shooting law Christchurch some years back in New Zealand. Purpose plus shooting not because of religious belief no more. One motive plus person when me attack me want them current fame through the digital space. So main aim blame not really blow killing all people blow me film them live. So the more people only click them, like he become famous them, and people companies overload darknet or only making money out them, and that is a harmful content. From a national security perspective, I think we must highlight them here. That is one big concern where I'm sure police or Vanuatu police too by capture them, and also you site logis here and cert to me be mindful of. With them to policy, why have me very timely and very important is that to not only solve them some challenges and issues in Vanuatu, but to bridge him Vanuatu as a nation, they go internationally. Both policies and later on by legislation come, and we also maritime, that gray line or that gap between Vanuatu business environment and trading, and also intelligence or investigations across all borders, so national crime and all incident response and all something. Absence Plutuvla, make them say a lot of challenges where crimes cost in Vanuatu, but person where attack stop overseas. Make them hard to hard OGCR and also Vanuatu police probably respond. So Tuvla policy we stop, but me wrap them up sort of and if you got any questions, you must have asked him is that time you pass them Tuvla policy, and me also maybe before me tell say road track, and me actually smaller semen. Time me tell them road track, me refer to digital pathway or highway. With them Tuvla policy, and me either make me pick one or me make me long one more. You must have a rich article more, or me draw him some barriers and guidelines to make them say even big companies like Facebook or Google, or you call up US, tell them say please assist us with them one case here. In the past they cannot do that for us, but now given you got on policy and later on you got one legislation, or at least have a come on the table, let me discuss from Bali, respect them. So you mean one sovereign state, and we do have legislative frameworks where we cater for such challenges we stopped in the past. Thank you. Sorry, me to talk about Tuvla core policies, but in order for Tuvla policy work, I require one institution or one agency to enforce them Tuvla. And I think by if I look say the proposed listing the parliament we start, we got one digital safety authority, and maybe solely law you establishing one authority law, and me look out to Tuvla by me enforce them Tuvla respective policies.
So, in short, the minimum policies, data protection, privacy policy. I think now you've like a copy blame, so go read him, and suppose you got any question. Receive with them office block government chief information officer, CIO, we sit down this year.